Come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
We are back with Pinnacle 25-year anniversary. I'm Bowie, and today we have a big day of Dota ahead of us. And remember, we are now in the last day of the group stages, so a lot can happen. Let's check the groups first and see how they are looking like. But surprisingly, almost every group still has things to be decided, and that's always very exciting in a group stage as big one as this. As you can see, KZ team could still potentially threaten level up here, depending on how the results look like. Tickles, Bait, and Navi Jr., they already played all of their matches, so they are pretty much guaranteed, although I'm no mathematician. I don't want to jinx anyone here. But yeah, KZ team, they could definitely fight Bait. And then on Group B, we do have Falcons ahead with 8 points. I don't think they dropped a single game. Then we get Na'Vi and Yellow Submarine relatively close with Moneymakers as well. But unfortunately, Moneymakers, they already played every single game, every single series here. So it's only Na'Vi and Yellow Submarine fighting for second place at the end of the day. Group C is also pretty much decided, but Virtus Pro and CB, because they're playing each other, what could happen is potentially Team Klee getting second place in case Virtus Pro. So let's say Virtus Pro loses 2-1. They will tie in points, but if they lose 2-0, Klee could be first place. And now here in Group D, we have Dudley Boys way ahead of everyone else. And yeah, pretty much Alliance and Amiga here. I don't really think... Yeah, I don't think anything can happen, basically. Namiga can be ahead of Alliance, but that's the only thing. Namiga will still go to the second group stage, to the second stage of the tournament. It's just like who's going to get second place. And here is the schedule for today. We have VP versus CB in the first series. Then we get to watch Na'Vi versus Yellow Submarine. I'm very excited about this one, by the way. Then we have Dudley Boys versus Namiga Gaming. And Level Up versus KZ. So a lot to happen. I would say that first, second, and fourth match are the ones that have more interesting things happening. But the Dudley Boys, I always like watching those guys play. So pretty much an entire day full of exciting Dota here for us. Now let's check the two teams ahead of us here, VP and CB. This is not going to be an easy series here for CB. I think they've been quite inconsistent throughout this group stage. They are going to the second stage, but there were definitely games where they shined. There are a lot of very entertaining games, but in case of actually getting clean wins, I don't think they were really there yet. And Virtus Pro, I do believe they are the type of team to do that. They are one of the teams that didn't really change rosters ever since TI. And for a reason, we get FNG, Sayu, Notice, Squadis, and Kiritish. FNG is not the carry, by the way. I think this is just inverted. So we're going from position 5 to position 1. And then we get CB here, Nesphere, Erase, Klasnakrudo, Emptiness, and Rain. Gotta say, I was definitely impressed with Nesphere. I do feel like at times Erase was a bit inconsistent, but I'm not sure if it's the type of hero that he likes to play, very aggressive, very in your face. But yeah, as we said, if CB somehow wins here against VP, they could lose their first place to Klee. And yeah, that's not necessarily going to change too much. But obviously, moving forward, you do want to have the winner's bracket advantage. We already have 3 winner bracket deciders here. Tickles, Falcons, and Dudley Boys, they already have the upper bracket guaranteed. But now this match is going to tell us who's actually getting the winner bracket. It could even be Team Klee rather than these two. It just depends on how the results are going to fare out at the end of the day. I'm not sure there's actually tiebreakers in case Klee ties with VP. That would happen if VP loses 2-1 to CB here. They would drop to 4 points. And we do have a draft. So before we talked about tiebreakers, we have to watch this series because there's still a lot to develop and a lot to happen. So let's get going. Yeah. Here we are, guys. So How are we going to draft here? Oh, Centaur first ban. Oh, that is a rare occurrence. I was definitely not expecting the first ban Centaur. I've seen, your Lone Druids, your TAs, your I think I've seen a fair amount of Grimstroke and Spirit Breaker bans, but the Centaur first phase ban is definitely something that I have not seen. Maybe it's just something that CB likes running a lot, which, if I'm not mistaken, I remember at least one game where Klasnakrudo was playing the Centaur. And now CB, they're like, okay, are in the same patch? Let's see if a patch dropped. This first ban Centaur here is a little weird. Let's make sure it's still 734E, not F. And yeah, speaking of Fs in the chat, the Spirit Breaker gets removed. That's always nice to see. No one likes that hero. Like, honestly, no one likes that hero. Like, if you do like it, you should probably see a doctor. Spectre is going to be removed. Definitely one of the... A lot of global heroes being banned, right? SP is not technically global, but effectively he is. NP is still in the pool if they want to really stop those types of heroes. I still feel like NP is underpicked considering how little nerfs he got, right? He got one right before TI, but even that nerf, I don't think it was that substantial. But Weaver will be taken away here instead. Definitely one of the best heroes of the patch. In terms of actual bans here, the Chan being removed now. There you go. They do take away the NP. But Chan, the hero is amazing, but not everyone can play it. But if there's one player you should ban Chan against is FNG. So not surprised at all by that, as now it is time for the last ban here of VP. Pugna is still in the pool. We saw a lot of Pugna, but there's probably going to be a first pick Pugna here for VP. Greenstroke, Treant, Muerta, all still available. I've seen a lot of first pick Muertas, first pick Pugnas. Greenstroke gets banned, all right, and they will pick the Pugna. Beautifully done. Now, what's left for Sibe here after the Grimstroke ban? Do you want to play Muerta into Pugna? Not necessarily, although as Muerta you can dispel the Decrepify with your OT. So they go AA instead. It does help a little bit with the region of the Pugna. He's also very squishy, so the AA Blast always helps. I like AA. I think it's a fair hero. Probably underpicked in pubs. I think the pick rate of that hero is definitely not as high as some other ones. But yeah. Now when it comes to some more bans, what else are you gonna ban? I mean, you do see an AA, so maybe they're trying to cover for a Necrophos, a Morphling, but so far they actually banned the Mag. I hear that's growing a lot in popularity, by the way. I think with the bans to the Primal Beast, with the bans of some other heroes, he's definitely clawing his way into Tier 1 Dota. I don't see it very often. Like, I don't see it every game, but I would say every, 1 out of 3 games, Magnus shows up in Pinnacle Cup. The Brewmaster gets banned as well. A lot of emphasis here on the tanky boys, on the offlaner for Sibe. Magnus is obviously also a mid hero, but does flex to the offlane, and it is not uncommon to see it there. As now Sibe, waiting here for the last ban. So yeah, we talk about Muerta still in the pool, Treant still in the pool. I do like Void when you have AA. But yeah, VP, they're auto bans. I don't think Sibe really wants to ban Void. That's usually a end of the second phase type of pick if you want to go that route. And they go for the Tusk. Okay, so they could potentially pick Muerta here at Sibe. I really like that combination, the Tusk Muerta. It's probably one of the strongest ones. Maybe this is just a deny pick even, but we'll see what VP is going to do. I mean, they're taking their time. With the Muerta still open, you're definitely wondering if you want to give the combo away, if you pick it for yourself, but support Muerta, definitely not as good as it used to be. It's kind of a weird position. And also picking the Muerta this early might feel pretty bad. Especially against the gap close of Tusk. Sure, as Muerta you do build Hurricane Pike at some point, but I've seen a lot of Muertas just rushing Mjolnir, and even if you go Maelstrom into the Dragonlance, into the Pike, it takes a long time. Laning stage-wise, you already also probably committed with the Pugna being a 5, so there's no like safe type hero that you can get. I mean, obviously you can play Pugna 4, but doesn't feel that good as they will pick a Tide. Not that great against Shard, and also not that great against the A Blast, but maybe the plan here is to just rush a Pipe. I've seen that from some Tides in this patch, and they will get the Firebird. Interesting. A lot of interesting picks here from VP that I wouldn't expect. Like, you're getting Sunray into A Blast, which is a bit weird. The Tech Speed Low is nice, but it's also, like, you only see 2 supports. You're not necessarily sure it's going to be that good. I don't know. Just doesn't strike me as the best 2 picks I could have expect. You're also picking Phoenix into a possible Muerta. Yeah, we'll see how things are going to develop here. But in general, I wouldn't say I'm very impressed by their picks. I think the Tide's fine, but the Phoenix is definitely a little bit confusing for me. I'll see them taking their time here. They use a lot of reserve time. Like, we're in the 3rd pick, and Virtus Pro only has 20 seconds, and Sibe potentially is going to tie that up because there doesn't seem to be that much emphasis in picking fast right now. We'll see here if Sibe is going to... Okay, so they do go Luna instead of the Muerta. That's interesting. I was definitely expecting a Muerta type hero to abuse the shards with. I guess Dawnbreaker is that hero though. It definitely makes use of the shard nice. So that you just encapsulate all of the heroes there and the Dawnbreaker can Starbreaker on top of them. I do like that a lot. The Dawnbreaker will be able to protect against a possible Chrono. I think that's probably the best pick Virtus Pro can go for now. And I wonder if they're going to change their minds. Out of the cares that are still left, you can go Muerta. Void's a little weird because of Dawnbreaker. Morphling is a little bit weird because of the AA, but they do go Void instead anyways. It's not the end of the world playing Void against Dawn, but it can definitely be hard. Especially because looking at the Virtus Pro heroes, there's not an overwhelming amount of damage, right? It's like Pugna Phoenix. It's fine at the beginning of the game, but I definitely don't think it's KOs nearly as much. They might need a mid here that's very explosive that brings that damage. So for CB, I would probably ban Lina here and maybe Puck. So they've been Puck Invoker instead. They're going to keep the Lina in the draft. Surprisingly, Kanka going all the way through this end of the draft here. At least at the beginning of the patch, the hero was still being picked very early. I mean, I like the Kanka ban anyways. If you have a Void, right? We're already talking about lack of damage here on VP, and the mitigation of the boat could have been very annoying for them to deal with. And now finally the last ban. They're banning melee heroes. So... they take away the DK. Interesting. All right, so VP, what's the mid hero you're picking up here? Yeah, I mean, I think they're going Lina. There you go. Yeah, they do go Lina. They try to find the 2 heroes that would be problematic. Now that Puck ban feels a little bit weird because you would love to have the Puck against Lina. Is there any hero here that can kind of stand its ground against Lina? Wow, they don't have a lot of reserve time in the first place, but it's definitely going to be an easy choice. I don't think there's a lot left. Necrophos is risky. Pangolier is open. Oh, they go for the Dazzle. Okay. I actually kind of like it. I think it has. I think it might have the sustain needed to lane against Lina. I have not seen this matchup too much, but I wonder. I wonder how good Dazzle is. I have not seen a single Dazzle pick in this patch, and against Lina, it's definitely going to be a test to how decent this hero really is. Because I remember in pubs, the win rate of Dazzle was actually pretty subpar, despite how many bans the hero got. So looking at Dazzle's win rate right now in pubs, I think it's actually okay, 48%. It's a little bit higher than I expected, but I'm still not entirely sure. It felt like a desperation pick rather than okay, Dazzle's the best hero that we can pick here. Yeah, I mean, I think Lina is a very powerful hero. It has its flaws, I think, against heroes like Tusk, against heroes like even against Dazzle. I think after level 10, you have a relative amount of gap close with the cast range on your Poison Touch. You can definitely die as a Lina, but I think a really good Lina in a game like this one can solo carry the game, and we'll see if that's going to happen. I do rate Squadix very, very highly, and it's going to be interesting to see how they're going to be faring here against Sibe. I do think VP is probably the favorites, but yeah, I mean, who knows? We'll see what's going to happen. I think Sibe is inconsistent. They could definitely take games out of VP. Taking the whole series, I'm definitely open to being surprised, but in general, I do like VP's draft a bit more. I do think that they are the favorites. To me, this is like a 25-75 for Sibe. I definitely think VP has all it takes to take this game relatively easily, but yeah, it's gonna depend on the performance of this Lina. All right, guys, we have a game. Let's jump right into it because game number 1 of the series and of the day is about to start, and I'm very hyped. Hopefully, you guys are hyped as well because this is the last day of the group stages, which means we're gonna get some even cooler matches in just about a couple of days, or I guess a day in that sense. All right, so Nesfear playing this Luna versus Void. That's definitely a matchup that I think doesn't feel very good, and that's why I favor VP so much. You have Luna versus Void, which is not nice for Sibe. You have Dazzle versus Lina, same thing, and I mean that's about it. Like you have this AA on the side of Sibe that doesn't really have a lot of combos to work with, that doesn't really counter that many heroes. But the AA is nice. If he has a really, 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 really good game, there's a chance that the AA Blast can become a problem. But as we said, Tide might just go and get himself a pipe, and I think a big part of that's going to be solved. We'll see if he's going to get that pipe, though, because at the end of the day, it's only really the AA that does a lot of magic damage. All right, time for the room, guys. Lots of tips laying out there. Rain tipping the Lina as Nesfear. We'll secure that room. Same thing here. And what we get is a 2-for-2. Beautifully done. All right, so Class No Crudo going to be playing with the Tusk. I think that's probably their strongest lane. This Tusk plus Dawnbreaker. The thing is, Void does have a way to deal with the shards, so that's why, despite the AA Blast being on the enemy side, he picked his Void. But maybe if the Phoenix already used Icarus Dive, maybe a level 1, you can get a couple kills, which is always nice. I think this is actually the entire reason they pick Phoenix this game, even against the AA. I think it's just so that they don't get destroyed in this lane. So having 2 heroes, Phoenix with the dive and Void with the time walk, that don't really care about the shard block plus the combination of the Dawnbreaker. That's a very interesting adaptation there. And the laning stage, especially if you think you're the better team, like that the laning stage is probably one of the few ways they're going to be able to snowball this game, and I think VP probably right in their read here. In terms of last hits, looks like the Luna is having a very nice time with a 5-1. The Void still not looking that good. And now in this top lane, I mean, it really isn't a strong lane for CB. Like, you don't really have a good code feed combination. The Tide plus Pugna, though, might be a bit stronger, especially against the AA. Like, if you get level 2 faster than the AA, and you get Gush plus a couple of right clicks and the Nether Blast, it should be a kill. That here is very slow, low HP. And there's no, like, true stun. You have Lucent Beam. That's not going to stop those two heroes from running at your supports. That's probably CB's weakest lane. Now, mid for now is 6-2 against 8-3, so respectable CS from the Dazzle. But I wonder if the difference is going to become harder for Arrays, or I don't know why his nick, his in-game nick is Pro, but his actual nick is Arrays. And I always like, should I say what's written in the screen so you guys understand what I'm talking about, or should I say Arrays? Like, how many actual CB fans do we have in the chat? So yeah, maybe let me know how many fans we have as FNG. Get Star broke, but not enough damage. Time Dilation is going to slow down across the Crudo, but they don't care. All they want to do is drag those creeps and be a bit closer to their tower. So overall, pretty smart move by them. At the end of the day, they are a chasing lineup, and what they want is to be able to chase people down through the lane, and you're not going to be able to kill the Virtus Pro heroes if you are close to the enemy tower. You do see the Tide actually having a pretty good time here. Notice 15-0, surpassing the Luna, but not by much, as Rank Prince just harassing the Tide a little bit. Gotta be careful though, as Rank Priest blocks the camp, he might just be dead. Boot TP to the tier 1 tower, but it means they're gonna forgive the Lotus Flower to VP. So nicely done there by Rank Prince, understanding that there's no stuns to stop that TP, so he is able to block the camp. At the same time though, they will lose a little bit of that region battle to VP. As we do see Kirich here, 16-2, not really struggling at all in this lane. And I guess like this lane, you just gotta be right-clicking, avoid at all times. So possibly just time walk. Yeah. That's really the hardest part. That's here though. Having an okay time at top lane, 22-5. That is FNG. Dive.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
First blood. This one's gonna be a scorcher.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Put me out.
That's
Got it.
Dire are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Denied.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
much greater than the likes of you. Golden ones, light my way.
This is outrageous.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant are scanning. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Doing? Well, that's the only possible thing that I can do as usage. We'll try and fight Sive here. Alright, snowball towards the void. This is a bit scary. Chronosphere is available, but he doesn't need to use it. Just gets a kill on the toss and forces maybe a couple spells. That's about it. Plasma Crudo now. We'll pick up that Lotus. And the Void going for a Mask of Madness, just like the Luna. Obviously behind in net worth, because, you know, Void is a very slow farmer at the beginning of the game. But overall, having a fine time here. Notice about to take that tower. Oh, look at that ward. I really like this ward because it is supposed to stop what the Tide is doing, but the Luna was not in position. You're supposed to get vision to stop the Meteor Hammer, as the Luna is not going to be stopped. Instead, they're going to get a double kill here on Squad X, and oh, they bring reinforcements. They bring everyone on VP, and they're going to trample Sibe there in the top lane. They had the right idea with the ward, but they were just not positioned properly, as now Heritage trading hits here with Class Crudo. But, oh man, Sibe definitely taking a beating there. No. Heritage gonna be holding his ground here. Squad X just farming the enemy camps, making sure that, okay, snowball forward. They do have that shard with a beautiful ulti from the Dawnbreaker, and they will punish Squad X. That killing spree is going to be given away to the offlaner. That's quite nice. I think out of everyone on the side of Sibe, the Dawnbreaker was definitely the one struggling the most. Just going to be pretty happy about this. Okay. Rain moving up the high ground here. But should be fine. Good stack from Notice though. Are they gonna try and steal this one? They do have vision of the stack as Class Crudo. Definitely taking a fair amount of damage. You're gonna be careful because there is a Pugna nearby. Chronosphere is gonna be used, kinda dodging the damage from the Dawnbreaker. At the same time, Class Crudo cannot get out the bash right as he leaves the Chronosphere. It's definitely quite lucky on the Void.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
aquatics here. Now ready to start pressuring this mid tower, and yeah, they just get it. One Nether Blast is what it takes, and they have both Meteor Hammer and the Nether Blast. This is not going to be easy. Oh, and look at that. Kirtich finding the stack, but he doesn't have Chronosphere. As VP, you got to be careful not to overextend for these stacks. You do have the Lina, obviously, but the full extent of Seabit will be available. I believe the Dawnbreaker ulti is going to be ready in no time. They used it pretty long ago, I think. Okay, that's very oddly close. That's too close. I do have this Dazzle set. It's one of the best ones. The Desolator. Yeah. Very nice, very nice. That's weird. Like, it's a Pope hat. It's some sort of religious garment the AA is wearing, but like, it's not religious. He's just a nice boy. I don't know. And he has some like crab claws as well. Very odd. Let me see the Tidehunter set. Speaking of Tidehunter, he is back here. Yeah, that's a cute cat. That's a nice one. All right. So time for the battle of stacks here. They do have a lot of AoE here on VP, but you gotta be careful on how you approach it. And I like this. They're going from the low ground. They're not really putting themselves into a bad position. And look at that, the engagement. They're gonna get a good Walrus Punch onto FNG. He has the egg available, as the Starbreaker will force that egg to be used, and really good stun actually finds this Dawnbreaker. There's not gonna be any way out for Klasno Kruto, and that's a 4k goal lead alongside so many stacks being farmed. This is not ideal, and now Rain is gonna be gushed up and eventually killed by Notice. VP just ramping up the pace, and they really want to push Seabed down, and they are accomplishing just that, as the Ancient stack is also going to be found. They have the Meteor Hammer and all of that magic damage, so slowly but surely they're going to claim every single ounce of the money they have saved up on Seabed. I mean, this is illegal in a lot of countries. Alright. Rain Prince now looking for a smoke gank attempt. They never used the A blast, I want to say. And now even if you find this void, it does have Chronosphere in 20 seconds. Only level 3 time walk. We'll see. Oh, look at that Kirtich. Definitely aware something's going on. He instantly ran the opposite direction, and now he's gonna go back to the lane. Oh, if they go for this, this is risky. So many possible TPs. This is not going to be easy. They're wrapping all the way around. The Tusk from the left side. They have this AA here. But, alright. They don't actually go for the Void kill. They're going to get the Wisdom Rune first. And this might actually bait the Void in the first place, as the Chronosphere will have to be forced and used here. Can he get a kill on the AA? It looks like he will. AA Blast going to be used. Kirtich cannot mitigate that damage. And they will find the Void and the Wisdom Rune. So not that shabby of a move by Seabed, as now they're going to be disengaging here. I mean, that's pretty good, not going to lie. Alright. So Tusk going for the casual Blink Dagger. Lina going for Blink plus Shard, it looks like. Okay. We do have some Kale going on. Yeah, from the Tide again. Alright, let's check the items here. Mask of Madness, Maelstrom on the Void. Aderlin's already up for Sayo. That's amazing. FNG going for Urn. Not sure if Vessel as well. Yeah, we can look at Kirch's beautiful nose. Yeah, that's very close. Oh, Emptiness. Hello. Yeah, it looks pretty healthy. It looks like he's eating a snack right now. Yeah, munching down some crackers. FNG. Oh, his beautiful, flawless hair, just staring at us like a prophet of some kind. Have Squadix. Oh, this guy, I haven't seen his face that much. I think before TI, I maybe saw his face like once or twice in the tournament. Yeah, definitely a new name to the scene. Very good player. And Rain here from Sibe. Yeah, the lighting could be better. It feels like he could be possessed right now. Very dark eyes. We cannot really see his eyes properly. As we are back, I hear a sound of an unpause. There we go. We are back, my friends. Kiritich is gonna pretty much finish his Maelstrom there. Yeah, that died once, but at the end of the day, he's still having a good game. The Luna is farmed, but everyone else, like, definitely not the definition as far of farmed as I see. Nay, blasting the Ancients of the Radiant side. Is that a kill? Can we kill this guy? Warrior's Punch, and they get it. Dead Ward, allowing them to kill the Void again. Sibe just doing a pretty good job. Ravage finds the Dawnbreaker. LSA plus Laguna finds another one. Can they TP Red Dragon away? They cannot. So killing spree for Pugna. They're gonna pay a big price, but some ultimates were being used as well. But this is not the end of the world. I heard an Eclipse here, and they will find that Pugna. Now, that's Fear. Can you run away? Holding on to the Arcane, to the Manta for now. As Squad X, the LSA is not gonna land, and this is gonna be a lot of damage. The Poison Touch, VP, they get baited in Sibe. They're gonna munch down on VP Flash right now, and these are some big targets they got. The Lina again, and the Pugna with the killing spree. This is great for Sibe. Definitely looking, you know, especially considering how the laning stage ended up looking like. So yeah, the Pugna just walking up the high ground there like he owned the world, and notice no Ravage, so not really a threat. They ignore him, and they go for the hero that matters, for that Lina. Alright, they try to force mid tier 1 tower. They don't really get it. Glyph gets used, but, you know, not too shabby. Definitely not too shabby here for a Sibe fan. That Blink Dagger getting closer and closer to the Tusk, as now it looks like nothing's really gonna happen on this bottom side. That's a full HP tower, by the way. This is unacceptable, I think. Oh, okay, they just walk up to the Phoenix. Egg's gonna be used. Can the Tusk run away? So far, it doesn't look like that's the case, and they will lose the AA. Maybe the Tusk as well. Warrior's Punch buys time. Can this Tusk TP? No, he's anchored up by that Tidehunters. Kiritich still looking for the Dawnbreaker, but eventually will give up. So that is the full roster of VP on the bottom side without Ravage, by the way. So they did definitely overcommit without having the spells, but see, but they were not in any position to punish that. So VP, maybe if Sibe was ready to respawn, they could have been punished by showing up as 5 without having all of their cooldowns, but it's not really gonna matter so far, as Klaus Nocrudo gets gushed up and anchored by the Tidehunter. Really good AA blast, might find FNG. He doesn't have the Phoenix Egg, as we talked about. Shard locking the bird in place. They are waiting for some sort of follow-up. The Snowball did not get used. Really good Grave though, and the Snowball a little bit redundant in that sense, but if they can find any other kills, oh, the Ravage finally comes back, but this Sphere is gonna be healed up by that Dawnbreaker OT, but with the Sunray and the LSA, this is gonna be a double kill, maybe even more. They lose that toss. Triple kill for Kiritich, as the entirety of Sibe gets killed in front of their tower. It didn't start that bad, but VP, they punish with a heavy hand here.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Okay, yeah, that was a mediocre Eclipse, unfortunately, and they just ran up the high ground there with no vision, so definitely a little bit sad.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They knew there was no egg, but all of the other cooldowns were up, and VP definitely making great use of those. We do see the Tusks still trying to get that Blink Dagger. Very late. Ooh, LSA is not gonna find Class Nocrudo as he will use the hammer to disengage, but so much slow. And the final Nether Blast claims they kill Sayu. Finds that one as they did kill FNG, but definitely not a worthwhile trade. Now, 2 heroes of CB running up the high ground here, possibly trying to get some vision in the triangle. Allow the Luna to get a place for farm. But I mean, every single tier 1 tower is up on the side of IP, and that's a team with no Treant Protector. That's basically CB being on the back of this game forever. There were like 1 or 2 moments where I felt like they could have swung this game back, but in terms of map control, their net worth is very inflated by Nesphere. It's not really a game where everyone else is like actually pulling their weights up. And I mean, Luna that's what she does. She farms. But in terms of actual contribution to the game, the Chronospheres of Kiritich have been very important. Even though his 3k gold behind the Luna definitely had more impact than what Nesphere was able to get so far. As I see another A Blast. Oh, okay, so they were expecting the Tormentor being done, I think, and the A Blast was thrown on top of it. And FNG dies before the A Blast connects anyway, so that's pretty funny. Kiritich going for his BKB, no? As the Lina. Oh, that's an A Blast. An AA dead, sorry. Oh, Nesphere going for the tower here. Will use the Manta, but he's still stuck to that anchor, and now so much damage playing out. Grave will buy a little bit of time. Nesphere, his BKB trying to TP away. They could have some bashes available, and they do. So that's a double. 4 Squadix make it 3 with the Chronosphere being used, and that is a dominating streak for the Void. And Sio is slowly but surely being baited and taken care of in multiple side lanes. Then Lina finds the A bot, finds the Dazzle mid, and now gets the Tusk on top of it. Just beautiful stuff happening here.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Alright.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Whew, this game is getting pretty hard. We were already talked about, the matchup difference and all that, and I think as CB, if you have this bad of a start, it's definitely quite hard to come back from it. They have no control of the map. No control over their triangle. Their big jungle has no wards. Sure, the Luna can farm, but that's the only hero they can farm in. This hero has pretty bad matchups against every single other hero on the side of VP. This is also a hero she needs BKB because of the Tidehunter anchor. I don't know. This is looking very grim right now. Eggs now available on the Tidehunter. Looks like Rain's trying to go for a Midas. We'll see if he's going to be successful at that. As okay. Then we'll go for a smoke. Everyone but the Dawnbreaker under the guise of it, and the hero they might find is FNG. So, it's a kill, but that's the worst kill they could have probably got as Warrior's Punch. They will get a very clean kill here on FNG, even get a stack in the process, but can they even get this tier 1 tower? At the end of the day, there's Chronosphere and Ravage. I think in about a couple of seconds, they even smoke on the side of VP. Not entirely sure what the plan is. They might go through the Twin Gates, yeah. No vision just yet, but the Radiant Scan will be used. They understand that there's a couple heroes there. And now they're second guessing, going through. Alright, they do go through the Twin Gates, and now finally the glyph of that tower being 1 HP. It will be eventually denied, I believe, as that smoke's still ongoing here for VP. Ravage is now finally back up, and I believe Chronosphere in 1 second. There we go. This could just be Roche, right? And indeed it is. They're gonna join the pit and Sibe. I don't even know if they have any smokes to stop this, and even if they did have, their team fighting is so much worse than what Sibe has. Like the Dawnbreaker OT is not gonna suffice to protect them from the stuff that they have on the side of Virtus Pro. Alright, they actually only smoke with... Yeah, they're definitely late. They actually did try to stop it, but a little bit too late. We'll see here if Rain's gonna be able to get that Midas. Right now, their future is very grim. What's the win probability, by the way? Because I would say it's like 90% for VP, but maybe Gaben knows something that I don't. Oh, Ness here. He's gonna find a couple of pretty tough heroes as he just goes forward here. Can he get enough damage? He will. Glimmer Cape on side will allow him to live as a 2-man LSA finds the rest of the heroes. In that case, just the Tusk, because BKB was available for the Luna. Can they get the Grave? They will. So, Erase buying some time here for this Luna. I don't think he's gonna get the second Grave off though, as he will be forced to blink away, and the Gush is not gonna find him. I mean, that's still a carry and a support dying for just that one hero. A blast off the mark. Does clip Sayo, but the real damage doesn't find him. And now the blink from Erase fighting Squadix. Can he actually get that kill? They will. Notice doesn't have a Ravage, and the Dawnbreaker looking for it, but the Anchor locking Dawnbreaker in place will be forced out as the Chronosphere is not going to... I mean, it's not available, but they still get that kill nonetheless. Interesting fight. They actually did have a CB ward in the cliff on the left side. That's how they saw the Lina. That's how they got that kill. Alright. A couple of, you know, decent moves from CB, but it feels like even when they get those decent moves, they pay a hefty price for it. The Luna, in this case, was that alongside Class Nocrudo dying afterwards, and now Sayu making sure to top Kirchhoff off with a kiss in the face. And yeah, tier 2 towers falling. Only the tier 2 on the top side available here for CB. Roche still pretty far away from ending. So I wonder if high ground is something BP has in mind here. They are obviously very far ahead, but the high ground defense on the side of CB is not bad, right? You have shards to block someone, you have Eclipse available, the Poison Touch with the eggs on Dazzle is pretty annoying, and the A Blast obviously with the Ice Vortex. It's a decent high ground defense. It's not amazing, but it's decent.
Radiant are scanning. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Okay.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Heritage going for the high ground. They're gonna use that glyph to buy some time as the Ice Vortex is being constantly dropped everywhere. Recipe of the Midas was bought by the AA, which means they do not have buyback here on him, as Cold Feet plus the Poison Touch being pretty annoying. Still though, the Nether Blast is relentless and they will lose that tier 3 tower. Heritage keeps moving forward, Nether Blast never ending. Can they find an angle here as Erase is looking for something? Walrus Punch, they do have that Poison Touch on top of it, but the Sun Ray allows Heritage to keep on fighting. AA Blast was never used, so they are holding on to it as finally looks like VP will disengage for now. They want the Wisdom Rune at 28 minutes, but looks like the Tusk is probably aware. There's a good ward though revealing where he is. He has to be careful. I don't think they're aware of that ward. Okay.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
So 15k gold in here for VP. Not a lot of hope for CB at the moment. But you know, the Luna keeps on farming. Still second in the net worth. Dazzle is getting a fair amount of farm as well, as the AA did complete his Midas. Yet to use it though. As Heritage between Ice Vortexes and Poison Touches and Shadow Waves. Another Poison Touch. Buying some time here as the melee barracks are falling nonetheless. Will they use the glyph somewhere else? The Dawnbreaker did die to the Squadix hasted Lina. But even still, even knowing that the Lina wasn't there, they are afraid because the travels allows Lina to follow up so quickly. There's no Laguna Blade, by the way, as they keep on slowly trying to wear VP down. Roshan still a minute to wear off as they did held up to their second lift. Alright, finally Aegis will expire. Nether Blast being cast. Shiva's Guard now available on the tide as well. Oh my lord. So the healing from the Dazzle, the attack speed of the Luna are all going to be hit hard. Okay. Smoke here from Sibe, knowing that the Aegis has expired. I mean, Notice is a really hard kill. And they're gonna find the Phoenix again, but Yay Bless is off the mark, and they do have detection here for this bird, but the LSA with the side of Vice. Squadix from the left side finds that kill without Nesphere. His ulti is meaningless. The Dawnbreaker tried to keep Luna alive, but it's not gonna matter. They will lose everyone but this Dazzle. And this has been the story the whole game. Sibe unable to even scratch VP's back as they get trampled and eventually killed as well. GG flies out, and VP getting a very convincing game 1 here. And, you know, that's pretty much how I expected this game to look like. I already felt like they are the better team. And I'll be honest, considering the draft Sibe got, this was a decent showing from them. I really feel like VP's draft was superior. And obviously, when you compound the player aspect on top of it, the achievement aspect on top of it, they're supposed to take this game. We'll see if in game number 2 there's going to be a better draft, because I think that the Luna pick was quite early, I would say. I was not convinced by the Dazzle last pick. I also feel like the last two bans from Sibe trying to take away that Invoker and Puck that they thought could come with the Void, they ended up hurting the heroes that they needed on their side. They needed a mid hero that was fast, that could create space for the Luna, that could enable the Dawnbreaker. And instead what they got was a Dazzle that just farmed an eggs for 15 minutes. And I really don't think that was the way to play this game, because the core-to-core matchups were already too hard for them. They needed some sort of hero that could snowball the mid game, and that never happened. So we're going to get back to the drawing board here. Hopefully we're going to get a second game that is a bit more competitive, let's say. But I wouldn't be surprised to see VP taking it as well. They are a formidable team. But for you to know what's going to happen, we need a break of 7 minutes. So we're going to be back. Stay tuned. Stay comfy.
sport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Hello, and we are back with Pinnacle Cup 25 years anniversary show, and this is going to be game 2 between a VP that destroyed CB in game number 1. I do want to hope that CB can take this to a game number 3. I think they had their moments, but their draft was definitely not great, and you could see the difference in terms of movements as well. VP definitely better in that regard, but what if CB was playing VP's draft? I do feel like they would have a chance, so it's really going to be back to the draft. Looking at the way that VP banned in the first phase, I think they were really targeting a couple of the Klasno Crudo heroes, like the Centaur. You don't see those bans in the first phase that often. They even ignore the Kunkka, which probably means that they don't play that much on the side of CB. Overall, I do feel like VP did a really good job at doing their homework, whereas for CB, maybe not as much. So they're going to have to get back to the drawing board and make sure that whatever it is that they get just has, higher chances of, one, dealing with the fact that they might lose lanes. Well, we already have a draft, so I don't even have to theorize anything. We're going to see it with our own eyes what's going to happen here. This is a very quick and smooth day here in Pinnacle Cup, as now Virtus.pro are just taking away that center again, or are you now humble? Are you willing to give it away? Because, you don't really see that band, and there you go. They're going to take it away again. Now for CB here, Spirit Breaker and the Spectre being taken away, so pretty much as the same bands for now as the Weaver as well. CB with the third ban. What exactly is the plan here? So I guess they're just gonna go over the same bands, it looks like. Not that many adaptations. Yeah, literally the same. I think it was the Chen plus... oh man, I forgot. It was a global hero. It was NP, right? I think they banned NP. Oh, but they take away the Pugna instead. I mean, the Pugna was definitely annoying. And it also allowed them to force towers maybe faster than CB wanted to. But I don't think, at the end of the day, even if the towers didn't fall that fast, I feel like the CB heroes were just unable to take a 5 vs 5 against VP. So I don't mind the same bans besides the Pugna, but I don't think the Pugna was really the problem. I think that the heroes that they picked against the ones the VP picked were the problem. Like, you could let those heroes through and maybe still get a really good draft for CB. As VP actually first phase the Invoker. I do know that they play support Invoker there. So very interested to see if that's going to happen or not. I'm just going to check Sayu's page here. He doesn't have any Invoker games. Neither does FNG right now. So maybe this is just a mid-Invoker. At least this week, the supports are not playing that hero. I do see Brewmaster being picked up in response. Very interesting. Powerful hero that did get banned, I think, in the second phase from Virtus Pro. And I'm going to take away the TA. Yeah, that's pretty decent indication that the Invoker is going to be in the mid lane. Very different type of draft, right? It started with 2 supports in game number 1. Now we already see 2 cores. This might be quite different in terms of how it's going to develop. What else is Virtus Pro willing to ban here? They don't really need to take care of any Claws no Crudo heroes anymore since the Brew got picked up. So maybe you just deal with that Tusk. I think Tusk is pretty good against Invoker. You can dodge Tornado. You don't really want to go 4-staff on that guy, and obviously the shards are very annoying to deal with. I wouldn't mind banning the Tusk unless they want to pick it. Although that would mean that the Brew Tusk lane is pretty weak. But you can always play Tusk 5 and pick a range carry for yourself if CB is willing to do something like that, right? We talked a lot about the Muerta game number 1. I think it was ignored. I think that hero actually stopped being picked a lot, and I'm surprised by it, especially the carry version. I don't think that actually hurt the hero that much. As VP taking their sweet time, they banned the AA. Interesting ban. I mean, the hero is fine, but I don't think they really utilize the hero in lane at all, and I also don't think they're just gonna ban 2 top tier supports, so I don't really have any problem with that. But that also means that they're banning those 2 heroes for them. So not only do that, but the Tusk still being open. I wonder if this could prove to be a problem for Virtus Pro, as they actually ban the LS. This hero is definitely starting to see some gameplay, as now CB are you gonna go for that Tusk? No, they get the NP. The hero was banned, and they grab it for them. Decent versus Invoker. You can lane that. You can gank that here in the mid lane. If you have like a Puck on your side or any kind of like aggressive here in the mid lane, NP plus anything really can kill Invoker. Very slow hero. Doesn't really have high duration stun or anything. As now VP could go for that Tusk we talked about. Could go for Grimstroke, still available in the pool. Could go for, I guess, Willow is available. Sometimes having like that really long duration Willow OT into Curse Crown can prevent Brewmaster from OTing, especially if you have like a Cold Snap Vessel on top of him. Really hard for the hero to really pop off, as they're gonna get the Grim. So I do like that. Do you pick another support? A lot of these supports are already banned or picked. Okay, the Tiny. Very interesting pick. You don't see this very often. It doesn't combo with the Grimstroke. I wonder what the toss... like, why would you get Tiny here? Very unexpected. I don't understand. Maybe they expect Puck to be picked, and they feel like having this Tiny against Puck is good. That's the only thing that I can think of. They're like, okay, they're gonna go Puck. They want to pressure the Invoker, and having the Tiny, even if not in the laning stage, is not gonna help. But once he gets a Blink Dagger, it's gonna be strong against that Puck. That's what I'm thinking. Because CB, they had some really good games with Puck as well. So maybe you have to change course here and get something else. Something like a... let me think. Well, for now, they still need to pick another support here on CB. So we're probably going to see that being picked up first. All the supports that are still available. Tusk is one that jumps to mind, but that does rely on them picking a range carry. Rubik's still in the pool, Phoenix still in the pool. We did see Phoenix last game. Although they have a fair amount of burst damage with the Tiny, the silence on the Grimstroke. Yeah, that could definitely be problematic. Wait, what? What is happening? Is this... what is happening? Is this carry NP? With Tusk, I think? I think it has to be carry NP, right? With a... Jakiro 4? I don't know what I'm watching anymore. So I saw Nande playing a carry NP game. It definitely happens. Is it good? I am not sure. Well, I don't know what to say. As the Naga gets picked up, very good against that carry NP. I mean, at least they do have a Jakiro. Brewmaster's not bad against Naga. I mean, this game is totally different from game number 1. I think, how many repeats of heroes do we have here? Only Tusk, right? Is Tusk literally the only hero that's the same? I think so far it is, as they actually ban Muerta, so they feel like this is a mid Jakiro? Mid NP maybe, then. They feel like it's mid NP, and I'm gonna go Tusk plus another range carry. Although, NP carry, from what I've seen, you know, it's being played this week. It's not common, but it's possible. But they probably know better than I do. So they do ban the Muerta anyways. SCB now working through their bans. They're gonna ban Dazzle. So they're banning for the off lane, right? Tiny is gonna be a 4. And they're banning for that. Offlaners that are good, that are still left. So they did play Tide in game number 1. I'll probably just ban that Tide. I think it did a lot. It won the lane. It pushed the tower. Maybe they feel like this Tusk NP is much stronger against the Tide. Maybe they're right. But they banned the Tide anyway, so I do like that. So what is available here? Mag, Wraith King, Primal Beast, and Kunkka are all available. I actually do like Kunkka for VP. I think that's a very tanky hero that loses almost no matchups, and the hero scales really well later on. So, is there any other range carry you would ban here if you're Virtus Pro? I guess there's like Morphling, but against Naga it's pretty Pepega. TB, but there's like a tiny Grim. I don't know. It's a pretty tough one, not gonna lie. Maybe they are gonna play Tusk 4 and this Jakiro is a 5 and they can pick a melee carry. Because I think most of the heroes that do well against Naga are melee. So, in hindsight, okay, so they go Timbersaw. Holy moly. I think they have to jug. I think they have to go some magic damaging the lane type of hero that this Jakiro and Jug, like, and plus carry can do a lot of damage together. And Jug is probably the only one that I can think of. And that hero is pretty bad. But I think that's what you have to do, right? Or maybe you can go anti-mage. Okay, they go Monkey King. It is similar to the Jug. It's not magic damage, actually physical. And considering how most Timbersaws are playing right now, with like 0 points in the passive, I kinda like the Sphere's choice here. So it's gonna be the range Akira 5, as we said. It's a mid Tusk, by the way. So it is a support in P with a mid Tusk against that Invoker. I do like the mid Tusk against Invoker, right? You have this snowball dodge to the EMP, snowball dodge to the Tornado. In general, the hero also sets up kills in the mid lane, as we talked about. It's just that the Tusk is mid and you're going to rotate someone else. I kind of like it, actually. I am a big fan of Siba's draft. This is a big improvement, big upgrade from what they had. And surely, I still feel like VP is the better team, but I'm going to give a 60-40 to Siba this time. I much prefer their draft. I think that we might see an upset here. Or there's at least a chance of an upset, which is always nice. I would be very surprised if this game less than game number 1 did. I think that was like a 29-minute game or something like that. This is probably going to go the distance. This is probably going to be a very entertaining match. And a lot rests on whether this Timbersaw is going to be able to perform in that off lane. I do feel like that's a very hard lane for the Timber. Very curious to see which types of that adaptations he's going to go for. Is this, okay, let's just try to get first blood and enable the Timber. Are you going to try tri-lane for the first wave or two just to make sure that he can stay there? I feel like if he just learns his passive level 1, he's going to be so sad. But I also don't know what you do, because it is a Jakiro plus Monkey King lane. It's one of the hardest ones you can probably think of. So yeah, that Timbersaw might actually struggle a lot. We'll see if they're going to be able to really put the pressure in the Timbersaw. And I think if they can do that, by itself, it should already be a big advantage here for Siba. In the last game, we saw that Tidehunter just taking tower at minute 8 by himself. This might not be as easy this time for Virtus Pro, although they are a very, very good team. And we're ready, guys. So let's jump right into the game. Game number 2 between VP and Siba is about to start, and I'm very, very excited. Lots of different heroes this time. I think I don't remember the last time I cast a Monkey King game. This hero, it's not like he's bad, but it's not like he's good either. In this game, though, against the Timbersaw, definitely the right place for the hero. Wants to be abusing those melee matchups as... Alright, ENP breaking the smoke here. Sayu, a little bit apprehensive. But he's not going to really understand or find out the target that was able to break his smoke arena play.
Seconds to battle.
Alrighty then. Nothing major happening here. See a fair amount of wards from Sibe. One on the large camp on the ancient side and one on the mid lane. So they are probably expecting some stacks being made for this Timbersaw, especially the ones in large camp. He is a hero that's going to benefit a lot from those, as we do see a raise in the mid lane. There's also a fake courier. But, okay, Sibe, they don't take the bait. They don't go for notice. He is yet to learn a skill point. Very curious to see how that top lane is going to be looking like. I think, to me, that's the... You know, that's a Tiny that left the lane with tree grab. How is he going to help his Timbersaw? I'm very curious for that lane, honestly. Like... I really don't know what to expect. Like, they're all tanky heroes, so maybe you can overextend, because at the end of the day, level 1 Monkey King isn't as strong as people think it is. But at the same time, yeah, okay, so he will leave the lane with that Jingu, and even though he pushes the Timber away, he's already pushing this lane quite a bit because of the aggro he drew. Now Sayu here, taking a fair amount of damage from that Dragon. So yeah, that's pretty much what I expected. Just underwhelming performance, and... okay, Blood Grenade's gonna be dropped there with another... Yeah, VP. I don't know what the hell you guys are thinking about this lane, but that is... I was like, is there some very high level play that they can pull off here that I'm just unaware of? And there's no play. You just die. Because you have a tiny 4 with a Timbersaw. Alright, yeah. Kirich here. Hope his back is looking good. Hope he's been hitting the gym, because he will be... needing to carry this top lane. Squadix as well, but, you know, just look at the matchup. Seabed definitely in the upper hand this time with this Tusk. Big fan of what they were able to concoct here. Even that slight flex, right, from the Tusk to the mid lane, that's not one we see a lot, but I love it when I see it. I think that's a big draft advantage they were able to acquire, and let's see if they're going to be able to execute that advantage to a win. Because it's still very early in, as noticed, will be hit 4 times, and Nesphere has the chance to heal off his HP if he wants to, but he actually wants to kill that Tiny. He is very envious of that Christmas tree he's carrying. He wants it for himself, and it's Rain Prince that picks it up again. Okay. So overall, pretty good game for the CB players. The Brewmaster is struggling a little bit in CS, but that's about it. And he's still twice as much CS as the enemy offlaner here of Noticed. FNG just chilling here on the small camp. Yeah, I mean, not a bad showing here for CB. Just level 1 here on this Tiny as well, so no toss back plays. A bit of a rough start in that top lane. Obviously, it's just the beginning of the game as the Brewmaster actually gets killed by Kirtich. Interesting. It feels like that was a solo kill as well. That's not very common. Alright. Lotus were already picked up in both the top and bottom side. And finally, notice he's gonna get a big creep full of experience, and now they're gonna get on top of him. Can they kill him before he gets the experience? Oh, the range creep will die only after he falls, and I guess he got a little bit of experience. Now, there's 2 things that I don't like about this. The first is that Jakiro got all 3 kills, so ideally you would love this Monkey King to have a bit more on his pockets. And I mean, at the same time, there's still a fair amount of experience that the Timbersaw was able to pick up. But yeah, VP may be regretting this this Timbersaw pick, at least just yet. Oh, they go for this NP. Clap's gonna be put out with a Inkswell that actually hits the NP. Beautifully done on the illusions. So Kirtich finds that kill. 2 kills already for the Naga in a lane that I definitely didn't expect them to be able to do so much. Alright. Nesphere though. Just dealing with this side pull here, trying to... I mean, he didn't really address the... Okay, there's a lot of creeps dying under tower here, Nesphere. This is not a good play. He had to draw aggro from those creeps in the tower. At the same time, the mid lane, they get a kill on the Invoker. NPTP plus the Tusk, allowing CB to claim another one. Very nicely done. FNG tried to address the rotation, but he was a little bit too late. As we do see the NP stacking the Ancients as well. So Sibed, I mean, they're doing a really good job. In fact, notice you might fall here as his Timber Chain animation gets cancelled by Nesphere's Boundless Strike. Very nicely done. Pro gets another one. Or, I guess, erase in that sense, the Tusk. So, Sibed doing really well. 5 kills already. 1k goal lead, and Nesphere getting on top of Sayu, going for that corrosion that we know and love. Will be tossed back though, and so his advances are going to be put to an end. Notice though, oh, they have the Inkswell with the Avalanche. No toss back this time, as they will drop the Blood Grenade. Ice Path will not zone the Inkswell away enough, as now Nesphere will hold his ground with TP from the NP. Sprout holding down the Tiny, as the Monkey King will be able to disengage. They do not have the TP for the Invoker. After all, he died in the mid lane. If they maybe they had that, they could have seen a bigger punishment here, as now Erase is in the mid lane. No rune for him. Ice Path onto 2. Beautiful from the Jakiro, but the Inkswell might hit Nesphere. No, it doesn't. Actually, it doesn't hit anyone, but notice we'll be able to zone Sire away. They're gonna lose that Grimstroke, and the rune will go to Squadix, but right now feels like he doesn't really have anywhere to go. Naga there did get the Lotus, as well as a couple of creeps with his illusions. Notice though, look at that. Windlace, Ring of Protection, so many small items he needs to buy. And despite all of that, still struggling so much this game, as we do see a pretty interesting move here from Erase, trying to steal that Wisdom Rune. FNG probably understands what they want to do, but look at that. A decent amount of vision being put out. I heard a Walrus Punch, but I'll toss back into the Invoker. This is pretty good, but the Snowball back to where he came from, and it's gonna find 2 supports. Sayo gets the Wisdom Rune, but what is the price that they're gonna pay so far? It feels like Tusk is gonna be the one, because Sayo is gonna be okay. The Fairy Fire just buys a little bit of time as Tusk uses his Phase Boots, but the last right click from Squadix will pick that one up. 4 heroes in the top lane. They do secure their Wisdom Rune, and they find a Tusk, so not a bad engagement here if you're a VP fan. That's Class Nocruto. Very low here. Did recover in CS a little bit, as we do see that Dual Breath doing a lot of damage. Oh, but look at the Monkey King. He is here. He's going to be stunned by that Inkswell. Can they find Kirtich first? They don't. But at the end of the day, it is Rain Prince that gets another kill, bro. He is dominating right now, and I'm not sure about this. Nesfear would definitely like to have at least a couple of these kills. Finally, gets the first in this game, as now Erase shows up with this beautiful shard blocking him. And this is a 9-4-4. Sibe just increasing the pace of this game. Top lane, Nesfear DTP back to that lane as noticed. Did at least get a little bit of a long time for himself. Still only 18 CS though. He is behind half of the CS of Brew, and that Brew had a horrible game. So just goes to show how hard of a time that the Timber is having at the moment. Erase now going for... Actually, not sure what he's going for, but Invoker is going for a Vessel. Nagasaren working towards a Yasha Manta Orchid. Do see Nesfear just chilling there. Was actually maybe a bit afraid, expecting a rotation. So it was in the trees as the troops through a creep wave. Toss back onto Erase. Walrus Punch with beautiful ulti from this Jakiro. Already up at 9 minutes. This is insane as Nerdo holding this Tusk in place. And he will run through the Macropyre. No way for the Naga to do the same. 4 and 10 as Squadis gets found. Can Erase survive the shard block? Actually, maybe could have bought time, as eventually the illusion with Inkswell dies, allowing Rain to live for a little bit, but eventually falling. Double kill for Squadix, and that is a dominating streak that Jakiro is feeding away. A lot of gold will go towards the hands of that Invoker, now the highest net worth hero in the game. Oh, missed. Being bullied a little bit here. Alright, Bound Strike will hit. Should be back to full HP. Time for the runes, it looks like, and Erase wants to secure. Okay, good shard block. EMP with the Vessel Cold Snap's not gonna land, but look at Sayu. Very good angle from the right side. Finds this Tusk, and he will be baited into that rune. But Nesfear shows up, wants to help. Nice Tornado dispelling a little bit of the Jingu stacks that were acquired, and now good OT from the Grimstroke, holding those 2 heroes in place. Class Nocruto unwilling to OT, and that's gonna be a 1-for-0. The Tusk dies again, as Tiny though will be killed by Nesfear. So not a totally fruitless trade here for Sibe. Alright. The Echo Saber is going to be first item here for this Monkey King. Not surprised, as Squadix now working towards his Midas after finishing his Vessel. Class Nocruto does have his Midas now. Could potentially buy it. There you go. Okay, smoke from VP. That Tiny is level 4, man. This is... And that Tiny actually picked up a Wisdom Rune. That's how poor he is. Holy moly. Someone give this guy some food stamps, because he needs all of them. Now Squadix just moving forward. They will break the smoke. Good Tornado finds this Monkey King. They're gonna apply that Vessel, and I don't think there's anything that can possibly save Nesfear. Finally, he's gonna dodge the Inkswell with that Mischief. Good Boundless Strike, but it doesn't matter. Dominating streak for Squadix. Amazing rotation from VP, and that's the type of map movements I was talking about in game 1. even if CB has the advantages in the lane, it feels like VP, they are equipped to deal with all of that. Good Timber Chain away. Snowball's not gonna land as they do have that Inkswell with the bug, preventing the stuns from casting any spells, and the damage is just too much. The Inkswell's gonna stun him, and the Whirling Death will eventually get that kill. Oh, look at that Tornado, CB. They're gonna lose one Grimstroke, but this is already so bad for them. Klasno Crudo finally shows up. This is way too late of an appearance, as now they are looking for anything else. That's two supports on the side of VP, but they lost their Tusk for their 4th time. I don't even know. He had such a good laning stage, even killed the Invoker, but he is being totally overpowered here by VP. His moves just not connecting on that Tusk.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Nesfear though will find himself an Arcane Rune at least for his trouble. Alright. Myther is going to be dropped as another smoke will be committed here. Sayu connecting onto Squadix. And they will be looking for... Not sure who they're looking for, but the two heroes that they can possibly find is this Brew or the NP. I don't believe Brew ulted up to this point. I don't think he ulted a single time this game. And I don't think he's gonna ult now, because they have that bug, the Inkswell, and all of the trash in the world to throw at him. And it's FNG that picks up that kill. The Brewmaster will fall and the tower will be under threat. Mine is now done for Squadix, slowly but surely. VP changing the tides of this game, already 1k gold ahead. That Naga 100% uncontested, and this is not looking good. The momentum is shifting. I did hear a shard somewhere.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Okay. Wisdom rune still with the Song of the Siren. No punishment whatsoever. Beautiful stuff from Kiritich. We'll be able to TP to the mid lane, I guess. We're gonna keep on farming here. Now Orchid seems to be the next item of choice here for him. As Squadix going for a mission here by himself. Could potentially connect with the supports on the left side. There is one Tusk farming the big jungle on the right side, and they seem to be aware of that. They have a ward, Sayu. Inkswell. Oh, beautiful Sprout that buys a little bit of time, but Inkswell still connects, and they have the EMP. This NP is dead. And there's absolutely no way that CB can say anything about that. Now the kill score is pretty much tied now. The gold advantage definitely in their favor. Oh, this is so problematic. Look at that Tusk. Still trying to work on his blink. I've seen support Tusk having better timings than this. Sure, he stopped for phase boots and a Falcon Blade, but it doesn't really change the fact that his last 4 fights were a disaster. Just unable to get kills, always dying. Not great. Not great at all. Noticed. Definitely recovered from that tough laning stage, and now pretty much tied with DMK and MAK. The highest net worth here on the side of SCB. Kiritich now going for a heart, so it seems like his Orchid is pretty much completed here. As okay, they're gonna engage onto Notice with the NP, with the Sprout, with the Nern, with the War Sponge, and now the Macropire damage will suffice to get that kill. As the Naga Illusion is doing a lot of damage, and they will lock both the Brew and the Jakir of the Soulbind, but he will be able to OT. First OT of the game, I want to say, as FNG will fall, and it is Nesfear that picks that one up. So not a bad trade. It's gonna be a support for a core and FNG. Can they get more though? The Blink from Erase will not find Invoker. And the U-Scepter here, just holding Squadix in front of his tier 2 tower. Alright, so... looks like that's about it. A fair amount of distant kills, but unable to get a tower out of it. Unable to really advance their game a bit more. Look at that. The waves just being farmed here. Erase cannot deal with those illusions. Sayu, infiltrated here, will be found by Rain Prince. The Tumbler's toy being used as Wukong's command is going to be taunted. Finally used. Ice Path though. Used as the Jakiro dies. Way too many heroes on the left side as the Monkey King gets found. Notice was waiting for him. Beautiful stuff. And he cannot get away, I believe. There's no one to aid him. And this Monkey King will be killed by the thing he loves the most. Trees. Oh no.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
This is pretty bad, my friends. Looks like Tiny does have a Blink Dagger now, working
Dire's
on a
bottom
Midas
tower is
after
under
it,
attack.
so no surprises there. Definitely an item we see very often on supports these days. Class Nakrudo
Radiant's
trying to
top
pressure the
is
tower,
under
but
attack.
oh, Song of the Siren, that ward still paying dividends here as they will drop the Orchid and Yasnair, making sure that Tusk dies for... How many deaths does Tusk have? I think he died like 6 times or something like that. As the NP actually TP in front of that Tusk with the Sprout blocking him. They have the Ice Path and the damage to be able to find Sayu. Ice Path actually finds Quadix as he has a haste rune, so could easily disengage from this Wukong's command. Oh, Nesphere. Oh. Didn't check the haste rune there. Okay, that's a class Nakrudo dead, and the Grimstroke paying off very, very much. And that's why this brewing to Grimstrokes is always very scary. Usually, it's so easy for that hero to
Dire's
deal
middle
with
tower
the...
is under attack.
to deal with what the Brewmaster wants to do. Now, the Monkey King still, relatively farm, but he has no farming items at the end of the day. In fact, he might be dead. Good, Ice Path buying some time, but Sayu was on the left side. Would be able to get the Avatar Sunstrike. Will probably find us. Maybe he dodged it? I think he dodged it with the mischief there. Maybe production can aid us, as Sayu is going to be slowed down. They have the Vessel from that NP, and with the Sprout blocking his path, he should be dying. Alright, finally for Siva, they get something. But look at Class Nakrudo here. If he moves forward, there's 2 heroes waiting.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
There's nothing that's gonna happen. Okay.
Radiant's top tower is under
Rain
attack.
Prince going to the other side. We do see a fair amount of vision here being put out. Looks like they ideally want to fight for the Wisdom Rune, fight for their Tormentor as well. Let's see if Siva is going to be able to accomplish all of that, because that Naga is very scary, and once the Moonlight Shadow, once the Song of the Siren is up, you can always be fighting as Squadix and FNG looking for stuff to do, but they are just going to be camping the enemy triangle as Sibe is camping this left side of the offlane of VP. Nesphere actually a little bit by himself, but they understand that most of VP is camping that triangle, now camping that tier 2 tower bottom. And they might go for a trade here, not only of towers, but also Wisdom Runes. The thing is, the tower falling on the side of Sibe is a tier 2, whereas Sibe, they're not even willing to showing the tower, as Notice will get the Wisdom Rune, and that's a dead erase. Oh my lord. Such a swift move. So swift. They show up at the perfect time, they kill the Tusk. Can we check Tusk's deaths? I think he died 7 times this game. He started so well, but definitely not the ideal performance here, as they will smoke regardless, despite the death of the Tusk. Timbersaw is on the left side. I think that Lane Ward will eventually clip him as Quadix. His smoke's gonna break, but they do not have any detection. Or not fast enough. Oh no. The Brewmaster was the first one to show, and he had no dust. Rain was way too far away. He was on the left side. Very unlucky there for Sibe. Squad X has that ink swell going. We'll find Lonely. The stun is there with the silence. Oh my lord, Erase. This is just too much. Okay, they're gonna drop the Macropire with the Ice Path. A lot of damage flying out. As noticed, we use the Timber Chain to get out, but finally, the Boundless picks that one up. So that's core for core, but even then, a lot more resources being used on the side of Sibe. Oh, smoke from VP now.
Radiant's middle tower is under
They're
attack.
looking for a juicy target.
Tower is under attack.
This class Nocrudo did finish his Radiance, so Pinky Boy, the smoke's gonna break, but yeah, that's a weird thing. The NP gets found on this side, but what about the Brew? He gets skilled up, doesn't have a BKB, doesn't have a Lotus Orb, unable to deal with that Grimstroke.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, this game is... I didn't expect this game to go this way, especially considering how good of an early game they had. But now they're just finding pickoffs everywhere, and Sibe never punishes them hard enough. That Tusk, that Tusk is behind the offlane Brew, almost behind the NP. And it felt like it was going to be such a good Tusk game. But the Grimstroke just makes everything so much harder for him. Like any smoke or like anything can really kill him pretty much. Smoke from Sibe. They will find Notice as the smoke breaks, so Notice is aware. Most of the other targets on the left side, and Notice will be found. The blink out! They should have hit him! They just needed to wall sponge him. Oh no. And now Erase is by himself, 5 levels behind that Timber, 1 level behind the support. And that Snowball, it's not gonna suffice. Really good tree throw, as now he will be able to blink away, but at the cost of his support dying. Good TP from Erase, but it feels like such a small consolation prize. Like, do you even want to be alive when the conditions and the situation of the game is this hard? Maybe death is a better path, is an easier one. Whew. Tough one, tough one. Can I check the win percentage here? Because I think this is like a 95-5 or something. I don't know. Oh, they cut the tree. Nesphere. I mean, we talked about Monkey King being good in lane against the Timbersaw, but what about afterwards? Alright, Snowball's gonna connect. They do get the Warrior Sponge finally using the Bruce Split. The Rock is gonna find that Invoker as they're gonna dispel the stun with the Ink Swell, and Erase will be tossed into the air and eventually killed by Kiritich. The damage is there. They will get the kill with the Macropyre, but those illusions are ramming up onto the Brewlings. FNG will be able to disengage with that Bug Silence, and 3 dead for 1, maybe 4. As this Erase Brewmaster will eventually and surely fall. Maybe a nice path could be the difference maker here. It's not gonna be. They have the Blink, they have the Avalanche, they have so much control for the poor Brewmaster. And this game is looking worse than game number 1. VP played this game really well. The way they were able to find so many targets, to use the Naga Siren getting a lot. Okay. Silence and his snares. This Fear forced to BKB. Oh. Yep, that's unfortunate. See, they're not gonna be able to fight for a while now. Kiritich just showing by himself here. This is like literally the real Naga. War Sprint's gonna be there. Barely Tickles. Those Scales. She's gonna slither away. Keep on farming. Keep on being annoying as Roshan, I believe, is gonna be attempted here. Everyone from VP on that left side, and the Naga is also approaching. So they will go for this Roshan move, and maybe even go high ground. Usually first Roshan, not necessarily what you expect to be a Roshan. I'm sorry, a high ground ticket. But I don't know. It really feels like Seabay, if they lose 1 or 2 heroes, they're not going to be able to defend high ground. Even if they have buybacks, they're just too weak. Like, technically, they should have a really good high ground defense. You have Shard Block, you have Sprout, you have Ice Path and Macropyre. But they're all too poor. Even the Monkey King, to some degree, the Bruce Split. They have a really decent amount of high ground spells, but this game is very tough. And looks like the Tusk is also going for Desolator. I am not sure about that. So we do see the NP tipping away here.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Flame Prince.
Goodness.
Yeah, I gotta say, I also feel like the fact that Jakiro got so many kills in the early game in the lane, like, it was not obviously stealing them, but, you know, it's a little bit of bad RNG. If the Monkey King gets like 3 out of those 4 kills, this is definitely a different game for the Monkey King, because his build and the way he was supposed to play this game was very high tempo, and, you know, obviously not gonna farm as much if you have to go Echo Saber first item. So I feel like there was a tipping point there where with enough kills he can actually do a lot more than he did. But yeah, unfortunate, as the Tornado will not find the fleeing target, and the Tusk is gonna be just fine. Nasphere just uses the Dire Scan close to the tier 1 tower to make sure he's not going to be found.
Good for my tower.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Squadix might be on the lookout for him, as the Monkey King actually, wow, almost jumps into that Tornado. Cold Snap, EMP will drain all of his mana, but he should be fine. As a raise, forced to BKB here? What's happening? Snowball gonna be used onto Kirtish. They have that Ink Swell to cancel his Blink Dagger, and the Sunstrike will, alongside Notice, find the kill, and they find this Jakiro by himself. That BKB was freshly bought, which means there's no buyback for the Tusk, and this game could be pretty much ending right now. The Jakiro has a buyback, and he's probably gonna be forced into it, or maybe do you wait for the Tusk? Do you wait for 2 lanes of barracks to fall before you commit it? I mean, a lot of patience here in CB, but it feels fruitless. It feels like they're out of options, as Nasphere is nearby, actually going around to find a good angle for this fight. They're gonna drop the Glyph, so that's the first lane of barracks falling, but they're also doing damage to the bottom side. Okay, Monkey King drops his ulti, Boundless Strikes, totally wasted. BKB onto Timbersaw, BKB to dodge the EMP, as they are doing no damage. The Grimstroke's still alive, by the way, as finally, no, he's still alive. Erase will die. I think his BKB is still on cooldown for the last fight. Good Hurl Boulder, locking the Invoker in place, but there's just no damage. There's no hope. There is absolutely nothing that they can do, and they find this Monkey hiding in the trees. GG flies out, and Seabay, they get destroyed 2-0 in this series. I'm not gonna mince any words. That was a stomp if I've ever seen one. Luckily for them, it actually doesn't mean anything. Virtus Pro, they're gonna keep being first place. Klee are still gonna be second place, and Seabay are still third place. They're moving forward. The thing is, they're not going to be in the winner's bracket. There is no chance for them to be there. We can check the groups just so you guys get an idea of how things are looking like right now. But nothing changed, actually. You know, that was a cool match, but at the end of the day, in the grand scheme of things, the groups look exactly the same. Just the number of points that changed. Seabay is now -1, and Virtus Pro is now +7. So very clean performance, and you know, I think that's what most people expected from them, so no surprises there, as we can see all of those beautiful faces. Yeah, VP, congratulations, they are moving to the winners bracket of the Pinnacle 25 years anniversary show tournament. I think they played pretty well. This game number 2, their draft was definitely a little bit inferior. They had a couple of flaws. They were just not abused and exploited enough by Seabay. Which is expected, right? Virtus Pro, very decent team. Decent very good team that plays highly at TI and even kept their roster, which I think is very commendable. And they're doing really good. So very curious to see how well they're going to do in the grand scheme of things against the other teams. But yeah, we're going to have to wait a little bit for the next match, which is Na'Vi versus Yellow Submarine. This is going to happen in about 2 hours, I want to say. No, 1 hour. Because, yeah, we did start at 7 my time. So in about an hour and 10 minutes, we should be starting with the second series of the day. We're going to be back, so maybe take a shower, go play a ranked match of Dota 2 if you still have the sanity for it. And we're going to be here waiting for the next series. So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. Make sure to subscribe to the channel so that you know all of the matches that we're going to have during the playoffs of this tournament. I'm bo3, and I'm going to be back in about an hour.
Sport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Oh, esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Welcome back to Pinnacle 25 years anniversary show. This is the second series of the day, and this is going to be a big one. We have Na'Vi versus Yellow Submarine. And I think we should take a look on the groups just so you understand how important this series is, because both of these 2 teams are actually fighting for a chance to go to the second stage of the tournament, to go to the playoffs. So at the end of the day, it might look like it doesn't matter who wins here, because Moneymakers, they already played all of their matches. In Atlas Burden, they are pretty much out, right? But here's the thing. If Yellow Submarine loses 2-0, they go to -3, allowing Moneymakers to go third place. So that's the first possibility. But there's also the chance that Yellow Submarines wins against Na'Vi 2-0, putting them at second place, putting them in the winner's bracket. There's a lot at stake here. And it's only Falcons guaranteed, and they are goddamn guaranteed with 8 points. They didn't really drop a single game, just a perfect run from them so far. And yeah, that's not the team we're talking about today, though. It's Na'Vi versus Yellow Submarine. And I don't know, I just really like the whole Yellow Submarine thing. We have, Satanic, formerly known as Satanic, now known as Butterfly, playing for this team with the old team Spirit tag. So there's, a lot of nostalgia involved. We have this newcomer that is, slowly making waves. I think the path towards competitive Tier 1 Dota in Eastern Europe is so complicated and hard to get. So as good of a player he is, he still has a lot to learn in terms of competitive knowledge. But yeah, before I talk about them, let's talk about Na'Vi. We have Shigetsu playing in the position 1, Meloju, the mid player for them, Nefrit in the offlane, Zayat for position 4, as well as Melody in the position 5. Now for Yellow Submarine, we have the beautiful. Oh, yep, that's Yellow Submarine. We do have Satanic being one of the players. He changed his name to Butterfly. I'm not sure. Like I know that in Dota 2 Pro Tracker, like his nickname is Butterfly now, but I don't know how it works with his actual game tag. We have Rue. I think Absolute Massive is the mid player, and Rue and Ike should be the supports. Yeah, this is going to be a really interesting game to watch. I obviously do favor Navi slightly, just because they've been around for a while. They played a lot of Pinnacle Cups in the past. But I wouldn't really put it past Yellow Submarine taking this. I do feel like they have what it takes, and it's going to depend mainly on draft, mainly on how well they woke up. But yeah, I do feel like it's easier for them to like maybe 2-0 Navi than any other winning probability. Like I think if Navi takes one game, they're probably not going to win the second one as Yellow Submarine. But maybe if they have some new strategies going, if they have some snowball drafts that they can use, I could see them just like overpowering Navi. I think it definitely happens a lot here in Pinnacle Cup, although we did have a fair amount of 3-game series. I do remember former ones where a lot of 2-0s happened, but not the case right now. I think with the shuffle, as well as a recently, I guess, relatively new patch. It's not really that much new, but there's a fair amount of changes that are happening. It definitely threw the balance a little bit, which makes for very entertaining games, and hopefully this one is going to be no different. As soon as we have a draft, I'm going to let you guys know about it. But yeah, I mean, I know a lot of people are very hyped about Satanic. He's the new kid in the block. He's been, there's a lot of YouTube videos. You can get highlights of him. He like super high MMR, and we're gonna watch which hero he's gonna play because we do have a draft, and let's get right into it. I don't know if we do have any bans. We have a Phoenix ban here from Yellow Submarine. Interesting one. I don't think I've seen that many Phoenixes banned, especially in the first phase, especially as a first phase ban. But yeah, it is what it is. As they're going to take away the plugin and the breaker inside of Navi. Spirit Breaker still not really being let go at all. Looks like the hero still very scary for a lot of these pro teams. And it will definitely be removed. Looks like Spirit Breaker has a 23% win rate in this tournament. So not the ideal win rate, not a win rate of a hero you think banning it first phase would make sense. But, the teams, they're learning. They're no artificial intelligence. They have their own time. They'll get there. I'm sure they're going to get there. But so far, no Spirit Breaker is going to be banned, as we see the Treant ban from Yellow Submarine. That's so interesting how the Treant ban works, because some teams, they don't ban it, they don't pick it, they just pretend the hero does not exist. Whereas for Yellow Submarine, they decided that it's not something they really want to be playing against. Maybe it has to do with the type of offlaner that they play. Maybe they like playing some roamers, and the Treant, like if you have a solo offlaner in the lane, is not really going to be able to withstand however the combination of carries with a Treant there. So I can see why you would remove it. It's just interesting how the philosophy in some of these teams is totally different. As Navi, they take away the Kunkka and the Primal Beast, two heroes that did get nerfed but are still relatively popular. So in general, feels like the plugin is really the most popular hero that I think deserves the ban here in this draft. Everyone else is, I'm like, okay, I mean, these are good heroes, but are they really the best options? Regardless, though, as Yellow Submarine thinks about their last ban, they also have to think about their first pick, and there's a lot of the really good ones that they didn't really get banned. I'm talking Grimstroke, I'm talking Spectre, Weaver, Muerta, although Spectre not really a first pick type hero, and they will ban the Muerta I talked about and pick up the NP. All right, global style hero. Spectre still in the pool, and I've seen that picked against NP quite a lot, but not as a first pick, so we're probably going to see Grimstroke type hero or maybe another popular support. I think I've seen a fair amount of Gyrocopter support the last couple of days. Tusk is not unheard and unseen against NP. You have the snowball out of Sprout, which is nice. Couldn't even, I think, shard yourself out of the Sprout, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, they're going to be taking their time here to see exactly what it is that they want to play. As okay, there we go. It is the Tusk I talked about. I do like the hero. It usually is better with a Muerta, although that was banned from Yellow Submarine. I think they did expect Tusk being just like the except Grimstroke. It's probably the support you want to pick, and banning away the Muerta is always nice. You don't want to give that combination away pretty much ever, as the Wither is going to be removed. I wonder if the Spectre gets taken out. At the end of the day, this is probably a support in P, so not sure how much emphasis you want to be giving your support in P against the enemy Spectre. And yeah, indeed, they're going to actually take the Grimstroke away, leave the Spectre in the pool, as Na'Vi has their final ban right now. All right. Taking their time here. I wonder if Void is something they would like to ban. Yes, it's pretty early, but it is one of the carry solutions you see against Tusk a lot. But at the same time, maybe you want to Void for yourself just because there is an NP on the other side. But out of the very popular heroes, I think everything else besides Spectre has been addressed. Both Spectre and Void are the carries that actually deal really well with Tusk and NP. But they will remove the Necrophos instead. Okay. I was definitely not expecting that one. So maybe they're going for an early core pick here that really dislike having Necrophos in the lane. Whether that's mid or off lane is yet to be seen as Na'Vi. I think I saw a Dawnbreaker combination with Tusk in another game. The team obviously didn't win, but I do like the combination. It's another one of those Tusk combos that are very popular. I guess Centaur is another one. The hero is available. But you are against a Sprout of the NP. But no, instead it's actually just the Enchantress. Interesting. Especially the Necrophos ban, because Enchantress does have a Dispel for the Ghost Shroud. Obviously, if you plan on picking a hero that is very weak in lane, then your support having a Dispel doesn't really mean that much. But just a little interesting that they valued this Necro ban as much as they did. I have not seen a lot of Necro bans in second phase from other teams, but you know, it goes back to all the philosophy talk we're talking about, as they will get the center, denying the Tusk combo away, but also a hero that doesn't necessarily like playing against Tusk. You can stand Pete away, but a shard block can, if well placed and well cast, can get you stuck, which is never nice. As Yellow Submarine could pick their other support here. AA still in the pool. What else is available here? AA, Rubik, Phoenix did get taken away, so yeah, we have to go pretty down the list here of supports, as they will go for the Breshka. All right, Dark Willow, decentish against Enchantress, decentish against Tusk, but nothing major. All right, so I'm assuming this is going to be a Willow 4 with the center. And then you have this Nature's Prophet 5 with probably a melee carry for Satanic or Butterfly. I'm not sure if people are used to calling him Butterfly now yet. So I'll be using both names just so you know who I'm talking about. As now the Spectre against the NP. That was a pretty easy one that we predicted at the beginning of the draft. And now Na'Vi probably have to pick their mid hero or offlane. The thing is, you only know one of the supports, so you don't know the carry to carry matchup. Maybe you actually have to pick your mid hero. Not the easiest place to be right now as Na'Vi. I think the Spectre pick makes sense. You know the lane and you know the... you have another reason to pick the Spectre just because of the MP. And there you go. The Dawnbreaker I talked about. So they don't focus necessarily on the matchup. They just pick a good combo because this is going to, I guess, decrease the chance that the matchup that Yellow Submarine picks will make it too hard for them. And looking at their heroes, Void is definitely a really good hero to have against Tusk. But very tanky boys. there. Enchantress, obviously not a boy, and Dawnbreaker, kind of a robot woman, but they're all very bulky, and regardless, they pick it. Interesting. I can definitely see them struggle damage-wise. Looking at their heroes, not the highest amount of burst damage. Like, Centaur has a lot, but not inside Chrono. We'll see how the fights are going to turn out for them, as now they have 2 bans. Na'Vi, they're probably going to ban Invoker, and they're probably going to ban another Faceless Void combination here. I wonder exactly. Maybe Puck? I don't mind the Puck ban. I think... Yeah, like having someone that's mobile against the Tusk Shards and at the same time provides damage inside the Chrono is definitely the way to go, in my opinion. Whereas for Yellow Submarine, you're probably wanting to ban... You probably also want to ban Puck. So it's a bit weird, right? Both sides want Puck. Who has the first pick of the third phase here? I'm assuming... I can't really see from the screen that I have, but I'm assuming it's Na'Vi. Yeah, because Yellow Submarine, they did have first pick, and they should have... Oh, no, yeah. So Yellow Submarine should have the first pick of the next phase. So I don't think they want to ban Puck. You probably want to keep it, force Na'Vi to ban it instead, since they do have the advantage of picking it in the other phase. Oh, well, never mind. They banned it. Well, at least we were in the same page of the teams in like which heroes are valuable right now. As now Na'Vi. I think the Invoker ban is pretty straightforward here. You just take it away. It's just a dumb combo, right? Chrono, Cataclysm. It's so easy. If they don't want to ban that, I guess Zeus is kind of good against Tusk because you have the jump through the shards. You also have a lot of damage on the Enchantress. She is usually very strong against right-click damage, but not against Zeus. So these are 2 heroes that kind of jump to mind, as the Invoker will be banned. And Yellow Submarine, what else do you want to take here? Heroes that threaten Void or Centaur. I mean, Primo and Kanka got banned. Is Dazzle good here? Maybe Dazzle is something they can ban for as Yellow Submarine. Because you have a Void, right? That's going to be an even bigger layer of protection. The catch on the side of Yellow Submarine is not that great, and obviously Dazzle always goes Blink. So hard for the Void to Chrono. They have no instant catch. Literally no instant catch for Yellow Submarine, unless they're smoked or have a Shadow Blade on the Void. So, I like the Dazzle ban, but he banned the Shaker. I guess similar, not really similar, but indicating that maybe they want to play a melee hero in the mid lane here for Yellow Submarine, or some sort of short range hero. So yeah, I guess either Zeus for Yellow Submarine or Lina. I'm not sure I like Lina. Like, once you get the eggs, Lina is very good against Tusk. But before that, I don't know. And you're also picking the Lina blind. There could be a couple of matches here that you're scared of, especially the Dazzle we talked about. But, I think Lina is fine. Lina or Zeus kind of jump to mind as, they need damage. They're very beefy on the side of Na'Vi. You're going to go Razor instead. Not the route I expected. I guess it does deny a fair amount of heroes here. I really like the Dazzle now for Na'Vi. I think you have a way to keep your distance from the Poison Touch. You build items to keep your distance from the Razor as well. I guess there is Sprout and there is... Oh, they go for the Zeus. Okay, another hero we kind of touched upon. And I'll say every single Zeus performance I've seen this turn has been a gigantic stomp for the Zeus. I've seen a game with a 26-0 Zeus, and then like one that he was 22-3. In general, every game I've seen from Zeus was insane. And okay, so we do see a raise here, just making sure his beautiful locks are hydrated. Nefrit, looking pretty good. looking very sharp. Can take a look at Rue. Melody. It does feel like they're all in the same place. So that's always a good sign, right? Having players play together. That seems like a house of some sorts. Maybe it's an Airbnb from Navi. I'm not sure what exactly your life looks like. Meloju just chilling right here. All right, so looking at the draft, I gotta say, I think I prefer what Navi has just slightly. That Razor pick threw me off guard. Not to say that Yellow Submarine stands no chance. Like, if you were talking just the team advantage, I would say it's like a 60-40 for Navi. I feel like Yellow Submarine definitely has the caliber of players needed to take a series out of them. But now when I look at the draft, I probably have to go like 70-30 for Navi. I just prefer their draft a little bit more. I guess mostly because of the Razor. I'm not entirely sure. Like, I get that the hero is strong, but I'm not entirely sure what the hero is supposed to do this game. It was picked blindly, right? So you don't know your matchup. It doesn't really crush the Zeus. In fact, Zeus is pretty fine in that lane. He just hops away from the static link. He can always CS, even if the Razor drains a lot of damage. He should only struggle if the NP gets some good rotations, and that's what you have to watch out for. But as long as he breaks the static link with his jump, I'm not even sure if they have enough damage to kill him under tower, because there's always going to be TPs. We'll see what's going to happen here as Shigetsu and the King, formerly known as Satanic, now known as Butterfly. Lots of names here. 3 names already. Trading tips, so both players. Maybe it's a friendly tip, and maybe it's some banter, some unresolved business from a pub that we have no idea about. Damn, he's actually rank 5 Satanic right now. God damn. This guy is grinding. Definitely grinding a lot. There's Navi chilling here in the mid lane. They did get a fair amount of vision in the mid lane with that sort of deep ward on the left side. And Yellow Submarine, they're just chilling in their own triangle area / the Radiant Big Jungle. Doesn't seem like any team really has the intention of going for a fight. They're just posturing here. Pretty much mirror movement, especially with the wards as well. As Zayat is going to push away the King. And yeah, nothing's really going to happen apparently. There we go. It is a 2-4-2 Absolute Massive, and Ike picking up the runes for the dire side as Shigetsu did take a fair amount of damage. TP from the NP is not going to be used, but he did just showcase the fact that he has no Sprout learned, which makes a lot of sense. After all, he is going to be playing against Spectre as well as a Zeus. Not going to be the most impactful spell level 1. Might as well have the teleportation to aid in some fights inside lanes, as Melody will be able to stand her ground and just throws a couple of lances here in the Dark Willow. Trading pretty even, so both supports high armor, distant attack damage, should be fine. Absolute Massive with 2 rings of protection, so very tanky boy. And I do love the Meloju starting item build. I think this is very underrated. A lot of Zoo players don't go for it. Like, you're just not gonna die. You don't need the HP regen as a Zeus. But look at that. A lot of emphasis here in pushing the lane. So Meloju did have to use a lot of arc lighting mana to make sure that he wouldn't really lose the range creep experience. The top lane, 3-0 for the King against the 6-1 of Nefrit. So definitely being harassed quite a bit, and he gets level 2 quite early, but the wave is pushing, so a bit hard to really utilize that pressure. Melody just hopping away, trading some right clicks here against Absolute Massive, but those 2 ring of protections make this centaur very beefy. I don't believe he can die in this lane, like ever. I would be very impressed if he dies in that lane. Maybe for a rotation, which is possible. That Tusk has a lot of reach on his spells, as we do see Meloju just standing his ground here. Shouldn't really be worried at all about the raise. Does even get a deny here. But he's being slightly zoned after all. The Razor knows that if by any chance the Zeus uses too much mana and he doesn't have mana to hop, I think it's like 50 mana, then there is a chance for counter kill. As the King definitely being zoned here. A lot of right-click damage coming from Nefrit. Very good at trading as the King. Will take some damage to get a creep, but not a lot of action. We did see talked about the combination of the shards and the Starbreaker, but at the end of the day, you will need... pretty much, it has to be on the NP, because the Void can time walk unless he misplays. Void should not be dying that lane, just like Absolute Massive shouldn't be dying that lane. So in a way, right, I was talking about the fact that I'm not sure I believe in this Razor. The side lanes for Yellow Submarine are very good. Speaking of side lanes, we will see the Brambles and the Blow Grenade being thrown away, but Malady with the heal as well as that stick charge should be able to live. Not if they have the Shadow Realm as well, and Rue will get first blood, and that is what their draft excels at. They have two side lanes that are very durable, and on top of that, you have the global presence of this NP, and they start with a bang here. First blood for the newcomers. All right. And there we go. That's the extent of Erase's impact in this lane. Obviously, he did pick without knowing his mid lane opponent. And Malady just going to be chilling here as she gets to doing okay in lane. Slightly behind the Void from King, but nothing major. And obviously, this is not the easiest lane for him. Spectre very rarely wins lanes, but the Enchantress definitely making things competitive with that Harpy damage. We do see that the large camp did get blocked by Yellow Submarine, so no new creeps for her. As the King is trading some damage here. A lot of creeps for this Dawnbreaker, but she doesn't really seem to care. So much armor, so much base damage. She is made of steel after all. As in the mid lane, 25-5 against the 22-3. Erase not doing bad, but obviously unable to really zone that Zeus totally away from the lane, as looks like he will be static linked, but nothing too big. As in the bottom lane, Malady once again waits for the Brambles, sidestep them, very nicely done. Dark Willow not really being too good at hitting them so far, as Malady just keeps on trading here. Zayad now going for some pokes on King. Nothing major. He's just blocking the camp. He did get de-warded by that sentry, but he just wants to make sure that his creep wave equilibrium is not going to be affected by some pulls. As we do see that he is alone, and P will TP to that top lane. The Void definitely starting to get behind. He was ahead of the Spectre by a fair amount, but hasn't really gotten a single CS for a while, just because the NP has been roaming a little bit, not really securing his farm as much as he possibly would like. He's actually lowest CS right now, as we do see all of the heroes on the side of Na'Vi creep up in farm. Time dilation is going to be used as Nefrit. It's going to be sprouted up, but not enough damage or control or anything for that matter, as he is now a full level ahead of the Void, despite the fact that he was alone in lane. You can see from the denies, 13 denies that Dawnbreaker was able to pull off, as the Ray is going to be jumped here. They have the ulti from the Zeus. Finally, Zayad will pick that one up, and there we go. Their Q combo working out, as they also find rune here, but the price of that rune is going to be death, as Malady will once again pick up another kill. So the supports getting both kills there. The Zeus, unfortunately, not really picking a single one. Not the end of the world, obviously, as this global aspect here of Na'Vi, the Spectre, the Zeus, definitely going to be hard to deal with. Ike, really good Sprout block, not allowing Zayat to run away, but they do not hit the Plasma Field, and so the slow is not going to be there to lock him in place. And now the King trying to bounce back here in CS, now tied with the Spectre, but still a big difference from the Dawnbreaker. 45-14. Oh, Zayat will try and get his own Wisdom Rune, and he will be successful at that, which means Ike will unfortunately fall. And at the same time, I think the other... Yeah, Rue did get the other one, so it is a 1-for-1 at the end of the day. Absolute Massive definitely having a decent game as well. 10 denies on him. But in general, everyone is relatively even in CS. It's just that the Void started so well that I'm surprised he ends up being this low, even behind a Spectre, not a hero known for being good in lane. Oh, there you go. Dawnbreaker, OT on top of Absolute Massive. He has that Vanguard, but won't be able to get out as the Chronosphere is available. Do they have any damage right now? It really feels like they don't. Blood Grenade is going to be laid out as finally the Brambles locking down Zayat, but they're spreading their damage too thin, and they don't really find anyone. Finally, Plasma Field's going to be there fighting Shigetsu. Really good OT away from the static link as King looking for any targets, but they have no slows. They have no ways from fighting kills. Zyke maybe possibly looking at Zayat will not get that kill either, and just a really awkward fight from Yellow Submarine that cost them a lot. The Chronosphere mainly, but that's a big cooldown, and also the TP from King from Butterfly. As we'll be surprised here, but Zayat could cancel his... Yep, there you go. Just being a little nuisance, as King will be able to time walk his way and dodge some of that damage, as well as be fine top. Alright. 2k gold advantage here for Na'Vi. Nothing major, as it looks like Absolute Massive already has his Vanguard. Probably gonna go for a Blink Dagger in no time. Oh, Brambles will hit. They have the Hoof Stomp and the Double Edge. A lot of damage. He gets to out of mana. Cannot really ult anyone. Does he have vision for anyone? He doesn't need it. He's tanky enough. She's tanky enough. And now look at the mid lane. They have that Troll Creep. So many Skelly boys just having that extra damage. Now Ike TP's here. Level 3 will be overpowered by the damage. And Melody, he might be able to get on top of Erase. The center OT buying some time, but Erase cannot stand his ground. The Brambles are going to be there, but the heals from Melody allowing them to, at least for now, survive, as Erase will be forced away. Spectre OT, they get vision of the Razor. This is starting to become a disaster. Na'Vi moving forward. Rue should be next. Do they have enough vision for another Arc Lighting? Nice. Fog, Juke, holy crap, he's still alive, gets vision for the urn, and the snowball is gonna be there. Oh, Shadow Realm, where's the lightning bolt? Waiting for it, and eventually Meloju picks it up. So definitely giving them trouble for it, but at the end of the day, it does not matter. That Void, 54-4, so recovering a little bit, Yellow Submarine, but everyone else already in struggle town here. This Razor really failing to see what this hero is supposed to do. So many ways to kite the Razor. Oh, Absolute Massive gets found. The Dawnbreaker ult is going to be off the mark if he micros, but doesn't matter. He will be taken down anyways very quickly. Despite the 2 dire wards in the triangle, they will be able to just overpower him. He thought he was safe, but not the case. And now, Yellow Submarine going for a smoke here. Tired of being run at. Tired of being pressured as much. And I do see Melody doing a lot of damage to this tower. Does have that Troll Creep. And another TP from Absolute Massive. Had a decent start, but those deaths definitely hurting him, as the heal from Melody is going to be used. Doesn't even bother with the Hoof Stomp, actually. Knows that if that spell gets popped, they're not going to be fine, as the King tries to get out. But look at the range. That Snowball from far away. The Razor TP is there. They have the center ulti, and Shigetsu should be in trouble. He's going to fall. Somehow, Yellow Submarine turning that fight, at least for now. Can they time walk the damage? King will be able to go to the right side, but on the left side, the Dawnbreaker will fall. That's a double kill for Erase, and the first real actual win from Yellow Submarine so far. They just doubled the amount of kills they had with that one engagement. Melojo, though, has his Phylactery, looking very powerful at the moment. Kaya seems to be the next item of choice. as we do see Melody chilling here in the bottom side. Does have the OT on the Sprunky Enchantress, so
See what kind of trouble.
very hard to be taken down. At the end of the day, a lot of their damage is actually right-click based on Yellow Submarine.
Dire's bottom tower is
Yeah.
under attack.
Faceless Void here from Satanic, doing a decent job now ahead of everyone in CS. He had dropped his advantage quite a bit, but starting to look a bit better on his side. We could maybe check the net worth to understand a bit more what's happening, as he's going to be engaged upon. Walrus Punch with that spectral damage. Oh no, way too casual with the Time Walk. Could have probably survived, but good spell casting from Na'Vi prevents him from doing anything.
Dire's top tower
As now the
is under
tower
attack.
will be collapsed upon. No real answer here from Yellow Submarine. They have to let it go, and another tower will fall. They're gonna drop the glyph just in case, but there's no denying the tower will fall. We do see Melody just tanking a lot of creeps, being a nuisance here, protecting this tower. We'll see if they're gonna be able to do anything about that, as he is okay. And we'll try and go for that Enchantress, and there's no way she lives. A lot of heroes and resources being spent, mainly the Stampede, but if this gives them the tower, which seems to be the case, it's probably a worthwhile trade. A raise, even gets a right click right there. I think the center wanted it for the Blink Dagger, but look at that. There's a counter play being made right now, and look at it. The Centaur doesn't have his Blink and doesn't have a way out. Good Willow OT, but even then, the Zeus has enough damage. He was out of range for that OT, as a Ray is going to be broken by those creeps, and with the damage that she gets, so should be able to pick it up. It's Nefrit that gets the right click, and 11 and 5 here for Na'Vi. Still, a lot of space being opened up for Satanic as he is approaching that Maelstrom. Zayat getting closer to his Blink Dagger. Decent timing he has on the item. Now Nefrit also nearby, but it doesn't seem like he's gonna find anyone. Erase. Gonna be taking some damage here. The slow from that Phylactery alongside some of those spears is meaningful, but not enough to get the kill. They do not have God's Thunder God's Wrath for that last bit of damage. Satanic with the TP does have a Chronosphere, but holding on to it for now is Absolute Massive. Playing here if she gets on the bottom side, but doesn't really commit as he is alone and there is a tier 2 tower nearby. Alright, interesting game here, as we do see Satanic going back to the top side of the map. There is a catapult wave. Seems like they want to try and at least pressure this tier 2 tower. They know that the Void doesn't have a TP, by the way. He did TP to aid in this fight, so if he's gonna be here, it's gonna take a while. This is not a bad fight for them to force, as the Blink on Centaur gets revealed, and if they can burst this Enchantress, it could be huge, but they're holding on to it. Melody is tanky eventually. Does fall though. That double edge, very scary. The Void, it did walk towards the right side once again. Nefrit, I guess they were considering to OT to save the Ench, but they decide not to. They want to save that for the Chronosphere. So maybe right call from Na'Vi, but that's still a small trade here. The Yellow Submarine was able to pick up, and now they will smoke. They're not going to find any heroes in the triangle, but if they really try to go for it, they might find the Dawnbreaker, especially because they saw the creeps. Oh, but look at that. The Radiant scan is on point, and the Dire scan slightly off, since the Dawnbreaker did react to the first scan a little bit faster. Okay. Now that's a smoke from Na'Vi. So looking at items here, Yanch still doesn't have her 4 staff, but Zeus with OT up probably means they can get a kill. Not level 2 OT on Meloju, but the Fairy Trinket by itself with the Kaya is a huge timing they would love to use. That is a gazillion damage. They will get vision of the Razor here in the mid lane. They are very eager to get erased this low. Nice OT from the center, though. The shard never came, so it was just... Yeah, I don't know about that. Shard was not used. I guess he pretty much knew he was dead once he pressed the snowball. Maybe the play was to force the Stampede in the first place. But now they actually need to do something about it, or else it's just going to be a dead support for no reason. She gets it, though, getting closer and closer to that relic. His Radiance is going to be an incredible timing here for Na'Vi, not only for the fights, but for the farming. That's really what he does for Spectre nowadays, since the Haunt spell did get removed. They get deleted from the game.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Gold is a great conductor.
Oh well. Tusk here working on his Blink Dagger. Still needs about 500 gold. Definitely not being very lucky with the last couple of rotations that happened. But at the same time, Meloju working on the Netherlands. Not an item you see at all. Usually it's straight up Octarine, but in this game, probably afraid of the Chronosphere, probably afraid of the Sprout. Deciding to go this Netherlands route. Not very common, but I'm very curious to see how it's going to pay off for him. Now Zayat just shielding here. Oh well. Pretty quiet game for the last couple of minutes. No Chronospheres being used. Obviously Na'Vi, they want to get that Radiance on the Spectre, so they don't have any incentives to really ramp up the pace of the game. And look at that Void going straight up for the Mjolnir instead of a BKB, understanding that the kill potential on the side of Na'Vi is pretty mediocre. They don't have enough lockdown. They don't have any silences or anything that could prevent him from not casting Chrono or casting Time Walk. I do like that. Sometimes I think it's pretty greedy for a Void to go straight up Mjolnir, but if there's a game for it, it's probably this one. As a race, did get his BKB finish. So sometimes on Yellow Submarine, hitting slightly faster than the ones on Na'Vi, and we're going to see whether this BKB Mjolnir timing is something they want to be using aggressively, because, well, if they don't... Oh, there you go. They actually smoke instantly, as they will find Zayat. Not the ideal target, as the snowball is going to be used. They're looking for more targets on the left side. Can the Satanic Void find anyone? So far, they didn't even kill Zayat, but beautiful Sprout actually blocking that Tusk completely. Good time dilation, looking for someone, but the Enchantress is not the hero the Satanic Void wants. He wants that Zeus. He wants anyone else. Well, they can get it. Just make sure you don't commit the Chronosphere. And finally, the Enchantress will fall. Yellow Submarine showcasing here pretty good moves, and if you had any questions about whether they were good enough to take Na'Vi, they are definitely being answered right now. Despite a decent lead here on the side of Na'Vi, it is Yellow Submarine doing the moves, recovering the net worth that was lost. But now the Radiance should be up on the Spectre in no time, and interested to see how Na'Vi wants to respond. They're right now waiting for this Wisdom Rune, as they also want to get their Tormentor, Shigetsu. God, really nice TP. Oh, the Snowball through the Ancients, canceling Rue's TP. It was even more beautiful. Nicely done there. The Blink Dagger debut from Shigetsu. Okay. Now Nifrit. Farming even more. I mean, Razor is a hero that needs a lot of items. You know, in the past, he used to be this super fast tempo type hero, which he can be, but I think more and more we've been seeing, you know, even Razors with Midases and stuff like that, as the OT from Zeus just randomly being popped. Interesting. It's not like they are smoking or like they were roshing or anything. Just a random Zeus OT. Okay. Not sure I entirely get the point of it. But the main point of this game is Satanic is now top of the net worth. He is clearly getting out of control in his farm. And he's gonna get a BKB. And it's already very hard for Na'Vi to kill him. And once he has it, I'm very skeptical on whether they're gonna be able to do so. Now smoke here from Yellow Submarine. Not sure if the BKB on Void did get completed, but they will find an Enchantress. Malady, good 4-step away. Nice snowball, buying time as the Stampede will take everyone away from the Solar Guardian. Now Shigetsu being slowed down by that Plasma Field. Chronosphere is available. Really nice E-Blade, but not in time. Spectre was already way too low. And another fight where Yellow Submarine takes a really important core out of the equation without popping Chronosphere. Satanic, very, very cautious with the usage of it. And, for a good reason. He didn't need it.
Come on, sprites. Radiant are scanning.
Okay. Now the Razor going for a Sanjin Yasha here. Very close. I guess he's already completed it, just sending it through the courier. Melojo did finish the E-Blade, going for Travels as well. So, interesting build. Most of the builds I've seen were, your standard Electri, Kaya, E-Blade, Octarine, Refresher. But he's going for Travels here. He's trying to give the side link. That's good for him in the long run. Damage. Not sure what the timing that they're trying to do. It's forming relatively
Are scanning.
low.
Is a great conductor.
We'd like to be a bit higher. Okay. Looks like Melody did finish his Dragonlance in 4 steps. So the Hurricane Pike going to be very useful against the Void. I mean, I guess everyone. Oh, OT from the Zeus, giving vision of something somewhere, and it is Shigetsu. I guess I understand. The OT is supposed to give Shigetsu vision to find someone out of position and kill them if possible. I guess with that other OT, he never found someone he really could kill, and so he didn't really commit for it. Makes sense. But even after getting that kill, the Void is still massively farmed, and they are going for Roche on the Dire side. With Chronosphere being up and this NP dead for only 15 seconds, do they have enough damage to take this? So far, it feels like Yellow Submarine are not going to partake into a defense, although yeah, the Dire scan came way too late. They cannot do anything now. And Shigetsu will claim the Aegis on Na'Vi. They lost a lot of their net worth lead, but momentum-wise, this Aegis could be exactly what they needed. The Chronosphere might not be enough damage to deal with Shigetsu, and if he has a second life, God knows what could happen. As Absolute Massive taking a lot of damage, will be able to use the Stampede. And now Spectre trying to get away from that Shadowed Step. They have a lot of damage. Finally, the NPOT being used, and Shigetsu will survive. So they trade Spectre OT for Centaur OT. Not that big of a deal. And at the end of the day, Na'Vi is so bad at taking high ground that they are forced into these weird engagements. They need so many kills to actually go high ground. Whereas for Yellow Submarine, not necessarily the case. Like, even these Aegis, they're not going to hit a tier 2 tower right now. It's just impossible for them. They need to find heroes out of position. They need to force some OTs. So if the Chronosphere gets used, if they can force a fair amount of OTs, they could potentially hit the towers. If they kill enough heroes, that could also happen as the Void gets found and instantly time walks away to the right side. The Smoke Tusk unable to really get the jump, as he will find the center instead. And this time there is no Stampede. He's going to be hit by that Dawnbreaker. So much freaking damage. And the King, looking for a Chrono on the left side, does not find it. The BKB is going to be there. Chrono's 303. This is amazing. Can he get the second kill? The Tusk will not survive, as Shigetsu is not a hero that the Void really wants to fight against. Good time walk away, and Melody is going to be locked by the Sprout. So this is a 2-for-1. Core support for a core. If Rue could TP, this is the ideal scenario, but too low to even attempt it, and will eventually fall here. So it's a 2-for-2. Probably very good for Yellow Submarine. Sure, they use their Chronosphere, but at the end of the day, it is a fight pretty far away from their base. And once Na'Vi could even think about hitting tier 2 towers, everyone's going to be up. So overall, not too shabby of a trade, as we do see MKB here being the next item for... Oh, Shigetsu. Another good OT combination here from the Zeus. I'm assuming Nimbus is going to be an item, just because just getting that vision for the Spectre OT is always nice. Malady gets found, time dilation of the mark. He should be fine. Double edge, slowly but surely, wearing the Enchantress off. Good Hurricane Pike away, but it's not enough distance. And if they get another Hoof Stomp with another double edge, it's going to be there. It's a kill for Satanic. Dominating streak, 18,000. I'm sorry, 18,000 net worth right now. Way ahead of everyone else. Despite Yellow Submarine struggling, he's being the rock of this team right now. Okay. Pipe on center up. Very good against Zeus. Very good against Radiance. In terms of... oh, that's another Shigetsu kill. Dominating streak, finding that Razor. I'll be honest, Razor's performance this game... it's not even his performance. I think the hero he was given just not really fit for success. But maybe they just picked it because it's comfort for him. I'm not entirely sure. That's... we do see most of Yellow Submarine here on the bottom side, whereas Na'Vi, they are in the mid-tier 2 area trying to take a tier 2, but they're very bad at it. They're very, very, very slow. So trying to use that Aegis duration a little bit. Still a minute left for it, so Yellow Submarine avoiding to really do anything about that. At the end of the day, it is just a tier 2, and they do it so slowly that might not even be worth it. They finally do take that tower. Na'Vi now forced out, since the duration of the age is probably not long enough for them to take an extended fight. We'll see, especially since every single OT here for Yellow Submarine is available. Smoking after this age's duration is probably a play we're gonna see. They do have everything, and without 2 lives, the Spectre can definitely die. If there is 5, there's not gonna be any Shadow Step running away shenanigan as well, as they do get themselves a Tormentor here. It's gonna go the way of the Tusk. Very nice one to have. That bigger path, can't really blink away from it. It's a nice one. Nature's Prophet with the Atos now working towards Ghost Scepter. Oh, the OT there. Will actually scout out the fact that they are smoked on the side of Yellow Submarine. But Radiant Scan, expecting them to take this path, but instead they could go through mid. They're not really going to hit the scan. And on the left side, look at Ike. He's going to get Vision of Malady. I do see the Tusk die, and he will eventually perish. Good use of that 4-step through the Sprout, a between patient on the NP. And so far, the Tusk is the only hero they were able to get. I am not sure what's up with my microphone. I see a lot of comments talking about it. You know, my mic is top of the line, so I'm very confused as to what's happening here. Hopefully it's not on my side. I don't know what could be happening, but maybe it's just internet issues. I do apologize, guys, but my mic is very good. I do see that Raze is Erase actually has the C-bit tag, huh? I wonder if this is a standing thing or if they did swap any players. Absolute Massive working towards... Oh, wait a second. Rue should be found, but looks like Na'Vi, they're not going to get the easy path through that left staircase. They're going to go all the way around. They drop a ward. This doesn't give them vision immediately, and Satanic will not stay in the triangle, probably realizing that they've been missing for a while here. Now Zayed going through the right side. Okay, this is a really long smoke. They don't have the best lockdown here, so the smoke from Na'Vi, as patient and smooth as it's been, doesn't necessarily give them... Okay, they're gonna go for a really big jump. They're gonna find the Zeus. If they can get a Chronosphere, that would be insane, as Satanic will be hit by the Dawnbreaker ulti, taking so much damage, but finally gets the time walk back, pretty much negating all of the damage. Chronosphere finally available, does not find Melody, but he does have the damage to get the kill onto the Dawnbreaker. Now Melody gets stuck in the Chronosphere somehow. King still trying to get on top of Shigetsu. He will be able to time walk away. 3 dead on the side of Na'Vi. And Yellow Submarine, the new kids on the block, looking really, really good right now. Time dilation slowing Melody down. Can they get that one Shadow Realm hit? They don't need it. Absolute Massive just sheds through Melody, and 4-0 is the score. That Zeus pick, just, yeah, I don't know. Never. Oh yeah, I did hear a haunt, a shadow stab, mind you, in the bottom side as Ike tries to run away. Has no force staff, has no way to defend himself against the Spectre. So that's definitely a big advantage of their draft. But I think a lot of kills. How many deaths does the NP has? I feel like he probably died 8 times this game to that Spectre, and at the end of the day, like, it's not really going to change things. Like, those skills, they definitely... And that net worth also makes things very confusing. You would expect them to be even, but it's mostly DNP dying a lot to Spectre. The other heroes on the side of Na'Vi, not that farmed. I definitely... I don't know about this Zeus build, man. Like, he's lacking so much damage. No Octarine, no Refresher, no Eggs. He's building to try and not be chronoed, but we could see, like, it's almost impossible. You have Stampede, you have NPTP, you have Atos and Sprout and Curse Crown. I don't know. I don't know if the way he's trying to itemize is really going to change. I think he probably has to play, like... He should never be close to the actual fight. Maybe if he plays that way, once the chrono is used. Okay, they will find that void. Warus Punch is so much damage, and there's not going to be a time walk now. They have to disengage. Yellow Submarine, you lost your most important hero, and that combo was perfect. It was literally pitch perfect. I don't think the pipe was used fast enough, as Array's now trying to run away here from Nifred, taking a lot of his armor away, but eventually the shard should block his path, and even if he stands his ground, he will be eventually overpowered. Na'Vi, they punch back real hard. Hopefully and thankfully to them, Roshan's going to take a while to respawn, and it is going to be on that dire side. So we'll see whether Na'Vi is going to be able to really abuse that fight. So, oh, look at that. The pipe did get used, by the way, and even then it was not enough. I mean, they responded, I think, as probably as fast as they could have. Just a perfect smoke from the right side. They needed, like, the Warus Punch into the Starbreaker, and that's the only 2 stuns that they have, honestly. So, very, very executed here from Na'Vi, as Yellow Submarine will be overpowered. They're gonna take tier 2, take some heavy damage in the tier 3 tower. That Dawnbreaker really starting to hurt the buildings, as Ike once again gets found, but will be able to disengage with the Ghost Scepter. Roche up in 4 seconds, and Na'Vi probably satisfied with the results, but they're going to TP back to the base. So, looks like Roshan is not going to be taken. They were unaware of how close it actually was, and as it spawns, we'll see whether Yellow Submarine is going to be able to take control of it. They still have that Chrono, and it is actually Na'Vi without the Thunder's God Wrath. Still 15 seconds for it. And Zeus has so many mobility items. Holy crap. Okay, so we are back to 56% here. Okay, Radiant Scan and Dire Scan both missing, as eventually though they will be able to find the Yellow Submarine heroes on that side. Zayed ready to break the smoke. Oh, who stomp off the mark. This is a good blink out from Zayed, just breaking up the fight, giving vision, and the Void still looking for a target. Will not find anything as the Cursed Crown Brambles are going to be there, locking down the Tusk. They do claim the high ground here as Nav V is in a really awkward spot. Meloju on the total right side, and the Spectre didn't even show up just yet. The Spectre just holding on that Shadow Step. Finally, buyback from the Tusk King, looking for a target. Does not want that Enchantress, wants the Zeus, wants anyone that's meaningful, and it is going to be Nifrit. He has that Chronosphere holding on to it, still not using it, because the Razor will get that kill nonetheless. The Razor will now go towards the Spectre. Really good. Oh, Chronosphere off the mark when she gets to, but oh, beautiful E-Blade. No Nullifier just yet to dispel the E-Blade, but it will not save the Dawnbreaker's life. Even with that snowball, they will eventually perish here. Zayed with the nice Force Staff plus the Ogre Seal Totem, but it doesn't matter. King will get that kill. No buyback on both the Tusk and the Dawnbreaker. Meloju is so low, actually. He will be able to disengage, but not before Malady gets shredded by Erase. So this is a super back and forth game. Both sides being very patient here, especially Shigetsu. I think he's having an amazing game despite the fact that his team is slowly losing ground. But he's not strong enough to really fight this Void. That's the problem. Like, he doesn't really fight the Void, neither the Razor. And now, this is going to be Roshan here for Yellow Submarine. Alright, so we can rewatch. Really good positioning by Meloju on the right side. Satanic, like, doesn't know where to go. He doesn't really want to hit Malady. He doesn't see the Spectre. And eventually is forced to go on Nifrit, which is not the ideal target. But regardless, still a very good fight since they do kill him twice, right? He buys back, uses the Solar Guardian. Even that's not enough to really save anyone. Very nicely E-Blade applied there, but it's still too little against Yellow Submarine. Satanic definitely showcasing a lot of patience here. They have so many items to kite his Chronosphere. I think they have... Can you check how many Ogre Seal Totems they have? I think they have 3 on Navi. And then you have 4 staffs. Like, the Zeus has 1, Tusk has 1, and maybe the Dawnbreaker also has 1. So they have... Wait, am I crazy? They have 0? Maybe they actually swap because they have tier 4s. But I definitely saw some Ogre Seal Totems. But anyways, there is a Timeless Relic on the side of Navi, so that is some damage that they're lacking. But honestly, the problem is mostly lockdown. Like, the only time they actually got a kill on Void convincingly was that one smoke. But like, it was perfectly executed, and honestly, if they were even half a second too late or didn't time the spells properly, it would have failed. So they need a Side of Vice. They need something to lock down Mr. Satanic, especially now that he has the talent and is an even bigger nuisance. Zeus does have that Vice we were talking about, so hopefully it's going to help them kill the Void, but he does have 2 lives right now. And they are just taking away every single tier 2 tower here on the side of Navi. They quickly get mid. They go back to bottom, and Navi is just unwilling and probably not really strong enough to defend those tier 2 towers. Way too risky with 2 buybacks on cooldown. The Tusk and that Dawnbreaker we're talking about. In terms of net worth, Zeus still very farm, but I'm not really seeing that damage flying through. Level 20 is definitely one stage where Void starts doing more damage, but without Refresher, without Octarine, without Eggs, I don't know. Not that convinced. The Stampede looking for Shigetsu here, and they might find him. There you go. Sprout's gonna lock him in place as the Spectral Dagger buys some time. Chronosphere is there, though. They do have the Solar Guardian if necessary, and the King, taking so much damage from the Blade Mail, is going to be very careful. Does not die. Even with the Thunder's God Rev, the pipe from Absolute Massive there, being the difference maker. Holy moly. That was so much damage reflected from Shigetsu. But he still is able to get it Okay. Eggs on the center. Interesting eggs. So invulnerability on the void.
Tower is under attack.
I wonder. I have not seen the center eggs very much. I don't know what's supposed to do this game actually. We'll see. We'll see.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Yeah, center has it flying to him. I guess he's gonna have to backpack his cheese, but he will have that eggs. Oh, blink forward here, looking for someone. Will not find it, and the entirety of Yellow Submarine. All right, Walrus Punch is gonna be used. Huh. That time walk from the void. I think he expected himself to be. Oh, Satanic moving forward here does mitigate some of the damage from Melody as the Curse Crown is going to land. The tower slowly being chipped at. They have the second glyph available here, Na'Vi. Spectre's gonna respawn in 5 seconds, and Yellow Submarine, they are done. They got 3 tier 2 towers, 1 tier 3 tower, as well as that Spectre kill. Gold advantage is definitely in a healthy place at the moment. Not too shabby of a comeback here for them. Nullifier though, ready here for the Spectre. I'm not sure Yellow Submarine has one. The eggs on the center, actually in the backpack right now. Interesting choice by Absolute Massive. But nonetheless, it is completed. He's just not getting the benefits from it. We'll see. I'm very curious to what the plan is with the center eggs. Like, all right, you put someone in the cart and they're going to be invulnerable, but it's not like they have a lot of control for anyone. Maybe if someone gets vised or something like that, I guess the shard block might allow, like if someone is stuck in the shard, you can put them in the cart through the barrier. Can we check the cast range on the center eggs? Is it like 300 to put someone in the cart? It doesn't say, huh? Let me check here. So let's check the wiki. I would say it's like 400 maybe. So it is 300 cast range. Okay. I am assuming if they are in the max range of the shard, you can put them inside the cart and take them away from it. But yeah, like, I don't know. This eggs purchase seems weird. Like, it feels like he doesn't have any better options. And the center is kind of a weird hero. Sometimes you see the, like, actual damage dealer center with the Kaya Sanj and, like, E-Blade and Dagon, stuff like that. But he's not really playing to be that type of hero this game, so decided to get the eggs. I wonder how good it's actually going to feel as Walrus Punch with the Snowball. They do have Willow nearby. We'll be able to push them away. A lot of damage being done to this Void as he will pop his BKB. He's in the cart, actually. We'll be able to get out. Good Chronosphere finds 2 heroes. The first one's going to be the Dawnbreaker, no buyback, but there is a refresher here, and there you go. They're going to find the poor Zeus. He doesn't actually finish the kill, goes for the Tusk instead, but regardless, they both are going to die and buyback, and now Shigetsu, he's the last one. Can he live? Going through the cliff is not enough. He will fall. Triple kill for Satanic as Na'Vi is about to be overpowered. They do not have buybacks here on the other heroes. Nice hop away from this Enchantress, but it's not enough, and GG gets called. Yellow Submarine, they take this game 1 against Na'Vi, and you know, I'm not gonna say it was convincing fashion. I would actually argue that Na'Vi played slightly better, especially in the earlier portion of the game. It's just that their draft was not equipped to really deal with Yellow Submarine at all. Like, the Zeus had a very sizable advantage in the early game. I don't think I dislike his item build a lot, and even with a better item build, I'm not sure like if you can actually win this game when you're this far behind. I think they wanted to increase the speed of this game by a lot by using the Enchantress, but the problem is their tower siege is awful. Even when they were like 5-6k gold ahead, they couldn't take a single tier 2 tower. And once they get the ages, like they slowly like did 1 or 2 towers. Their draft, as much as I like the Spectre into NP, you need to have someone that deals with towers. And in this game, They really did not. So if you have that Spectre, you need a mid here that's going to be able to scale to do a little bit more damage, because the Zeus pretty much itemized the whole game to deal with the Void, and it was not enough. Like, I think Satanic was very patient with his Chronospheres. He never chronoed when he didn't have to. And because he had that patience, the only way, let's say, for Navi to win those fights was by wasting a chrono, which never happened. Literally never happened. I think most of his Chronospheres are actually 2 to 3 men Chronospheres. Very nice performance by Satanic and the Yellow Submarine boys, and this puts them one game away from actually getting second place in their group. Or actually, I'm not entirely sure. We're going to go to the groups in a second, but right now we're going to go on a break because there's 7 minutes for me to rest my voice and come back here with game number 2. Thank you so much for watching, and we're going to be back in no time.
Oh, esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Hello, we are back with Pinnacle 25 years show, and I'm Bowie. Game number 2 between Na'Vi and our Yellow Submarine boys is about to begin. And I'm gonna be honest, Yellow Submarine, they are, they're definitely coming back with a bang. This is the second tournament of them that I'm casting in. The first one, I'll be honest, I think they had a lot to improve, but they are looking much better. And I would love to see them taking another game here from Na'Vi. Not because I'm biased or anything. It's just because it's nice to have an underdog moving through the next stage of the tournament. But for that, they're going to have to keep playing at the level that they did and keep drafting at the level that they did. Because I was not a big fan of the way Na'Vi drafted their last heroes. And I don't think they were a fan either, because they did lose. And I think they actually had very good laning stages. Everyone was kind of enabled to do what they needed. Even though I have a couple of, let's say, problems with the issues with the way Zeus itemized, at the end of the day, I don't think even the best item build would have changed the fact that they didn't really have enough control for that void. Usually Zeus likes to itemize for damage. So I actually like the side of Vice he completed later into the game, but even that was not enough, and it kind of showcased the fact that they were lacking the damage to use the disable in the first place to get the kill. He was already level 26, had his talents, they had no break. I think the Void ended up going for a nullifier to deal with the Gold Scepter on the NP. So yeah, overall just a rough game here for Na'Vi, but I am sure they can get a better draft going. I'm sure we can get an even closer game. And that game number 1, I think it was close enough. that was pretty much what I expected out of these two teams. Now, the series is a different story, and to tell that story, we need a draft. So as soon as that is available, I'm going to let you guys know. But yeah, I think it's too much of a debate to pick Spectre that early into the NP. I think if you're picking Spectre and you don't have a Pugna, if you don't have... I think like the Enchantress was supposed to be the Pugna cosplay for them that game, but I don't think it really did everything they needed. Yeah, here we can check the group. So if Yellow Submarine wins... Yeah. If they win, we're going to be able to see them going over Na'Vi, which actually puts them at winner's bracket situation. I'm not entirely sure about that. Maybe winner's bracket is only first place, and set 2 and 3rd are actually lower bracket. But regardless, if they lose here, they could be dethroned by moneymakers. So they really want to win this series. If they lose this series, it has to be 2-1, and that they actually accomplished already, right? So because they won one game, even if Na'Vi is to come back into the series, they're only going to lose 1 point, and they're still going to be at 0 points, which is more than -1, which puts them ahead of moneymakers. Moneymakers, they cannot come back into 3rd place. They are out of the tournament. And now what they are fighting for here is whether they're going to be 2nd place or not. For them to be 2nd place, I think they need to win this 2-0. But yeah, there you go. We now have a draft in front of us, and Yellow Submarine still banning that Pugna. I think that's a very wise choice for them, but they ban the NP instead. Now, that is very interesting to me. We'll see exactly how the draft is going to develop, as the Primal was the first ban here from Na'Vi. I think they did ban Primal, but not as their first pick, or first choice as a ban in the last game. All right, so TA is what they remove now. Very good against your invokers of the world. We'll see if that's going to show up or if it's going to be banned eventually. Yellow Submarine. We saw Kanka banned, Spirit Breaker banned. Spirit Breaker actually almost always first phase banned. So far, the hero not really being hit. I wonder if we're going to see it in game number 2 now, as they do take away the Kanka. Interesting. All right. Taking their time here with the last ban. Grimstroke still available. We saw Weaver remove, Spirit Breaker remove. Out of the supports, I think we also saw Phoenix, actually. Yellow Submarine, they banned Phoenix as their first ban in game number 1. This time, actually, untouched. Oh, they take away the Brew. Very different game. This game's going to be totally different. Not only because we're already seeing a couple of heroes that were played being removed, but because a lot of the top tier heroes that did get removed in the first phase are now free here. I can think of like 3 big ones. Spirit Breaker being the biggest one, as Na'Vi now deciding if they want to remove that hero or not. But yeah, Green Tree, Muerta, Spectre, Weaver, Void, all available. All right. Let's see what Na'Vi has in store here for us, as they're going to take away the Willow. And they do pick the SP. All right, so I've seen some counters to SP. Invoker is one of them, with the Tornado, canceling charge and dispelling the W of Spirit Breaker. I've seen also Morphling being one of them. So very curious to see if Na'Vi is going to ban it, if they're going to pick it. If they don't feel like it's a problem, they're just going to put it in a support position. Every SB that I've seen put in the support position lost, which is, I think, why this hero has such a bad win rate in this tournament. Like someone, yeah, they do ban the Morphling. I'm a big fan of that. This also showcases that they're willing to play this as a core. And we're going to see whether it's going to be possible or not. Right now, I do have a lot of questions about this SB. All right, let me check here how the win rate is going for Treant Protector in this tournament, because it's also here I don't think was picked that much. So picked 28 times. Holy shit. 50% win rate for the Treant, whereas the Spirit Breaker, well, he has 52% win rate right now from the data that I have. 17 picks though seems a little bit high. Well, anyways. Yellow Submarine will ban a Grimstroke and pick Muerta. So no Tusk being picked just yet. I've seen that combination of Muerta Tusk so much that I always expect them to be there together, especially against Spirit Breaker. You can dodge the charge, you can save people from Nether Strike. There's a fair amount of stuff that you can do. Whilst we do see Na'Vi waiting here. Yeah, do you steal the Tusk yourself? Do you pick someone that is really good against Muerta? Spectre still in the pool. Not sure how willing Na'Vi is to pick that hero right now. They have 2 picks, but still pretty early to pick your carry. You're not sure if Muerta is going to be a support, although I have not seen a single Muerta support game ever since they did those changes. Not that the hero is unplayable, but definitely way weaker than he used to be. As now they're using a lot of their reserve time here. Really discussing things. I mean, which makes sense. I think Spirit Breaker is a hero that is very not fragile. Like, you really need a great draft to make it work post patches. They will steal the Tusk for them and get a Bane. Now that is not a hero I've seen a lot, and against Muerta, very easy to cancel Fiend's Grip. Interesting. I was definitely not expecting this. I can see Infibo being very good this game, but yeah, this Bane hero, not a hero I've seen at all this tournament, actually. Interested if, is this a core Bane? Is this just a support 5? What's the plan here? Have not seen this hero. I would say he might be underrated, but he's just a weird hero. He's kind of like Crystal Maiden, It feels like he's too easy to overwhelm. Like, it's decent in lane, but doesn't seem to really progress that much. But maybe this is just a Midas hero, right? You just go Bane, you pick up a Midas, and eventually get your eggs, and you win the game. Looking for Bane picks, he actually has 9 picks with a 66% win rate in the tournament. Very curious. I wish I knew which teams picked it, but yeah, the only stat I have here is that it was picked 66% of the times, and it was never banned, which makes sense. As now, Yellow Submarine, very tough choice to make. They go for the center again. We're still not sure if the Muerta is carry or not, so they could pick their mid right now and hide whether Muerta is a core. Because at the end of the day, it's going to be like a Spirit Breaker Tusk or Spirit Breaker Bane in lane, right? As long as you... Oh, they do pick their carry, though. So they reveal Muerta is support. And I like that, because I'm not a big fan of Muerta carry in this game. Naga, a hero that actually does really well against Bane, because it's hard for him to ult the real one. There is a decent amount of AoE with Tusk plus Spirit Breaker, but Bane is awful at it. Although I guess you can get the shard, and it's better. It's obviously not great, but you do some damage AoE. As now Na'Vi waiting here for their pick, which is a Weaver. Okay. I like it. You have a response to the overgrowth. You have a response to the snare. You're very hard to catch. Yeah, I really like it. They have super mobile heroes on the side of Navi. They need some more control on the side of Yellow Submarine. Puck is probably the hero that jumps to mind the most here for me, as they will ban Invoker just because they have a fair amount of stuns for those Sun Strikes to land. But I do hope the Puck is one of the bans as their second ban here. Yellow Submarine taking their time. For them, you should probably ban things that are very good against Naga. So Necrophos definitely one of them. Also just an overall toxic hero you don't want to be dealing with. I wonder if Lina is the other hero you want. Because they have like a fair amount of save. I don't think this Lina is necessarily threatened that much for them. Yeah, maybe you could go Lina. It has a lot of it has a lot of damage in those illusions. Like if you have your Shard and Kaya in level 20, you can probably kill like 3k HP illusions with one combo of Lina. Yeah, to me that's probably the one that makes the most sense. Pango is obviously still in the pool. I think maybe you ban Zeus just because of the Naga. I mean, they did pick Zeus game 1. It is an answer. Okay, so they ban the Axe. Well, what? They think that's Tusk mid or Bane mid? Interesting bans here. Interesting. Or maybe they just want to pick Puck and they are afraid that the Axe is something that a Puck can't really properly handle. Alright, regardless. For Navi, I really like the ban Puck. The Puck ban. That's probably the best one. After the Puck, you probably want to ban... Yeah, Lina is awful this game. Yeah, there you go. They banned the Puck. They will pick Dazzle. Okay. And they have that flex, so you don't know if Dazzle's mid or if Dazzle's offlane, because Tusk could be mid. Or Bane could be mid. Who knows what the hell they're cooking here as the Yellow Submarine. Now I have to make a pretty tough choice. What is it that they have to pick? It's a tough one. Lina is awful. No Invoker, no Puck, no Necro. Pango is available. They do go Lina. Okay. Whoo! Alright. Erase. I'm ready to be impressed, but I don't know. I just feel like it's so easy to overpower, overnumber, and kill Lina. Maybe I'm wrong. But yeah, this draft from Navi, way more convinced about this one. If I had to bet, I think we're going 3 games. I think they have a really good combination, of course. There's a lack of siege as well. I guess Lina brings a little bit, but this is a game with so much catch on the side of Navi that you don't really want to be hitting towers as the Lina. I don't know. I'm very impressed, and I know Satanic got his high MMR by mostly spamming Naga. I think there's at some point he played like 50 Naga games with 43 wins or some crazy win rate like that. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure even he can really do it. And it was also a very different patch. Naga was way more overpowered at that time. But I'm ready to be impressed here. We'll see how well Yellow Summer is going to play. But I think these teams are way too close skill-wise for this to be a 2-0. Regardless, this is game 2 between Navi and Yellow Submarine. We should be starting in no time. And yeah, I mean, always excited to cast Spirit Breaker now that the hero is just a little bit broken, not game ruining. And there we go. We do have a game in our hands. Have fun flying out as King and Shigetsu once again exchanging courtesies here. No smoke arena plays. Pretty chill start here. No one really going ham for anything. This Lina versus Dazzle matchup is very interesting because, generally speaking, I would say it's even, I guess. But you have Spirit Breaker charge, you have Tusk rotations, you have Weaver. Like for the 6 minute runes, God knows how many heroes are going to be in that mid lane, and I think it's very easy to just to make this Lina's life hell. And obviously, this is going to be space for Satanic, but is this that good of a game for Naga? Like, this Dazzle last pick was really good. It addresses the Naga illusions with the shard. I don't know. There's a lot of things here that are going to have to do right as Yellow Submarine to win this game. We'll see. As they do have this tree protector. Definitely one of the strongest heroes still, even after all the nerfs. Absolute massive. Same build as last time. A double ring of protection here. Very good against Weaver. A lot of physical damage on that bad boy. And it looks like Tusk is going to be the support 5. So Bane is the boss 4. I am not sure how much I like that, though. Definitely not sure. But Muerta, very good hero. The silence on Weaver, like if you can actually execute it properly, you can get silence when the Weaver doesn't expect, doesn't really pop that. Tsukuchi, really good that shot as well. She gets to take some damage, unaware that there is a sentry pretty nicely positioned there under the left side of the trees. Okay. Yeah, and the sentry here for Malady will not find it. He is looking to block the large camp, which he successfully did, but will not be able to take away the sentry from that lane. Oh, who'll stomp off the marker. She gets a very quick on his feet or claws. I don't really know what to call Weaver limbs, but yeah, I guess they're mostly limbs. As she gets to, will be having a fine time here. Maybe we should check the CS just so you can get a better grasp on how the game's going. Only one CS on Shigetsu. All right, not the start I was expecting here. A lot of pressure, obviously coming from the centaur, and in the mid lane, 7 and 2 for Erase as well. So in general here, Yellow Submarine performing much better in lanes, at least right at the beginning than I expected. Only maybe too early to say, but overall, Satanic having a nice time. Will be booped in the head a little bit by the Spirit Breaker, as Rue also drops another sentry. Will unblock the camp, but Melody just stays on top of the box range. Oh, they get the Who Stomp this time. Oh, that shot off the mark. Maybe expecting the... Oh, another double edge if they can get the hit. The center is fast enough. Absolute massive. Gets that kill despite the dead shot being off the mark. All right. Look at that. So much burst damage with those two heroes. And we saw, even after the nerf to the calling, that was a 30% slow in the past, man. How was that even possible? King here. Just less hitting under tower. 12 CS, not too shabby. Doubling the CS of Shigetsu right now. Really a tough start for him. Good charge, but not enough to really one-shot those illusions, as one of them will block the large camp. Really nicely done by King. He blocks the large camp, denies the range creep. He's doing a lot of things right here in this bottom lane. A lot of people think that Naga is just this dumb, I'm gonna send illusions forward hero. But there's a lot of small things that you can do. And you can see that Satanic definitely knows his way around the hero, as Nefrit trying to get out of the vines and will be successful at that. The Leech Seed's low, not enough for them to claim a kill. And once again, this Weaver doesn't have Creep Equilibrium to really less hit. Only 8 CS at the moment. They do finally get a good pull going though, and this will allow the Creep Wave to move towards the Dire Tower. Absolute massive. Just chilling here. We'll drag those creeps. Very nice that he drags the creeps instead of leaving them there. It's gonna once again make sure that the creep pressure is on their side. But finally, she gets to getting a little bit of a decent time. Well, the shard is gonna be there. They drop the calling, so the attack speed slow is gonna be there as Rue will try and disengage Weaver. Moving forward, they drop the block grenade. Is enough damage she gets, so will pop that Lotus, but the damage could still be there if they get another double edge, and it is absolute massive. Gets that kill, completes his Vanguard. There's no way in hell this Tusk can fight, and another double edge flying out. Malady, he could be in trouble. Oh my lord, that Centaur. He is the king of top lane. Holy moly, this is one of the best Centaur starts I've seen in a long time. And you know, in hindsight, they did pick that Weaver into a Centaur. Definitely a hero known for being pretty squishy, I guess. The fact that the Weaver died so much early on, like, the build is obviously bracers into Falcon Blades and stuff like that, so you do get tanky. But you need items for that, as Ike will be able to sidestep the Dire Heroes, and Treant should be fine here. Okay. Treant Protector, just making sure that Zayat doesn't have his way around the Radiant jungle here. In terms of CS, Satanic doing pretty well, especially when you compare him to Shigetsu at the moment. Lina and the Dazzler are pretty much tied. Maybe you can check mid lane, because we didn't really look at that too much, and it is a tie, as a charge now will find Ike here, and it is so much damage. Holy moly. Zayat will TP away, and Satanic just cannot do anything about it. Just finishes his strats, get back to the bottom lane. Time for the 6-minute runes, and it is going to be a rune on the top side. It is Meloju that picks it up, as we do see a raise here. Dropping some vision around, getting that clarity, just so he can start farming, because that's what Lina does. It is a farming mid-hero. And that's also my problem with the Lina pick. Like, you have Lina Naga. It seems so greedy in a sense. We'll see, though, if it's going to matter or not, if you're going to be able to kill this Naga a couple of times. Double damage popped there by Meloju, just forcing the tower a lot, as Melody actually moving forward. Gets good shard block. Nice use of the calling, though, slowing down the advances of Na'Vi. They're not going to be able to get on top of Rue. That calling is super annoying to fight into. Alright. Erase getting poison touched, but not enough for... Oh, look at that. Shigetsu gets the Wisdom Rune. Very nicely done, as Rue, taking some damage, will be able to run away. Nice move there from the Weaver, stealing the Wisdom Rune. That actually might buy a lot of time for Na'Vi. I think Yellow Submarine were getting away with way too much, and if the supports don't get their level 6s, it does change a lot, especially the Treant. I think Morta doesn't really care about that too much as a support, but for the Treant, it definitely does matter. And it also allows Na'Vi to get their level 6s, which are amazing. Both Fiend's Grip and Walrus Punch. Oh, absolute massive here, getting on top of Shigetsu. The time lapse is gonna be there. In fact, Shigetsu gets level 6 because of that Wisdom Rune he stole. But there you go. Level 6 gets used, and now Shigetsu does have to be a bit more careful with his position in the lane. Time for a stack here from Yellow Submarina's Melody. Going from the other side, LSA will connect onto that Dazzle, but what about the other damage? Stampede will buy time for Race to get into the high ground as the Blood Grenade gets thrown away. They have vision because of that ward. The Race trying to stand her ground. The Laguna Blade is going to be there, but not enough damage. And Na'Vi, they will claim 1 kill. And that's what I'm talking about. Oh, an absolute massive. They really want your butt. They are very keen on your butt. Ike will actually scout out the rotation first, and he will die for his Centaur. Can they get more is the question. Right now, it doesn't seem to be the case, as at least he will live for now. That's some big trades right there. Both the Lina and the Treant dying. Good that shot, trying to get on top of Rue. And Na'Vi, they are really ramping up the aggression. She gets to just diving. Minute 8 here, no items to speak of, but trying to be useful for his team as a race. Understands that, you know, his job is to farm, but Shigetsu wants to say otherwise. Look at that, the snowball. Good leech seed, might buy some time for a raise. The LSA is a little bit too early. Malady with the grave, allowing them to live, but the damage, the calling, silencing the Weaver, so they lose their carry, but it's still another death for the Lina, and that is exactly why I wasn't a big fan of this Lina pick. Way too easy for them to get on top of the poor Lina, but now Erase will find the Dazzle. Grave was used, good dead shot, and Meloju will fall. Satanic does not want to allow Na'Vi to just get away with this aggression in the entire map. Does show up, gets a pretty important kill. Now goes back to farming. Shigetsu very far behind in net worth here. Very, very, very far behind. And he did go for a Wraith Band rather than a Bracer, so in, tankiness wise, is definitely lacking a lot, and this also means the center will get a very fast Blink Dagger. Oh, Zayad looking for a kill here, but he's going to be Laguna Bladed up, and Dragon Slaved, and Ike will find that kill as the Tree Protector falls in return. So lots of aggression in the mid lane. The Haste Rune will be Navi's, but still, it is the Lina being a part of an important kill, and also able to farm that stack she began before all of the aggression started. Raise farming towards the Boots of Travel here. No Aether Lens available just yet. As Malady goes for deny, will be stunned up, but no Laguna Blade. Not enough damage here for Meloju, as they will smoke actually. Interesting smoke towards the top lane. Maybe looking for that stun into the silence of the Muerta. They definitely want to kill Shigetsu again. Ike is going to be leeching experience in the mid lane. After all, that Wisdom Rune being stolen definitely made the game a bit harder for him. Top lane, they will get the stun. The silence is there. And with the LSA, there's absolutely no way Wither will live, especially without a Bracer and some more tankiness. Well, they get a carry kill and a tower. Yellow Submarine. Definitely surprising us here. I mean, I think surprise is a fair word. At the end of the day, like, they are a fairly new team. They're a fairly new team, and as much of a Pubstar Satanic is, Pubstars notoriously don't win games by themselves, especially when you look at this team and you realize that there's no famous names whatsoever here. There's no Puppy, there's no, like, old guard guy guiding and teaching them how to play Pro Dota. They're learning all by themselves. I don't think anyone here is super famous. Satanic is by far the most famous one. Time for the rune. It is an Arcane Rune. Malady trying to protect that for Meloju. He has a Haste Rune, but look at that. Initiation. Absolute Massive steals the Arcane Rune. They have the silence. The death shot's off the mark, though. So Meloju stands his ground. Rue will pop her ulti. And now, untargetable. So both sides will trade some spells, but nothing major is going to happen. They did deny the rune, at least. And now smoke from Yellow Submarine themselves.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh. Okay, Nightmare off the mark. Stampede being used. Melody will be chased down. The silence with the overgrowth is not perfect, but the LSA is going to be there. No time for the grave as the Laguna Blade also flies out. An absolute massive. He's been so important in the laning stage, and now with these rotations. This is one of the best center performances I've seen in my life. He is incredibly farmed right now. Spirit Breaker did finish his Midas, but that's the difference between Spirit Breaker and Center. As much impact this hero can have in the later portions of the game, Center is getting the impact right now, and he's really pressuring Shigetsu, even now that he is a bit tankier. Did go for a Maelstrom as well, not the Desolator we usually see. I guess wants to have that AoE damage against the Naga Illusions, so very interesting choice. As time for the Wisdom Runes here. We do see Yellow Submarine with the Muerta on the left side. But at the same time, Na'Vi bringing a lot of heroes to this top lane. Can you overpower the Centaur, though? Might not be easy, as Ayat will get some vision. Make sure that... oh, wait a second. The Naga carrier definitely saw that other carrier. Oh. Some TPs here. Treant on the right side. Centaur runs into them. Can they cancel Zaya? They will. They're gonna cancel that with the dash shot as well as that silence. An absolute massive. He is so tanky. Melody will not survive the damage. Zaya, though, gets a good nightmare into TP away. But the aggression here for Na'Vi is going to be heavily punished. Well, heavily might be a strong word, but they get no kills. And ideally, they would like to get some towers. This Naga is free farming, and there's only one tower down. That is one thing that Alina does quite well. Holding that tower, has so much AoE stuff. And Na'Vi, usually Weaver, pretty decent at taking those early towers, but having way too hard of a performance here. She gets to just 3,000 gold behind the Naga at the moment, and it's just going to increase. Naga is a much better farmer. Rue showing up here in the top side, making sure that he is backing the center, as we do see.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Oh, Treant Protector actually got the Octarine recipe away. It's far from being completed, so it doesn't matter. But just making sure that he's annoying here, this SP, as the gold advantage now 6k gold. Very comfortable stage of the game for Yellow Submarine. And I guess the question now is, when the Naga gets into the action. Oh, Nightmare finds one illusion. That's really not the right one. They're gonna charge that illusion. And now they realize that it's not the real one. Treant with the shard already, so ready to be annoying. You gotta be careful about the other heroes being nearby, though. Yeah, Ike. Just dancing around the possible vision here. Charge gets used. And he is gonna get a lot of intel. Knows about Bane, knows about Dazzle, knows about SP. Knows everything that's happening at the moment. Really good positioning by him. As Zayat. Okay. Nothing major happening here. As now they're gonna try and go for this. The Orchid from who? Who has the Orchid? I guess it's the Naga. Zayat will be overpowered as well. And that Treant getting so much intel for so long that eventually allows Yellow Submarine to collapse in that bottom side. They get one core, they get a support. So far it looks like they're not going to get any towers out of it, but the momentum is just all on the side of Yellow Submarine. And I'm not sure about the timing here. Oh, there you go. That's going to be a dead tusk, dead shot with Laguna Blade. That's, I guess, the biggest problem that they have. You have this active carry being the Weaver, but at the same time, you have a Midas Spirit Breaker and a Dazzle. Those two heroes love farming. And I think this is what people don't really understand about Dazzle. Like, everyone thinks Dazzle is broken, and like he was quite strong. But the fact that he has to farm so much before he's actually online is the reason this hero has flaws. And we can see Na'Vi really suffer from it as they find Absolute Massive. That's a huge one. They're getting 900 gold out of it. Oh, Tumbler Stoy away as the Weaver did time-lapse because of that damage. Not sure what he was afraid of there, but did time-lapse anyways. Yes, ooh, okay. Mr. Satanic is there in that Orchid alongside the Calling. There's going to be more than enough here for him to claim that support. No shard on Meloju just yet, which means that the Illusion are still going to move forward as the Dead Shot will scare Nefrit away. And now it is time for a tower. The Glyph's going to be there, but it doesn't look like Na'Vi is ready or willing to defend this tower. Erase going for a Lincoln Sphere probably before his... Alright, they're going to find Ike here. They have the detection. Some TPs are flying out, specifically the Lina one, as Nightmare's buying some time, and the Leech Seed is keeping the Treant alive. Overgrow 4 seconds on cooldown. The LSA is going to miss, so they don't get the counter kills they wanted, unfortunately. Oh, and Aru is the one that gets charged. Can they cancel it? They stop the charge. Interesting. Okay. Centaur now going for a Lotus Orb. Very good against the SP. Very good against Bane. Very good against Tusk as well. So, big fan. Heart's going to be the next item here for Snake. I mean, he is so farmed. He's been I don't want to say he's been AFK because I think he has like 2 or 3 kills. He kind of just slithered towards, but in general, his team created so much space for him, and that's the dream as a carry, right? Like he's with his best hero, and his team is regardless just doing so much. Whenever he's ready to fight, I'm not sure if he's really gonna be ready. Like they are technically. Okay, charge finds Rue. No cancel just yet as the Fiend's grip's gonna be there. Okay, very nice jump. Finding you, canceling the grip, but now Absolute Massive a little bit scared. Eventually, the Snowball's gonna be there to buy time. The Orchid will be worn out as Zayat being chased by a huge number of illusions. Nefrit with the charge trying to save Zayat, and he's gonna be stuck in between 7,000 illusions. The Nightmare is not gonna be enough, and he eventually gets overpowered. There is vision though of the heroes on the side of Yellow Submarine. Good mirror image. Walrus Punch finds the real one. King will get that song out. And now looking for this Dazzle. Can he actually get this kill? He's gonna go for the jump with the hoof stomp and the double edge. Should be enough. The Dazzle is gonna fall. Snowball not in time as the Overgrowth seems to be totally off the mark, but it doesn't matter. They're gonna lose the Tusk as well as she gets. So if they get vision of you, it could be disastrous. Oh no. Or, oh yes, if you're a fan of Yellow Submarine. Gotta say, Yellow Submarine showcasing a lot of prospects here. The way they're slowly but surely taking this game, like 90% win probability. Like, sure, in game number 1, you could argue about Yellow Submarine having a better draft. I really feel like the way they stomp top lane just should not happen. Shigetsu died way too many times. They played very well. The Muerta plus center lane there. Just incredible performance. As I do hear a Fiend's grip somewhere. Someone, yeah, it's the Muerta taking a Fiend's grip as they're also gonna find this Treant Protector. Does not have Leech Seed available. Should eventually die here. But no one else ended up dying. So shouldn't really matter too much here for Yellow Submarine.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Okay. Naga with the heart completed, going for a disperser now. Interesting. What is the? I guess you can dispel Enfeeble, and you can slow down the Spirit Breaker a lot. And you can... Yeah, I guess those are the 2 things that I... Thinking about. You can also AoE take away the Poison Touch, which is underrated, honestly. Just removing Poison Touch from anyone. And now Roshan's going to be taken. No response here from Na'Vi. They have way bigger problems than this. And... yeah, I mean, the Weaver and the Breaker are quite farmed. Even the Dazzle is not under-farmed. I did not see the impact of that Bane whatsoever. I think whatever they were thinking with the Bane pick just did not work. Barely saw any impact. I think the Muerta support so easy to cancel Fiend's Grip. And to me, that's the biggest problem that he had with their draft, Na'Vi. But looking at the other heroes, I actually thought that he had enough tools, but their laning stage was just not perfect. Laguna Blade with the LSA, a raise, mega kill streak for him, and another kill that Absolute Massive is a part of.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Alright. Now, can they cleanly and easily win this game? Will Na'Vi find openings in how they're gonna approach the tier 2 towers? Because they do have a lot of ways to find isolated targets. Like if you get vision of someone, there's gonna be Sukuchi into charge, into snowball. There's definitely ways for them to fight. It's just that, in general, the positioning of Yellow Submarine has been much better. And you have this Dazzle here that's trying to finish a Manta. I mean, it's very good against the Overgrowth. Don't get me wrong. I'm just unsure if it's going to be enough.
Top tower has fallen.
Dazzle was very passive with the way he played the game. Melody does have his Blink Dagger here. Going to be defending the tier 2. And now time for high ground. The first Aegis, not that common of a thing, but they feel very strong at the moment. And they're going to actually smoke all the way around. The Chain Protector is going to actually... Yeah, he will reveal the smoke and tank a Fiend's Grip. I don't think this is a bad call. Fiend's Grip full duration. Oh, he's gonna buy back charge. Will find Rie, but they have the calling going on. Good Nether Strike pushing him away from the calling, but finally his ulti will allow him to survive everything, as the Dazzle did get killed by Satanic. Time lapse away from the Naga as Shigetsu will be forced to orc the way. Song of the Siren finds one. The Lina found another, and they do have the control here for this Tusk. There is buyback available for the two supports, but the Dazzle has no way back into this game besides waiting. So let's see how much damage they're going to be able to do. There are still 2 glyphs available. I'm assuming they're going to use the first one here. Oh, they don't. Interesting. Well, they use the second glyph. Charge. Finds the main hero. They do have that stun with the slow and everything. That's Spirit Breaker. Nifrit's that. And he has no buy. I think he made this game a bit harder for Na'Vi now, as the Lotus Orb is going to disable that Poison Touch Hex. Now, this is an Aegis Naga, not an easy target. Really good dead shot. Finds Shigetsu, pushing him away. And Satanic will be fine. Azayat still looking for a Nightmare target, still looking for someone out of position, but just cannot find it. Reinitiation. Finding that Bane. Grave will buy time as... Can they get anyone? 3-man overgrowth with the LSA. Laguna Blade on top. And this is just a massacre here. Yellow Submarine looking like a tier 1 team. Just dismantling Na'Vi twice. And this time even faster than game number 1. Alright. I mean, I don't know what you're supposed to do. There's still Aegis for a minute. Yeah, I mean, he just tried to... Not sure what Nefer thought was going to happen here. Even with all that status resistance, with all that HP pool, he is no match to the amount of AoE stuns that they have. The status resistance is not going to suffice. And yeah, Lotus Orb, I think that itemization from the center are very important. They try to do enough damage here on Satanic, but he's still super tanky. That heart. Tough one. Very, very tough one. They don't go for the second lane of Berks in the mid lane. Oh, yeah. Really good. Overgrowth into 3. LSA into 2. Beautiful stuff. Yellow Submarine. Going for the bottom barracks now. Aegis only 28 seconds left. As Satanic, doing as much damage as he can, will be charged, it looks like, from... Not even sure where from. Okay, Snowball. Save onto the Weaver. Oh, Lotus Orb though. Reflecting the Snowball. The Grave is there. She will get the time lapse off, but the Tusk dead again as Satanic. 5 seconds for his Aegis. They will not be able to hold the damage until the Aegis expires. So there is a second life. Good charge going through the Naga. Can he get the song off? He gets hexed, but the Satanic Naga gets able to run away with the Stampede, but eventually will fall. The damage from Shigetsu being enough. Can they find a Tusk a second Grave? Shigetsu with a double kill, and it feels like Na'Vi, they don't want to let it go. And finally, a fight where they showcase what they're capable of. Still not nearly enough to truly come back into this game, but it's gonna buy them some time. And they're really good Snowball reflection there. They try to wait for the damage, but really good charge as well. That charge into the Snowball, into the Poison Touch, into... I don't even... Like, how did he take so much damage? Walrus Punch, Snowball, Shards, yeah. That's a lot of damage coming from Yellow Submarine. Not enough to really break through Na'Vi, and they will be able to hold their bottom lane of barracks here. Absolute Massive, though, has a hard going for a Linken's, and I think that's really the missing piece to allow Satanic to survive even when he has no Aegis. If they can get... There's so many single target spells that Linken's and Lotus Orb on top of him is going to be insanely powerful.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Okay. Disperser is ready now as they will smoke here on the side of Yellow Submarine. No Fiend's Grip available. Oh, time lapse used, I guess. Oh, charge finds Ruin. Nefrit will be snared up. They have a decent amount of control. Nightmare buying some time here as the Grave is also there, but can Nefrit survive? He has a Lotus as well, but the damage, finally, the illusions are going to be handled by Mellow Juice, Poison Touch. Overgrowth, onto 3, one more time. Can they get the LSA? They will. Shigetsu already committed his time lapse. I'm not sure it's going to be enough, but the Grave will hold Mellow Juice at least for a while, but they will be able to withstand the duration of it. LSA cancel perfectly, but the Snowball will not save the Shigetsu Weaver, but saves Meloju for now, not for long, as finally that Dazzle gets killed by King, and Melody is still being chased down. Zayat will eventually fall, and Navi crumbles to the submarine of the Radiant side. Nefrit with a charge. Yeah, that's cute, my friend, but there is no buyback on both of your cores. This game is slipping away from Navi's hands, and just a really, I mean, that fight was insane, actually. Some clutch snowball saves, but not enough. Even here, they buy so much time from Nefrit. They deal with the illusions. This is like the first Grave. Meloju gets a second one. Good as there into LSA. Yeah, that's the second Grave. Then the snowball save comes in after this song, right? Yeah, the Tusk blinks forward, saves everyone. Not if he maybe put the Weaver first and not the Dazzle, maybe both of them survive. But I don't think it would matter. Like, there was no time lapse. They were out of juice anyways. Like, this is just... it wouldn't matter. They are way too strong with Satanic in another game where he feels unstoppable right now. Good stun. Looking for Dazzle with the LSA. Locking down that good Nightmare save, buying some time, but not enough time for a Grave here as you get to forced to time lapse. They already lost the lane of Barracks bottom, and I think this is going to be a third one. They're out of any possible ways to fight. The damage of Yellow Submarine is way too big. She gets to BKB away, I guess, but it's not going to matter. It really isn't. GG flies out, and in 30 minutes, Yellow Submarine overpowers Na'Vi in a manner I was just not expecting. Very good performance by them, and I'm happy. You know, Yellow Submarine, they're the underdogs. They're gonna go to the next stage of the tournament. We can check how the groups are looking like at the moment, but at the moment, I think this is one of the last matches of the group, anyways. But there you go. Yellow Submarine are now second place. Na'Vi, they're not out. They are just tied with Moneymakers, and I am not sure whether we're going to get tiebreakers or not. We have to wait and see. I think when you have the same amount of games, that's when tiebreakers happen. But yeah, not entirely sure. Yellow Submarine, though, they are definitively second place. And like when you look at these teams here, Moneymakers, they've been playing Pinnacle for a while. They came through the playoffs a fair amount of times behind Yellow Submarine, a team that is playing their second tournament, I want to say. At least their second Pinnacle. Maybe they played EPLs and other tournaments like that. But yeah, Yellow Submarine. Everyone wants to talk about Satanic, but I think they often forget that like the rest of the team is actually playing really well. Absolute Massive played an amazing game. I think Rue on that Muerta was also pretty spot on. A couple of dead shots missed here and there, but it didn't matter. Lena didn't really get the aggression in the early stages, phase her out too much, got the items she needed, and then came back really strong into the game. And Satanic just got to farm, did his thing, and when he had to fight, pretty much no mistakes. He died like that one time when they went high ground, but that's about it. I am done for today, unfortunately, but we still have two series here. Dudley Boys versus the Mega Gaming, as well as Level Up versus KZ Team. A lot of action still to be had here in Pinnacle, 25 years anniversary, and the next caster is going to be Blue Scale. So I hope you guys are ready for one of the best casters I've ever seen to guide you through the, a very great amount of Dota 2 today. This is the last day of the group stages, so playoffs start tomorrow. But there's still some action to be had today, and I hope you treat him very nicely, just as you did myself. There is a 46-minute timing before we get back, though. There's going to be a bit of a break because today has been quite the fast day. But don't you worry, get yourself hydrated, follow Pinnacle Cup so you know when the games are starting, and you're going to have no problem getting right back into the action once you're back. I'm Bowie, and this is farewell, but there's still a lot of Dota today, so don't go anywhere.
Oh, esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
sport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Welcome on into the stream, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, for continuation here of the Pinnacle 25th year anniversary show. I am Blue Scale, and I'm going to bring you all the action for the final 2 games of the group stage. We are coming to a close. These are the last ones coming up for you guys, and let's hope, or let's see if we get any last minute, potential upsets in the group stage. Any little spanners could be thrown in the works. It will remain to be seen. Lots of excitement though. Obviously the first one coming up for you guys is going to be the Dudley boys against Amiga Gaming. That will be coming up very, very soon. And then to wrap it all up will be a Level Up versus KZ team in just a few hours. But the first series, obviously Dudley boys against Amiga Gaming. Dudley boys, these guys have been looking so damn good. Obviously a very fresh form team. You got quite a few famous players, old Mind Control's in there, Yuma as well. A couple of good strong guys from the old Enigma Galaxy team. Also joined in by Hakoda at Xantic and as well as Ninth. So these guys have been absolutely smashing out the park so far in this tournament. Every single series that they have played, they have just destroyed everybody. It's just been 2-0s across the board. Just points, points, points. And they're going to look to see if they can get the 4th 2-0 on the board right now to close all out and feel real damn good for themselves if they can. But, that is easier said than done in a lot of situations. We'll just have to see what sort of mysteries Dota has in store for us, because obviously they are up against Amiga Gaming, who, these guys haven't been looking too bad either. Obviously not quite as successful. Currently tied up in their score, sat on 0 points, which means they are currently tied for 2nd place. So this series is quite important for them to determine whether if they will be going to the upper brackets or the lower brackets. As we can see on the points here, Alliance and them just dead even. So they have to get any win at all. It doesn't matter if it's a 2-1 or if it's a 2-0. Any points will do for an Amiga, and they will be going to the upper brackets. If they lose in any situation as well, it means they are still going forwards, but it will be to lower brackets. It's a fine place to go. It's just a little bit more of a dangerous situation. You don't have that whole extra life to play around, and you can just have your back up against the wall the entire time. Obviously, if you just go through the history of TI performances, no team has ever won from the lower bracket, which just clearly shows lower bracket is not a fun place to start. So we'll see if Amiga Gaming can make sure they scrape themselves out of that position and actually push Alliance down on in there. But as I was mentioning, it is going to be a very, very hard task going up against the Dudley boys right now. These guys have been absolutely smashing every single game out of the park. I don't know if they're the only team so far in this tournament, but they have actually played a Meepo at one point, which is always absolutely amazing to watch. You know, it's not a hero that gets picked all too often because sometimes it can get quite easily countered and the hero just flops. But they have played it once and they did win with it, so I'm very, very happy to see that. Fingers crossed we get something like that here in this series as well. They've also picked up a couple of Monkey Kings as well, which again, it's not a super common pickup in the current meta, but it's still very, very strong apparently in their hands. Obviously, these guys just haven't dropped a single game. One of their actual most picked is the Lifestealer, which is a hero we have slowly been seeing returning to popularity in recent history right now. So we could be looking at potentially the new carry meta going forwards right now. Namiga Gaming, on the other hand, theirs is a little bit more standard to the meta, I'd say. Probably the only thing that they are doing, which other teams aren't really picking as much, is actually the Pangolier, which, you know, a lot of teams after, like, post-TI, you saw this hero drop off quite a lot. But then again, I actually say that the Dudley boys have played the Pango 3 times as well, and they won all their games, so it doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter if other teams aren't playing it. It all depends on whose hands they are actually in at the end of the day. And that is going to be the real difference maker here. Like I was saying, is you've got the big boys on the Dudley boys, you know. Everyone knows Mind Control. Like, he has been on the scene since day one, it feels. Probably not on day one, you know. He probably came in a couple of years in. I don't know the exact time, but he has been around through the ages right now. He is a household Dota name, starting off through the Liquid and obviously then going on to Nigma, but he is obviously no more Nigma anymore. The Dudley boys, only being a few days old, really, this team has been quite freshly formed, but it's looking promising. It's looking really, really promising. Another point I'm going to add about these guys, and maybe the reason why I'm going to be ever so slightly biased towards them, I can't help it, but they do have a Xantic on their team, which is the only UK player in this entire tournament, and what feels like the only UK player in the entire Dota 2 scene. You know, there's none of us. We can't play the game for crap. We can only talk about it a lot of the times, which is our curse. But hey, Xantic is proving that is not the case, and he is going to be competing up together with the big boys, and it's working out really, really well so far. Very strong average KDA of 11.1 as well through their series. So it is always great to see that, in my opinion anyway. But, you know, they have played against a small sample of all the teams that are currently in the Pinnacle 25th year anniversary show. There's still a lot more to come, and seeing as how they are guaranteed to be going into the upper brackets, and I believe their first team is actually going to be Team Klee as well. So we'll see how they're going to be able to perform up against those guys, because they themselves, Team Klee, have been performing quite nicely as well. They won 3 out of 1 of their opening games in this tournament. 7-3 on the scoreline, 4 points as well. So that should be a very exciting matchup to watch. But obviously, if we're going to see whether if Namiga can also get themselves through into the upper bracket, as the draft is now ready, guys, let's jump on in and see what sort of mysteries this game number 1 is going to be holding for us. Whether it's going to be anything out the bat. Look at that. First opening ban of the Meepo from Namiga. Like, they just do not want to see that hero at all. That is some respect being played. Only getting it once, and that is enough. You know, no one wants to see it at all. I want to see it. Namiga doesn't, though. Obviously, there's always still going to be the strong contenders, like the Spirit Breakers and whatnot, which are probably going to get banned out momentarily. Still seeing people dropping the Kunkka bans. I mean, I don't think Dudley boys have played Kunkka a single time so far this tournament. And I've been saying it, and pretty much all the other times that I've been casting, Kunkka just isn't really the big powerhouse he once was. So I'm really thinking like he's not really worth a first phase ban anymore, in my opinion. But, you know, Namiga Gaming are going to do it regardless. Meanwhile, Dudley boys taking away both the Nature's Prophet as well. Grimstroke, highly prioritized, as well as the Pugner, which is a hero Namiga have been willing to pick up in recent history as well. So they are going to be happy with that, taking those away. We'll see what the final ones are going to be. I will be interested to see if nobody bans the Spirit Breaker. Like, this guy is still ridiculous. Even after the last little small nerf, it feels like, in the patch, he is just an absolute powerhouse. How many times has Namiga played it? They've actually only played it 3 times, and they only won 1 game with it. So even if it's not going to get banned out, I don't think Namiga are going to want to pick this up because clearly it's not one of their strong suits. But 100%, if that hero is passed over to Dudley Boys, I think they'll just first phase it. If it gets banned, they'll probably first phase the Centaur instead. You know, that's probably like the second runner-up as first phase picking heroes now in this current patch. But still, looking for this last ban. Both teams already using a bit of their reserve time. Namiga using a bit more, obviously, here. You know, sometimes these opening bans are really, really crucial that you get rid of that correct hero. And their choice is going to be to ban the Tusk, and then they actually pick up the Spirit Breaker. Alright, so they're looking to try and remedy that quite poor win percentage. I want to bump up to at least 50% here, so we'll see if they've got what it takes to actually make that happen. Dudley Boys, though, I would assume it's just going to be the Centaur pickup. Maybe they're thinking about Pangolier as well for Xantic to take into the mid lane. It is really a toss-up between the two, which one they actually think is going to be more impactful in the game. But I feel like Centaur just wins nearly every single game he's been played right now. Every single time I see a Centaur, even if it has not a great start to the game, it still ends up being super impactful and getting the win in the end. So I wouldn't be surprised to see it. Okay, that is something I definitely was not expecting to see. First pick of the TA. Alright, it's a little bit different. So I'm going to assume that is going to be Yuma's carry hero. Unless, of course, I do believe Xantic actually does play the TA as well in the mid. So there is that potential to flex into the position 2 role as well if they don't want to make it the carry anymore. But already it's not a bad matchup versus this Spirit Breaker, you know. He's got high impact damage, but very small amount of sources, so the refraction charges easily deal with this hero. Maybe that is the thinking there. I have to wait and see. Namiga, though, I'm assuming this would be the best time to take away the Centaur. I'm actually going to prioritize the Muerta for now. I've slowly been seeing Muertas dropping off. Like since the last nerf that came through, not quite as strong of a position 4 anymore because the cooling was nerfed quite a bit. Still fine as a carry, I feel. Actually, Muerta on Namiga's hands is actually one of their most successful heroes. I mean, they've not actually played it for a long time, mind you, but apparently they have a 100% win rate on their hero, which is pretty nuts. But even so, they do remove themselves along with the Dazzle. What is going to be the Dudley Boys' final ban here? I feel like we could be seeing a Pangolier pick. Both teams are still willing to grab this hero. It's still in the pool, obviously. So if it does not get banned out from the Dudley Boys, I wouldn't be all too surprised to see it appear. And they get rid of the Spectre. And then what's their choice? Do they go for the Pango? Or do they grab the Centaur for mind control? There it is. Okay, Centaur picked up. So what does Namiga now want to pick in response to this? Obviously, normally if you've got a Spirit Break, you'd quite enjoy slapping it with the Grimstroke pairing, which is just really good for initiation and control with the Inkswell on top. But we're not going to be seeing that. Obviously, it has been banned out. Their Treant has also been removed. Dark Willow is still in the pool. That's probably their next prioritized hero to be played into the position 4. I feel like it's either going to be that or a Phoenix, because actually Phoenix doesn't look too bad at the moment. Centaur War on it isn't going to do anything to kill the egg. Obviously, the Stampede can always be used to disengage. But you know, if you get some sort of extra teamfight control ability like a puck from the mid lane, then it doesn't really matter. You know, the Dream Core still get everybody hit from that ultimate. So I wouldn't mind seeing a Phoenix. Probably wait for their third or fourth pick, sorry, to then go for a puck if that is going to be like the sort of direction they want to go. But not a large amount of reserve time left, only 18 seconds. And their actual hero of choice is going to be the Shen. Going to see that rolling on into the pos 5 position, I would assume. Unless there is going to be something nuts happening, but who knows? Probably not. Still looking at third pick. I mean, at the moment, they are still lacking teamfight control. So even though you're not going to like combo it with the Phoenix, puck isn't that bad in my opinion. Lane's fine against the TA. You're not really going to get too much harassment damage out there, but you should still have an okay time. They're actually going to decide to go for the BAME. In which case, I would assume position 4 Shen, but in recent history, we've actually started to see a few like position 4 players taking the Bane into that role. Like the Brain Sap is a really effective harassment tool as well as keeping yourself sustained, and you could whittle away at people. Just have to see if that is going to be the actual hero of choice to pair up with a Spirit Breaker or not. It's quite a hard choice. But the Dudley Boys, they go for a Tide Hunter thirds. Okay, so is this no longer a mind control? Centaur off, maybe pos 5 there, and the Tide Hunter's going to be the 3? Or vice versa, you know, swap those two around? I am really unsure. Quite interesting. Maybe the Tide... You could make an argument for the Tide Hunters to be 5 this game. Because Ravage, you know, you can always make sure that you can get... Literally just to cancel the Fiend's Grip that comes out from the BAME. Pretty much no matter where you are. It's good versus the Shen army as well. Maybe cancel Spirit Breaker charges. I still feel like it's a fine pos 3 Centaur war on a game. Potentially that is going to be the choice there. Also go for a Clockwork. Which I'm going to assume there's not really much lane combination with either a Centaur or a Tide. So I feel like the plan there is going to be trying to set up for like early control onto the runes in the mid lane. Maybe even set up for a gank or two. As you know, you don't have to hold your off laners' hands. They're going to be tanky. They're going to be fine. Let them do their thing and try and help out your mid as much as possible. And whether or not this is going to be a TA mid or not is still remaining to be seen. Amiga do decide to go for the Invoker. Which, you know, you do have some sources that you could deal with the refraction charges. You naturally build into an urn as well. We can deal with them. Quaswex works out quite nicely. Just constantly take away the mana of the TA, which is still just as frustrating to deal with. So we'll see whether or not the Dudley Boys want to try and make this still a Zantic into the mid, or going to try and put it into the hands of Yuma instead. Which I feel, if this is going to be TA carry and Tide Hunter 5, it's not like you can really get aggressive there. Tide Hunter might take a couple of right clicks and stuff from the Bane and a Brain Sap or two, but he should be able to survive through that. If, of course, this is a pos 4 Bane and not a Shen pos 4 Bane. Just haven't got a clue, in all honesty. I really don't. Just a waiting game. So Amiga, they do take away the Lina. So they are sure this is going to be Yuma's hero for the carry. And the Dudley Boys removing the Lifestealer to start here, as it is pretty clear Namigo looking for their carry as the final pick. I am quite intrigued how Pango is a hero both of these teams like to play, and it's gone unbanned, but also unpicked. Unless, of course, actually Namiga want to grab it. No, Hustlers, sorry. Hustlers, the Dudley Boys want to grab it as their mid. Might not have a god-awful time against the Invoker. As long as if you can use like Swashbuckle to avoid the EMPs and stuff. It's not going to be the easiest lane, but maybe Zantic won't mind. They need to just power for it. As their actual final ban is going to be the Luna. And what do Namiga now want to take rid of? That is the question. They only got 6 seconds reserve time on top of this. It's not a huge time to think. We'll see if they're just going to double down on banning mids. Or maybe if they want to try and edge their bets, and they will. They take away the puck, which would have brought even more AoE control to the side of the Dudley Boys. Obviously Ravage, Cogs, Stomp with the Stampede going on. Not too bad, not too bad. You on Amiga? I feel like they need someone to also bring a bit of AoE control themselves. They got the Invoker, which is fine. Spirit Breaker, if you get a good charge, can for sure. Let's go for the Morphling. So there's not going to be any huge amount of AoE CC here coming out from Amiga Gaming. We'll see if that comes in around to bite them in the arse at all. We'll see what Dudley Boys is now going to grab up as their final pick. Got plenty of reserve time themselves, though. Mid here to play up against the Invoker. But maybe you can also catch out the Morphling. I was thinking maybe... I was thinking Earth Spirit, but actually Earth Spirit can get kind of screwed over if there's an urn on him. Plus Cold Snap. Just endlessly stunned, you can't roll away. That would be quite punishing. It is something they've played before, but I don't know if they'll be comfortable playing it against that Invoker. It's a hard choice. You can't get anyone that dives in too deep on their own, because otherwise they can get controlled by the Bane. The actual hero choice is going to be the Ricky. Alright, okay, so Ricky mids up against the Invoker of Ironcrad. I guess it kind of makes sense. You know, you can use the old tricks of the trade to dodge the EMPs if that's coming your way. So in theory, Azantic should always be able to keep good control of his mana pool, unless of course he uses that skill prematurely and then gets caught from the EMP afterwards. But should be a-okay. Also, the Tide Hunter is actually going to be into the hands of Mind Control, so it is a position 3 Tides. Hakoda is taking the Clockwork to be the POS 5, and 9 class is actually rolling with the Centaur Warrunner to be the POS 4. Unless, of course, Hakoda and 9 class are swapping around, but I'm pretty sure Hakoda's normally the POS 5. I could be wrong there, guys, don't quote me. Everyone on Amiga pretty much in the heroes you would expect. Bebex rolling with the Spirit Breaker, Force Major on the Bane. Icar on the Evoker, Violent on the Morphling. So bad as well. Onto the Shen. I'm not quite sure which team I'm going to prefer coming on into this game. Maybe I might just say the Dudley Boys. Purely because they do have some good AoE control. Also the fact that they are just probably a bit of a better team as well, just going off of points alone. And of course, as I was saying, I'm going to be slightly biased considering how they do have the only UK player. So it's an easy choice for me, guys. It's a very easy choice. Maybe not the same choice for you guys at home. But either way, we look like this should be a pretty damn exciting game at all. Should not be a stomp. Fingers crossed it's not going to be a stomp, guys. That is not at all what we want to see here. But we're going to be jumping on into the game as it is now underway. We'll see if either team maybe wants to attempt some sort of sneaky first blood play, perhaps. Always love to see it. And it looks like the Dudley Boys are going to do so, moving inside the Dire jungle, where they're going to bump into So-Bad. But he's too fast. And 9 class, unfortunately, doesn't really have any sort of reach on him. So Shen just walks it off. Gank failed. Truck down to ward to try and keep track on these guys. And then they'll probably just end up stealing the bottom 2 bounties in response to this. No one going to get caught out today. Not at all. Yeah, this mid is going to be very interesting. Very, very interesting. Because, as I mentioned before, I feel like it's going to be quite skill-based for Zantic. Like, if he can do the tricks of trade on time and stuff and still find CS, he could have a fun time. If he messes up 1 time, maybe even 2, I could definitely feel Ironcrad just gaining a hefty lead to start things off and just bully him down. We'll just have to wait and see, obviously, as the bounties are now spawning. Dudley Boys kind of abandoned the top one there, not interested in trying to secure it. Azantic will grab one at least. Ironcrad still gets connected from the stun. There is going to be a blood grenade on top of them, but even still, it's a good amount of damage over towards the Invoker, which will give Azantic just that slight edge to start off the lane. So-Bad doing a decent amount of harassment against the Centaur, but this is a POS 4 Centaur, for crying out loud. Like, does he care? I don't even know. I wonder what the real build is going to be as well. If he goes for just mass points into retaliate or not. We'll just have to see how he plays it. As we can see, obviously, Zantic easily able to avoid the first EMP. Doesn't even need to use a skill for it, just walks it past. No problem at all. Yeah, I'm definitely interested about this Pos 4 Centaur. I feel like that could be the thing that makes or breaks the Dudley boys. Obviously, you've seen support Centaurs before, but it's normally as a 5 because you don't really need too many items. If you can get a blink, you're going to be fine, like doing some sort of initiation plays or anything like that. It's kind of all you need. So see what he's going to be able to do with that extra bit of gold priority, you know. Maybe get an item or so online a little bit sooner. Maybe it could be a pretty good game for a Pipe of Insight, which I feel like either he or MC would be trying to build. But whoever gets it is going to be very, very impactful for the whole entire squad. This already looks like Violent trying to find what CS he can. Obviously, there's not really too much that MC or 9 class can do to harass out this Morphling. So I feel like once Violet hits his level 3, he's going to feel pretty damn immortal in this lane. There's nothing they can do it. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, First Blood is found. Xantic actually manages to solo kill Ironclad underneath his tier 1 tower. I was saying this is going to be a skill-based matchup, but my lord, I was not expecting a First Blood, just level 3 to start off this lane. Absolutely insane. Meanwhile, down bottom, Bebex also in danger right now. Maybe he can get dived underneath his tower. The side blade hits coming through. Not going to be enough to get the kill, and instead Pagoda steps forwards a little bit too far and will get punished as a response. Force Major getting that kill. Meanwhile, up top, also so bad dropping down there to MC. As the two of them are able to get on top of that pretty squishy Shem. So already seeing a fair amount of action happening on all 3 lanes. Fantastic way to start the game, guys. In theory, we should be looking at a very close one. But theory and practice very rarely intersect, in my opinion. I'm very good at cursing things. But so far, Yuma doing pretty fine in CS, 11-3, actually the same at the moment there of Bebex. So both these guys finding whatever farm they possibly can. Honestly, as the levels start piling up, Yuma's going to feel safer and safer. I feel the only reason Hakoda actually died in that last situation is because he took a couple of tower hits. You know, just a little bit too far. Really did find that kill, but was punished no matter what. Still, there is mid. 17-6 to Xantic against the 10-1 of Ironclad. A full level ahead of him as well. It's a pretty scary spot to be in. And the fact that Xantic hasn't commit any money to get like a bot or anything like that, so he just has that extra bit of effectiveness with the early Wraith Band and completed wand. You know, those small stats can make all the difference, especially for Ricky. All that backstab damage really does add up. Now we can actually see all 3 cores on Dudley Boys, top of CS. That was a fantastic start. I'm kind of interested that the Morphling isn't having a slightly better time, to be honest with you. He's getting outpaced more and more here from MC. 17-8 on the Tide, where it's just 12-1 there for Violent. So he is definitely getting hindered a fair old amount. But even still, like I said, he shouldn't be able to die in this lane. He really, really shouldn't, unless a gank comes from Xantic and they're able to get the silence before he can get strength buff off. That is the only way the Morphling will die. So I feel like as soon as you see this Ricky's level 6, So Bad needs to just buy a sentry, maybe even 2, and just slap him in the lane for that very eventuality. Meanwhile, Bebex does end up going down at the bot. Kill going the way of Hakoda there. And just more space for Yuma to keep themselves at top of the CS chart for now. 9 class making a rotation here. Stun. Oh, it's too early. Does not connect now. Both of them has to disengage. So Bad rotates in, but it's just going to be enough to scare them off. No one's going to go down though. Would they have got that kill if that stomp actually connected? Not too sure. Might have been close. It also might have baited 9 to his death, because he would have stuck around, means he would have got hit from the tower a couple more times, I believe, and maybe would have ended up dropping down there. So who knows how that actually panned out and who it actually favoured. Actually, all 3 people on the Amiga, all cores, doing pretty much exactly the same. 24-2, 23-2, 22-1. So none of them super excelling, or maybe if Einkrag can get a kill here, it'd help, but nope. This is a pos for Centaur Warrunner, guys. They're way too tanky to go down for some simple spells like that. They need to bring a whole lot more to find that one. Now it has just been left down to 1v1 at this top lane, and we can see Violent is slowly but surely re-climbing back up on the CS chart there. Not too far behind that of the Tide. And it should just continue to grow. Unless, of course, like I said, a gank comes his way from Atlantic. That will be decided. Meanwhile, little fight for the 6-minute rune does spawn. Force Major is forced to actually grab that. Hakoda might die here, but actually if they get the kill first, and they will, Force Major goes down. Hakoda's trying to run away. There's no dot damage on him. Is there any long range? It doesn't look like it. The Clockwork just walks away. Can't find anything, and now so bad. He's been caught out under the tower. Nice tornado release from Einkrad, making space for his support to get away, but Atlantic just keeps charging forwards. He finds the kill. That's a killing spree there for this Ricky in the mid lane. And actually, maybe 9 class in danger. Force Major TP's in, but nice footwork there from the Centaur. Make sure he gets it out. Very close. Very, very close indeed. Still 5-1 is the score. 1k gold lead right now for Dudley Boys. Not huge. Not huge at all, but still pretty good position to be in here for just 7 minutes in. Definitely in terms of just how the last few fights have actually panned out. Maybe that's going to be shaking up Nemigo a little bit. Oh, Atlantic. He's managed to find the Morphling. Can he get outside the cloud in time? He will! He gets the surge off. And he should be A-OK for now. Santos is going to keep chasing after it, so maybe actually Violent could require a TP rotation from somebody else. He's going for the TP out. There is the Ravage from MC to make sure they get the kill. And also a hammer just completed there for MC, so this tower's also going to start taking some beatings. Kind of interested that nobody from Nemiga TP'd him. Obviously the Bane, where he just TP'd mid, his was on cooldown of course, so he couldn't. But that is pretty punishing, taking down the Morphin like that. To be honest, Violet did a good job just getting outside the cloud and not dying to begin with, but yeah, it's a very, very hard situation to escape from. Very hard indeed. But even still, Yuma, man, he just feels completely uncontested, doing whatever the hell he wants. And Einkrad, every single time he steps forward, his antics is on him. Whacks him in the face a couple of times. EMP chucked out. Antic just diving under the tower, man. They do not give a crap about getting hit from this. They're going to commit for it. But there's 4 members of the Amiga nearby. 9 class will die. Can they get the tasty kill with the Ricky? No is the answer. He jumps over to Hakoda and he will escape. So after all that, the Centaur does go down, which is a nice kill to find there for Nemiga. But at the same time, there was 4 heroes coming on in to do so. So, you know, it's a lot committed to get the kill. And actually, they're not even done. Einkrad may be in danger. Atlantic, though, he's out of mana and he will have to just give up the chase. Illusion's been a bit of a pest, to be honest. Just harassing him under his own tower. But they will deal with it. And Embassy obviously already dealing with that tier 1. Already doing work over to the tier 2 at sub 9 minutes into the game. Not easy, man. Not easy at all.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
It's going to keep taking control. More and more of the map here. As Dudley Boys, they feel they're having a good time. And they would be right. Maybe they might be looking to try and go for a kill here down onto B-Bex. They're rotating in from the Centaur, basically behind the tier 1 tower. As well as Atlantic, hunting for the Morphling. If they can find him, this should be a pretty easy kill. I think Mind Control, his Ravage is going to be off cooldown in just a couple of seconds, I would assume. They did see the Morph, but maybe just a little bit too close to the tower to really commit for that kill. Instead, elsewhere, Force Major will be found and will be brought low. And yeah, Zantic gave up trying to hunt for a Violent. Does actually TP back to the mid. There's only so long you can spend running around in the trees. Meanwhile, actually, Yuma's coming in for his own gank, trying to make this kill here on towards Einkrad, and he will go down. Easy peasy kill there for Yuma. And even MC moving on in. There should be a tier 1 tower going the way of Dudley Boys unless Nemiga Gaming can start bringing some heroes to defend it. Meanwhile, B-Bex, he's really trying to do some solo play against 9 class. This is a Centaur for crying out loud. He is way too tanky to the solo. B-Bex has to just run away. Force Major is nearby. We'll make sure he gets the Nightmare on towards Atlantic, but good play from Yuma to make sure he takes that away from his mid laner. And eventually Force Major will die. Oh, Night Class has to be careful. He actually gets charged on. He will die. Bit of a mistake there from the Centaur, and Atlantic has to be careful, so Tornado will connect. EMP also coming through. Will they lose their Ricky for this? They have no detection, so he will be able to run away. Dudley Boys making that a little bit of an awkward play, to be honest with you. Even still, it is just a trader support, but favouring Namiga for sure, as they are a few thousand gold behind here. We went a little bit then for a second. We are back. No problems, no problems. So MC going for Blink Dagger next, just to be the main form of initiation for his team. Yuma, Desolator queued up next, which may be getting there quite quickly as they can find this free kill onto B-Bex trapped inside the cogs. Nothing he can do. Just drops way too quickly. His charge was also on cooldown, so absolutely no way of getting himself out of that one. There's also a Diffusal Blade completed for the Ricky, which is just going to allow to find these kills so much easier. And also Hand of Midas went there for a B-Bex, so trying to sort of commit for the long term. Really hoping that this game's going to go off long enough for that item to really pay off here. But by the way that this game is progressing, not entirely sure he's going to get the full opportunity to make the item super valuable. We'll just have to wait and see, of course. But I'm sure Xantic, he's going to be looking to try and make some sort of move now with this Diffusal Blade completed. Also with an Arcane Rune. So this is really the perfect time to find a kill. Question is, which direction does he head? In true core fashion, he can't resist a lane of creeps, even if there's a support farm in it. So he will kill that first. And then they're going to go for a play. They might end up bumping into So Bad, which to be honest is going to be the favourable thing here for Namiga. They definitely rather lose their Chen than their Morphling, but So Bad, he's not going to be able to tank this gank for his core. They just walk right past him, and Violent is going to get jumped on. Does he get Strength Buff off in time? He does not. He's going to get controlled inside this silence, and he is just dead. Even though he was still naturally sitting at 1500 HP, playing it a little bit safer, unfortunately just doesn't end up making the difference. He still gets found. It's another bit of progression here for the Dudley Boys. And 5,000 gold ahead at 13 minutes in. It's looking pretty dicey if you're an Amiga fan. B-Bex just charging onto a Coda. Only Force Majors nearby. But look at this, man. The Pulse 5 Clockwork is just standing his ground against 2. Maybe being a little bit ambitious as there is a few more reinforcements coming in from Namiga. Maybe a Coda will die as a result of this one. But it just shows you how strong this guy is. Finally, with the involvement of Aincrad, they will get that kill. But that's worrying. That is very, very worrying. I don't think Namiga are going to be too happy about that, in all honesty, despite getting the kill. Meanwhile, they're just casually losing their tier 2 top. Nobody's here to defend it. So slowly but surely that will be going down. As maybe they might try and push this bottom tier 1. It's really only So Bad here now who can try and get this one. Atlantic maybe get a kill on towards B-Bex, jumping into the enemy base. There's any more jumps? He doesn't. He's out of resources. He's slow as hell. Has to try and get a jump to look. Actually goes for the TP, which manages to dodge the Tornado, but even still his control, he has no mana left. With the Fiend's Grip, he is just gone. And that is what we call in the business, ladies and gentlemen, as greed is feed. Diving so deep. Nearly worth 1,000 gold for that kill alone. Meanwhile, down bot So Bad. Will he actually escape with this? The hookshot misses. And he does actually TP out successfully. Nice play from So Bad. Doesn't even panic TP back to base. Just goes to the tier 2 to grab the rune as well. Super value player. But okay. You know, it's a window of opportunity there from Namiga. It was a little bit of a mistake from Atlantic, not going to lie. But those are the sort of mistakes you don't make all too often, you know? You feel like you're just so far ahead in this game, you feel unkillable, and you're like, yeah, why not? I'll dive the enemy base, I don't care. And then you are punished for it, and then, you know, you're gonna take a little reality check after that and chill out. I'd hope so anyway. I would definitely hope. But still, MC with a Blink Dagger completed, and Ravage off of cooldown. If Dudley Boys wanted to try and make some sort of aggressive move, they definitely have the capabilities to do that right now. Especially if MC pairs up with Xantic. I don't think anybody on the side of Amiga can survive that. Like, they will die no matter what. Also now, a blink completed for Yuma on top of his already finished Desolator, I do believe. So this guy is really ready to start taking the fight as well to the side of Namiga. Meanwhile, they've just found the casual grab here onto the Invoker trapped inside the cloud. Everyone else is trying to help out, but the Cogs just pushes away Beegbex. He can't get in to save his mid laner, and eventually they will die. They get the trade onto 9 class at the very least, but MC is here. Ravages out, will collect onto the 2 of them. Beegbex barely able to avoid that himself, and now trying to find this kill so bad underneath the tier 2. Yuma getting involved now. The real DPS here just comes flooding on out, and they will manage to take down 4 Violent. He gets involved, but he's melted up. It's a really nice play to avoid. He actually comes out of it. He will get the quick burst kill into Akoda, try and run away. Yuma, though, chasing after him. Will Violent be punished for this one? He's a really hard kill to find, but they're going to commit for it with the Muto Hammer also coming down. He's silenced, and Violent will die. It's a good response there from Dudley Boys to punish that greed from Violent. And it's a full team wipe, 8k gold lead. And may even be a tier 2 going down, considering how this is a catapult wave. But it doesn't look like they are going to back off. As actually, it looks like Einkrad has managed to find Yuma deep inside their own triangle. They're going to go for the re-engage, but they're so bad it's dead. Charge coming through onto Beegbex. Yuma is controlled and gone. It's a 2-for-1. Supports for the carry. It's favourable for Namiga for now. They're also maybe going to try and get score into Xantic, because the Ricky is also out of resource. He will die as well. Now it's just down to mind control. Doing a hell of a lot of damage here for the old fish boy. Nice rocket there from Hakoda to get the finisher kill, as well as the hook shot. And they will take down Einkrad for his efforts. So once again, it's a 4-for-2 trade favouring Dudley Boys, but this time maybe Namiga aren't so sad about it. I mean, sure, they lose 2 cores and 2 supports, but they do take down 2 cores from Dudley Boys. I don't know, I feel like they're still probably not happy about it. It's still going to be favouring Dudleys. And yeah, this tier 2 is definitely going down now.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
It feels like they just need a lot more time for Violent to become a really scary carry right now. Still a couple of thousand gold behind that of Yuma, although they're going to try and make a play here on towards 9 class, but the Centaur goes for the Stampede. Nice dodge as well there of the Tornado. So no support's getting called out today. Meanwhile, though, so bad. Unfortunately, is a support that does get called out. And ends up just being a free kill for Xantic, but what can he really do when there's a Ricky on top of him? It's just too damn hard, man. Even if he has a 4-star this early on, he's just dead. I mean, if you guys at home are support players, you know how that feels. You know what it's like to get those sort of heroes on top of you. Just go AFK. You're just dead. So Dudley Boys, though, looking like they're going to try and take down a free Roshan, 3 heroes inside the pit. Information is just not there from Namiga Gaming to be able to contest this one. And then they're going to have to be playing up against a TA Aegis on top of everything else, which is just extremely difficult. And this is the first Aegis when 2 tier 2s have already been taken down. Potential for Dudley Boys just to go high grounds, because why not? They've got all their ultimates available, apart from Stampede, but that's not super essential, to be honest. As long as if they have Ravage, they're going to be fine. Oh, Xantic with a DD, spots out Beegbex. Hook shot perfectly lands there from Akoda. Such a good shot. That is a dead Spirit Breaker for sure. Now this is the perfect opportunity for Dudley Boys to push. Looks like majority of the squad down bottom to take down this tier 2. Stampede also used as 9 class. He's managed to find a quick grab onto Force Major. 1 Meld Strike comes flying on through. Takes him down. Tier 2 as well going to be dropping. And most likely a high ground situation will commence. And then it's going to be down to whether if Namiga can hold. I mean, as I was saying in the draft, they don't really have any big AoE controlling abilities. Like, they've got the spells from the Invoker, and that is pretty much it. Apart from that, they're relying on an AoE charge from the Spirit Breaker. And look at this, at Xantic, he just knows that's the real Morphling, but he still can't kill him. And now, actually, he has to be the one to try and run away, but the charge is already coming through. Xantic can probably feel it's on his way, kicks him on back, and that is going to be a free kill going to Violent. Nice response there from Namiga. And now, unfortunately for Dudley Boys, that means without their mid laner, they're probably going to have to put a bit of pressure on the brakes right now. And not just go for this high ground push. I mean, to be honest, that little sequence was like some pretty high IQ plays from both sides. Like the Morphling trying to bait the illusion was a nice attempt. Adzantic, though, he knew he was on the right guy and he stuck with it, but unfortunately he still didn't have the damage to actually take him. And it just gets punished, obviously, from a classic Spirit Breaker global charge. Such a strong hero.
Dire's courier has been killed.
That's a pretty nice carry for MC to find there. That was going to be a Octarine core pretty damn soon there for B-Bex, so that is delayed a fair amount. Now the Riki is up. Still have all their ultimates. We'll see if Dudley Boys want to resume the push attempt, as they have just found a free kill onto Violent, taking down the Morphling yet again, making more spaces across the map. At the same time, Yuma soloed the Tormentor, so they got a free shard on top of anything else as well, which is now why Dudley Boys sitting at a 17,000 gold advantage. Ooh, jump onto Force Mage, but good little nightmare there in time to keep him alive. Hookshot will connect again. Hakoda, man. He's got a sniper scope on his arm. He's been finding these every single time, and unfortunately Force Major can't escape once the Riki shows up. And actually going to carry on diving forward. So bad in danger inside his own base, and he will die as well. Tornado not going to be able to connect, and unfortunately here for Einkrad, maybe he's assigned his own death warrant, as multiple people on top of him, trapped inside the cogs and the cloud, manages to get the 4-star, but still there is enough damage to chase him down. Adzantic, though, these towers are doing so much work, just tearing them to pieces. They actually get the kill onto Adzantic. MC as well, so damn low. Can he get out? It looks like he will with an axe completed. So the dive from Adzantic, he does manage to find 2 kills as a result, also forces a buyback, but once again it costs him his life. Just shows, man. A Rikimaru, it's a hero which can really, really find the kills, but it's very easy to also die. Very easy to die indeed. But a very short duration pause. We are back on the way. And still about 1 minute and 10 seconds left of this Aegis. Is this enough time for Dudley Boys to try and force high ground, or are they just going to stick to the status quo, you know, control up the dire side of the map, limit all the resources that Namiga can get, and then just try and make a play with Roshan number 2? We're actually going to make a jump. It's a 2-man connection there with the stun, but the Strength Morph was in time there from Violence. The Morphling should be fine out of this situation. So bad, though, has been the first casualty. And everyone else from Namiga will just disengage. Oh, Ever Strike does get cancelled again. Tornado onto 2 with the EMP. No reason to see from you, but actually B-Bex going to charge forwards. Will he get punched for this one? No, he won't.
Making mistakes.
Manages to get out fine. Hejuma, still 30 seconds on this Aegis, but I think he wishes he died there. He has absolutely nothing to work with. 100 HP, 20 mana. Quick jump into the backlines. They found the grab onto Minecraft, forced off to the side, but it doesn't matter. Good jump from MC to get the kill. First life of Yuma is gone. Is there a counterplay perhaps on Amiga? No, there isn't. Too damn risky to make this jump right now. Well, actually, B-Bex just going to keep charging forwards, trying to slow down this push as much as possible. But Dudley Boys, maybe they could just keep on going right now. Shen's respawning in 4, 25 out the Invoker, but it looks like Dudley Boys are going to pay respects. And they will back on out. And now I'm sure the plan probably is just to, you know, get the Nether item online, try and get Roshan number 2 once it does respawn, and progress that way. Meanwhile, Yuma just gets an absolutely free solo kill, man. B-Bex, nothing he could do. Once you're silenced, 0 chances of retreat. I mean, this is a farm TA. Basically 1,700 net worth versus the 12.7 there of the Morphling. So damn far ahead. And the Morphling got Manta Style completed and trying to go in towards the Butterfly next, which will be pretty good at trying to keep himself alive up against this TA. But I feel like Yuma's probably not going to be far off just going, alright, I'll buy an MKB then. And just have it instantly. So it's going to help, but it won't be the ultimate answer here at this game. Going to need quite a few more items. But the real scary thing we're looking at the net worth is both of the supports on Dudley Boys have double the net worth of the enemy supports and only barely behind that of the Invoker. So they themselves are looking super damn strong.
Dire's middle tower
I mean, we saw it in many situations when Amiga try and go after either Hakoda or 9 class. They just can't do it. They just do not have the resources. Meanwhile, tier 3 just gets slowly sieged down. That is gone. Lincoln's breaks onto Yuma. Blink Dagger's back as well to make sure he avoids the charge there from Bebex. Let's get back to push him. Jump forward some 9 class. Gets stun onto 1. A lot of damage there from Violent. Vidual's trying to survive. Stampede will be A-okay. Hakoda jumps in deep. Cog's not going to trap in so bad. Not that it really matters though, as he does have a Zantic on his case. That is a dead Shen, down for 30 seconds. And Ricky will be able to disengage. Damage coming in from Unit to make the space. Actually, charging aggressive there from Violent. Trying to force them back. Hakoda as well. Does get hit from the Sunstrike as well as the Never Strikes. Good damage. The Clockwork will die, but it's a trade. Bebex goes down as a result. 9 class as well on Death's Door, but there's the Ravage onto 2 with the hammer. Connects onto Violent. He has to surge away with the waveform, and he will be able to make it. But he can't really bring much else to the table. It's now down to a 2 versus 3. This full set of barracks will be going down to the mid. And the big question is if Dudley boys can go for more. Both sets are completely open to be sieged. There are no tier 2s left here. And looks like the choices go for the top. Oh, so bad! He gets caught, found in the trees. He's just gone so damn easy. Again, down for 30 seconds. Spirit Breaker up in 8. Shortly followed by the Invoker, but this is going to be a full set of barracks going down before then. And actually, a jump in aggressive from Zantic. He's found the grab onto the Morphling before he can get Strength Morph, but even still, Violet will barely be able to get himself out there. Bane taking some hits, charged from Bebex. They found the grab on towards the Ricky Maru. Doing some good damage, he will still survive. And Violet go for a high IQ TP back to base. Will keep himself alive. Hakoda, though, making space into the back lines. He's trapped in Bebex right now. There's nowhere for the Spirit Breaker to go apart from forwards. And it's not going to work. He still dies. There's a jump from 9 class in the background. He's managed to get the stun on towards Ironcrad. And he's trying to escape there with the invis, but it's just not going to work. He still dies well. Yuma gets another kill to So Bad and Violent. He's having to try and kill the Yankee. Gets it and retreats successfully. So Violent will survive, but it just doesn't mean anything. His whole team just dies around him. And 2 full sets gone. Going to be a third momentarily, and that will be Megas, unless somehow Nemiga can pull off an absolute dream defense here. It's not going to be easy. Or even possible, I don't know. There's another hookshot forward to Hakoda. He's found Violent. Good control. He's still with the Strength Morph. He's able to survive, silenced immediately afterwards, but he will be able to retreat yet again. So Violent just being still an elusive carry, and maybe that's bought enough time for the rest of the team to respawn and defend these barracks. They're going to do their absolute best, but they found the Bane in the trees. The 2 supports with them with a Zantic. Immediate kill onto Bebex as well. This Spirit Breaker just is way too squishy. It's just a double kill, and there it is. GG is called. Nemiga are done. And the Dudley boys, man, looking strong as ever. Taking a pretty easy win here in game number 1. And I mean, I was very, very questioning the position for Centaur Warrunner. Like, I did not think that would work at all, but wow, it was actually pretty damn good. I am very pleasantly surprised that worked out. I mean, it does mean probably you're going to see it in a few of your pubs, ladies and gentlemen, which that may cost you a few bit of MMR here and there, who knows, but who cares? It was fun to see here. It worked out tremendously, and yeah, just top-notch plays from Dudley boys altogether. All 3 of their lanes went fantastically well. Probably the big one is that Zantic was able to actually get that solo kill into Ironcrad at just level 3 in the mid lane, which just enabled him to spiral out of control. Sure, he did some very greedy plays. He died a couple of times, quite out of position. Didn't really matter. At the end of the day, they still get the W, so that's all you can really say off that fact. And obviously, Yuma as well did an absolute fantastic job there on the TA. Got super fat, and there wasn't really anything Violent could do to keep pace. We saw in the last few fights, he was really, really able to keep himself alive and disengage out of hairy situations, but he couldn't do the damage. He just didn't have a team around him, and that's all that mattered. So hopefully Nemiga, they just take a little bit of a reset after that game. I can't really say there was anything too wrong in the draft for them. I feel that their draft was fine. Yeah, I don't know, maybe they just need to have a little bit of a breather and just reset after that game. Just make sure you do not succumb to any form of tilt, because that can really be the bane of so many teams. But yeah, fingers crossed, game number 2 would be Just a little bit closer, guys. Just a little bit closer. But game number 2 will be coming up in about 6 or so minutes time, guys. So do not go anywhere. We shall return for some more Pinnacle Cup fun. We'll see you soon.
Oh, esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Welcome back on in, ladies and gentlemen. We've got another game coming up for you very, very soon here between the Dudley boys and Namiga Gaming. Fingers crossed this game number 2 is, you know, going to be a little bit more competitive and back and forth right now. But obviously, it's a lot easier said than done in a lot of situations. The Dudley boys have just looked unstoppable throughout this entire group stage so far. They've 2-0'd every single team, and they are looking like they want to try and hold that record in the entire groups and going to 2-0 Namiga in this series. Unless, of course, Namiga themselves can bounce back and get at least 1 win on the go. Obviously, as I was stating earlier on, ladies and gentlemen, that if Namiga Gaming lose this series in any way, it means they will be 3rd in their groups, which means they will be going into the lower brackets of the playoff stage here on the tournament. But if they are able to get the win, doesn't matter 2-0 or 2-1, who cares? They will have just about enough points to be put into 2nd place, and they will be going into the upper bracket. So there is a lot to play for here. You know, you get the whole extra safety net for the rest of the tournament, and it is very, very crucial, or at least very, very handy to have that in your back pocket going forward. But game number 2 draft is underway. So let's jump on in and see if maybe Namiga are going to adjust after that game number 1 or not. we'll just have to see. I imagine most of the bans are going to be pretty much the same, in all honesty. I mean, like I was saying at the end of that game, I don't really think there was anything too wrong with Nemiga's lineup. Like, I could definitely see it working in lots of different situations, but unfortunately, it just didn't quite pan out their way. They are once again going to be banning the Meepo. Just immediately take that one away yet again. They themselves actually take away the Spirit Breaker this time round, as they do believe Dudley Boys might be getting the that hero this time round. Obviously, they do have the first pick priority. So they just want to make sure that doesn't appear. One thing I will say as well for Nemiga, before they played that last game, I think they had 1 win out of 4 with their Spirit Breaker. So yeah, their stats have gone even worse with it, which is kind of sad considering just how powerful this hero has been in pretty much every single other series. It is clearly, it's just not their hero. It's just not their hero, unfortunately. So, you know, maybe we'll just start to see them steer away from that hero, even if they get the chance to. Who knows? But they will once again take away the Kunkka. I wonder if we might see potentially a TA ban or something like that. It was first phase last game for Yuma. But no, they will decide to take away the Centaur. Even though it was a POS 4, it still gets the ban, which is big respect there. But to be honest, it could have gone into the hands of Mind Control and maybe that game would have looked exactly the same. It's very, very hard to tell. But yeah, they'll take that one out of there. Dudley Boys, though, obviously removing Grimstroke as well as Trio Protector, just focusing more onto those standard support positions. I believe last time they also removed the Nature's Prophet. And that is still in the pool. And they're actually going to decide to take away the Pugner instead. That is another hero they banned, but they just prioritized the Pugner over it. And they're actually going to go for a first pick Muerta here, which is very, very interesting. I do believe this is Dudley Boys. Oh no, this is their second time picking Muerta. So we'll see where it actually ends up panning out, whether if it is just going to go into the carry role, or maybe they might try and still play it as their POS 4. It will just have to remain to be seen. But Nemiga will grab up that Nature's Prophet, considering how it wasn't banned out. So you just got to take that guy wherever you can, wherever possible. It just seems very, very strong. We'll see what Dudley Boys are going to try and prioritize going into this second phase. But yeah, very interested to see the Muerta. Very, very interested indeed. See if I can work out which role it was actually played when they last actually ran with this hero. Because that would be interesting to know whether if it was into the hands of Yuma or whether it was actually for 9 in the position 4 role. Because that could be very, very interesting. See if my detective skills are any good, guys. I'm normally pretty bad at this stuff. Just being honest with you. Just being honest. Alright, that's wrong. I can't figure it out. I'm too bad at detective work. Someone in chat could tell me if they played it carry or support. I feel like it'd be carry though. Because as I mentioned, support Muerta just feels kind of nowadays. So I don't really like to see it in that role anymore. But Dudley Boys themselves will actually be the ones to take away the TA this time round, as well as the Brewmaster there. So maybe considering how they're taking away the TA now, this is looking more likely to be Yuma's hero. Just sort of removing one of his own possibilities. Obviously, again, it's a pretty decent hero. A TA against Muerta is pretty good. You know, the refraction charges just negate so much of that Pierce the Veil damage. And it does kind of allow you to survive for a really long time. Maybe get like a Blink Dagger out of there. So I do like that ban quite a lot. Nemiga Gaming will remove a Spectre and then immediately pick up a Lion afterwards. This is a hero which has started to appear more and more in this current meta, which I love to see. I've always been a Lion spammer back in the day, so I always love to see it when pros pick up this hero as well. It validates me picking it without people shouting at me. So we'll see how it's going to pan out. It's always a pretty strong POS 4. Multiple stuns as well to set up for that global presence of the Nature's Prophet, which I'm kind of interested in why they banned the Spectre. Like, getting multiple instances of global presence on your team is really, really strong. So if you had the Spectre, Lion, and Natures, you should, in theory, be able to kill anybody you find. So, yeah, quite interesting they banned that one out. Unless they were just really afraid Dudley Boys from taking that one. I mean, they could still go for a Dawnbreaker if they so choose and just double down on this global presence. Could work out. We'll just have to see how the draft progresses, mind you. But it is going to be a Tusk pickup there for Dudley Boys. And already, this is a pretty scary safe lane combination. I'm not going to lie. Shard block with the cooling going on lands a lot of damage, forces people to stay inside this sort of area for a lot longer than they would really like to, which can be quite punishing. And maybe this could be a very, very difficult lane for Nemiga to play into right now. Especially considering how Lion is very squishy, so he could be susceptible to getting caught out in many different situations. Will come down quite a lot to positioning from himself. But the lone druid pickup there is another very scary factor for Nemiga to deal with. Remains to be seen where this hero is actually going to be ending up. Whether it's going to be for like MC in the off lane or Azantic into the mid. Maybe even still Yuma's hero for the carry role. It's just too early at this point to really tell. I don't really mind where I see it. It's always fun to see Lone Druid. But there is going to be the Weaver, which, you know, a lot of the times when you see a Weaver now, it's generally a position 4, and it's quite an effective pos 4 as well. You can chuck out a decent amount of harassment. Obviously, you produce a decent amount of minus armor as well, which maybe you can set up for like an earlier sort of Roche take or whatever. But considering how they've already got a Lion and Natures, it's looking like this is actually going to be a core Weaver. So most likely going to see this in the hands of Violent for their pos 1. And just thinking how a carry Weaver matches up against a Muerta. I mean, if Pierce the Veil gets popped, maybe you just use time-lapse and bail the heck out of there. Just run away and wait for that ultimate to end. And then re-engage, something like that. But if you get caught from the silence, from the cooling, and then followed up by like a snowball and punch, you're dead. Like 100% you are just dead. Nothing anybody can do about it, because there's no save mechanics on the two Nemiga supports. So definitely have to be very careful there. But they do go for the Slardar as their pos 3. And this can be, again, quite a nice lane pairing. Slardar and Lion, multiple forms of stuns there, huge amounts of lockdown, and now it's a little bit riskier for the Tusk to be thrown his body into these sort of fights as well. Because either way, someone's going to be dying in that lane. Who knows who? But it's going to be a blood buff. Always excited to see blood buffs. 4th pick still though for Dudley Boys, which I'm assuming is going to be their pos 4 for 9. And I lied. I lied straight to your face, because it is actually a Terrorblade. So Yuma's carry on the TB, which means this is a support Muerta. Again, as I was saying earlier, I don't really like support Muerta anymore. The calling was really a big reason about why this hero was strong in the lane, and it did receive quite a heavy nerf. But you know, Dudley Boys don't care. They're just going to roll this hero regardless and still try and have a good time. So, looking like it's Azantic's mid-hero left, if this is indeed going to be mind control on the Lone Druid or not. We'll see what they want to grab of him. Meanwhile, Nemiga also just looking for a mid for Einkrad here. Maybe they could be thinking going for an Invoker again. Because if you maybe go for like an Exhort style Invoker, there are tons and tons of setups for a Sunstrike. You know, the Earth Spike, Hex, Slardar, Crush, with the Bash, all this lockdown, you can try and get kills across the board. Nature's Prophet if you trap someone in with Sprouts. Obviously, that's a little bit harder nowadays, seems how even supports carry Quelling Blades. So, it's a lot harder there. But it's possible. It's definitely possible. They're still got to be thinking about what they want to ban out instead first. If they are thinking about an Invoker, what do they not want him to go up against? In which case, are they also thinking about banning the Ricky? Because we saw how it worked in game number 1. It wasn't great. Wasn't great at all. Alright, Pangolier being removed. I mean, one thing I will say, the script is kind of flipped in terms of control. Dudley Boys game number 1 had a decent amount of it, a good amount of AoE sort of ways of limiting the movements of Nemiga, but this time round, Nemiga definitely are the ones that have a slight advantage when it comes to just being able to control people up. Still not any like big AoE spells that do that, in which case I wouldn't be too surprised to see like a puck get picked up from either side. Nemiga or Dudley's, I feel like they could actually benefit from this hero. So I strongly feel like it's either going to get banned or picked in this phase. And actually take away the Earth Spirit there. Dudley Boys thinking about what they want to ban. Do they just remove the Invoker? Are they even afraid of the Invoker? I don't think they are. Because I feel like if they leave the Invoker in the pool, they might actually just go for the Riki again. But it's a lot harder this game because you're playing obviously into a Slardar. It could always find you. Quite difficult when there's all the control from like a line as well. If like, the line gets an early Blink Dagger, the Riki's screwed. So actually maybe that's enough to make it Xantic not want the hero this time round. They actually banned the Kotl. Obviously, the Kotl and the Zeus, both high magic damage heroes, which can really, really make the TB's life a misery. Which is obviously the reason why they did remove those heroes. What do Dudley Boys now want to pick up? Only 8 seconds of reserve time. Choices, choices. And it's actually going to be a Marcy. Okay. She did actually get buff in the last patch. I honestly cannot remember what that buff was. I feel like it was pretty damn minor. So it's interesting to see this hero appear. And whether or not this is actually going to be mid-Marcy. Or maybe there's some really crazy swap rounds happening right now. Like Tusk 5, Marcy 4, Lone Druid off lane, Mueta mid. I don't know. I actually have no idea. It's going to be cool. I'm going to be very interested to see where these end up. And the final pick from Nemiga is actually going to be a Timbersaw, which, yeah, I quite like. It's looking like you're going to be up against a melee hero no matter what in the mid. So he would definitely have a fun time. And yeah, Einkrad taking the TB, and it is at Xantic's Marcy. So I feel like Einkrad's going to have a really nice time in the mid, in theory. 9 class is actually taking the Wetters, the POS 4. Hakoda on the 5 Tusk, Mind Control on the Lone Druid, and Yuma on the carry TB. And pretty much everyone on the roles you would expect as well on Nemiga. Violent on the carry Weaver. Slardar offlane for Bebex. So bad, the POS 5 Lion and Force Major on the 4 Treant. Not Treant, Nature's Prophet, sorry. Which, I don't know, I feel like there's some argument to actually having the Lion as the 4 and the Nature's Prophet as the 5, in all honesty. Like, your carry Weaver should, in theory, be okay in the lane, as long as if they just sort of, you know, be smart about the positioning once the Nature's Prophet leaves. And then you can just set up for those, like, easy 3-man ganks on the side lane with a Lion and a Slardar. Pretty much anyone is going to die from that. And the fact that no matter what role you are as a Nature's Prophet, you're always going to be able to find farm. POS 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, who gives a crap? Either way, you're going to be finding gold across this map somewhere. So yeah, I am very, very interested about that choice. And the fact that a Lion, if you can just get that Blink Dagger online just a few minutes sooner, it can make all the difference in the world, to be honest with you. Set up for so many key ganks and initiations. But maybe the argument is the fact that Slardar's going to be getting a blink earlier on, so it's not as essential for the Lion to have one fast. I don't really know. I'm grasping at straws right now. That is kind of the only real thing sort of making me second guess the lineup here of Nemiga. But, you know, again, I feel like it can definitely work if they can actually play around this draft. But I think I'm just going to go for the Dudley Boys 2 times in a row. Like, There's not a huge amount of cohesion with their draft, in all honesty, but the way these guys played game number 1 and how they have played every single other series in this tournament, I'm just going to naturally lean towards those guys. So we'll see if that is actually going to be true and whether we're going to be getting another 2-0, the third 2-0 of the day, of course, or whether we could be looking at a series going all the way full 3 games, which is what we like to see because, again, this is the last day of the group stage, guys. We'll be moving on to the actual playoffs tomorrow. And, of course, Namiga, if they want to be able to get into the upper brackets, they have to get this win and the following map win to make that dream reality. Otherwise, they will be going forward in the lower brackets. It's not the end of the day. They're still pushing forwards, but they will just be in a slightly worse position there. So they are 100% going to have to play their hearts out right now and get the win as easy as they possibly can, which ain't easy. You know, if you factor in that game number 1, it's not going to be easy to play into at all. But we will be jumping into the game soon, guys. There is just a pause, so just chill out. I know you guys are getting angsty. You want to get the game going. So do I. We'll wait. We'll wait. Technical issues are a thing. It happens. I am kind of interested that they didn't go for the Dawnbreaker on Namiga as well. I mean, Slardar, it can work out nicely, sure. It's good control of the Lion, but Dawn also has that, and it just combos naturally with the global presence of the Nature's Prophet as well. And then maybe they could just use that global presence to continuously find kills onto Yuma, perhaps, farming in the jungle, and just give Violent, you know, the extra bit of space to get his own farm on the go. Who knows? You know, it's easy to speculate how things can happen, how things might not happen. But, you know, we'll just have to wait and see how this game number 2 pans out, as we are now underway. And maybe going to see another First Blood attempt. Dudley Boys did try game number 1, but it was thwarted. This time round, Force Major doing quite an early teleport to get down that ward. Not going to scout anywhere, obviously, because of the smokes. But they might actually bump into them in the triangle area. They're all moving up. Does Force Major just walk into all of them? Hakoda Smoke breaks onto the right. And Force Major, I don't think he actually even saw them, but his spidey senses were tingling as soon as he went up to that high ground. A little bit of weed dribbled down his leg and he ran the hell away. This is a good game sense right there. I would have died. 100% I would have died. But this high ground ward, it spots out so bad, but he's in a really deep spot. Just no good way of getting that kill. But Hakoda making sure that he steps in tower range whilst in the trees, just to make sure there is no high ground ward from Namiga here. So they do know they are safe right now. The MC will get spotted from the ward in the river, and it's Bear. Thinking about trying to steal some rune anywhere, but Violent and So Bad both in position to make sure they can counter that. So it will be a standard 2-for-2 split. No First Blood again. No bounty advantage again. Very passive way to start the game. We'll see how Mind Control ends up playing out on this Lone Druid here at the top. Which is really interesting to see, because in all the times he's played from Namiga, he very, very rarely ever played Lone Druid. Like, going off the top of my head, I can't actually think of a single time where I've seen him play this hero and absolutely pop off. So it's going to be quite cool to see what he's going to be able to achieve with this one right now. Meanwhile, in this mid, yeah, Ironcrads, I feel like it's kind of obvious this guy on the Timber Saw should just naturally be able to push out the Marcy. We're just constantly spamming out this Whirl and Death can be a real problem. Especially if he wants to even commit like an Iron Branch or two to get the real pure damage coming through. Just for that extra value.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Violent though, should in this lane be A-OK. Unless of course, like I was saying, he gets like caught from a rogue silence from the cooling, and then an immediate root from the bear or something like that. Then we could see Violent going down. But yeah, he should just be having A-OK time. Even doing some decent harassment with the Sakuchis. Just constantly keeping 9 class low. And actually with the Blood Grenade, yeah, 9 class does have to play very careful there. Already just that slight advantage here for Ironcrad. 8-4 against the 5-1. I feel like once there's 2 points into Whirling Death, then that is when Azantic is really going to struggle. Unless, of course, like, they go for a weird build. Well, actually, good little dead shot on towards Violent. Not going to be able to find the kill, but it's decent harassment at the same time. Meanwhile, First was actually found down bottom. Force Mage going down. Even b3 taking a few whacks as well for his efforts. That's a nice little move there from Dudley boys. First blood onto your TB. Fantastic way to start off the game for themselves. This is the power, man. There's so many heroes that combo really nicely with the Tusk. Like, traps people in with the shards, and then like the slow and damage output from the tag team as well. Especially on a hero like TB is just absolutely devastating. Fortunately for Nemiga, it's a combo that they can only do like every 2 minutes or something. So they've got a bit of extra time now to chill. But in 2 minutes, I think you have to be very, very careful again. Could definitely see someone else drop him. Again, I kind of feel like that wouldn't have happened if this was a Lion instead of a Nature's Prophet. Like, you would have been able to get maybe 2-man stun and potentially be able to walk it off, especially with like this crush that comes in from b3 as well. I don't know. Again, I could be grasping at straws. Just how my brain says the situation should go down. But still, it is Einkrad winning this mid, but in all honesty, not as big as I was expecting. 19 for 5 against the 17 and 2. It is a lead, but a very slim lead. And we can see that change. Meanwhile, another kill onto b3 down bottom, but this time they didn't even need meta. I honestly have no idea how that happens. I actually don't know how a TB without meta can find a kill onto a Tusk. A Slardar, sorry. So close under their tier 1 tower. That is pretty damn scary in honesty there from Nemiga, because now, with meta up in a minute, could potentially see another one dying. Who knows? Might be a lot of pressure now on Einkrad in this game. Because if this bottom lane keeps going pretty badly, we'll see Yuma just start getting bigger and bigger. It'll be hard to do with. Meanwhile, Nature's. Looks like he TP'd to try and contest that bottom water room, but Azantic was still able to get there in time. But he is just pursuing him to be a bit of a pest. Azantic just like turns around lying about. You're a support, why am I so scared? Just force him to run away. Nice stun there from So Bad. Connects onto 2. Violent charging all forwards. 9 class very low. But Violent, why is he not going for that kill? 9 stick charges, a Fairy Fire, and the Lotus. That would have been a big burst heal there for 9 class and potentially a turnaround. So super good awareness there from Violent. Authentic. You see him just constantly using these rebounds to secure range creep denies. Obviously it didn't work that last time, but he's trying his best. Violent, again, just constantly running at 9 class and down bottom. There is another death for the Slardar. I'm sure that one did require the Metamorphosis. But it's just another kill. Further slowing down the Slardar. 19-1 on the CS compared to the 30-8 of the TB. And also Violent, maybe trying to get a kill on towards 9 class. Evolving a Force Mage as well. Focus onto MC. Natural Hero takes a beatings with the bear. It's going to chase away Violent. Oh, good Tsukuchi to cancel the salve. That's actually going to be pretty impactful, although Violent, if he gets caught, first hit root, and that is going to be a dead Weaver. Huge bit of RNG coming out there from the Dudley boys. I mean, maybe it would have made much difference as Xantic might have still been able to find that kill. And he's just chasing after Force Major as well. Does get the pullback. A few more right clicks and eventually will find the kill. 9 class is here. Thinking about getting it denied, but nice right click there from 9 class. Gets him low enough. And a bounty rune spawns him to get the free rune for, although 9 class will die. So actually it ends up just being an even trade. And maybe actually it's Antic still in danger. The Lions made a rotation. They got control with the Chakram. That is enough damage. Ends up being a double for Einkrad. Very nice pickup there from Nemiga. Definitely are bouncing back, showing that this Timbersaw is going to be a huge problem for Dudley boys this game. 46 and 12 on the CS chart. 2 kills as well to his name. Definitely a fantastic way to just start bouncing off in this game. And as a result, yeah, this Marcy CS has really dropped off as well. 25 and 2. Basically half of the Timber Saws. Pretty crazy. Meanwhile, down bottom, a little bit of a dive underneath the tier 1 tower right now. The Muerta will be able to survive, but unfortunately there from Old Dakota. Try to get the steal onto the Wisdom Rune, just not going to happen as he will die. But that is 4 heroes rotating on top of him to secure their Wisdom. So, you know, as they say in the business, space created. Bit more room for the old Marcy to get some farm in the mid without that Timber Sword just constantly breathing down their neck. Well, there, Goda. TP in maybe to help with 9 class. They are going to be able to get the pushback inside the corner right now, but there's no silence. There might just be a Timber Chain right now for Ironclad to get himself out there. But even said, the control just comes through. Yuma also turning up to the engagement. They found the kill. Bebex as well also turning up. So Namiga trying to respond. Good control as well. This is way too much damage. And Zantic will actually fall. So both teams losing their mid laners right now. Hakoda, though, with the help of 9 class, they're going to keep charging forwards, try and bring down this Slardar. He's a tanky boy, and the control coming out from the 2 supports, but it is a trade favouring Dudley boys at the end of the day. Call for a support there. And Yuma, yeah, he just like TP back to the bot just to carry on his farm. Because I ain't achieving anything this mid anymore. So definitely, game number 2, a lot more even. Not just any one team outpacing the other. And nice denies actually there from 9 class to make sure no ward kills towards Namiga. Zantic still trying to go for the Diffuser Blade first item, but he's a long ways away from completing this one. Meanwhile, Mind Control's just got a Diffuser Blade of his own. And Einkrad as well, so bad, come on over. Trying to contest this sort of farm, but the jump is going to be there from Zantic in time. Einkrad able to get the chains up to the high ground. Nice shards blocking him in. Maybe they can get some sort of response, but actually going to try and turn this around. Dakota goes down as well as the bear. It's a big mistake for the Dudley boys. Now with Bebex charging forwards, they've got the grab on towards the Zantic with the finger that brings the Marcy down. And it's 2 kills once again going over towards the Amiga, tying the score 7-7. 100%, man. This game is so much more closer than game number 1. Always love to see it. Ooh, Deadshot does actually connect on towards Violent. With a root as well. He's able to get the time lapse off though. And Tsukuchi, but I think Violent was a little bit afraid there. Man, these roots. Mind Control. Best friends with Gaben apparently. Because that is what RNG is based off of. How much he likes you at the end of the day. The Violent as well going for first item of the Hand of Midas. Probably like 700 gold or something away from it. Not too far. So be able to go on at a decent time at the very least. Once again, it's Antic, man. He's just really struggling in this mid against Einkrad. 2 levels behind. Ooh, dead shot. Not quite going to connect. Violent though, man. He's always being pursued. Can never really feel too safe. Meanwhile, in this mid, they're going to make another move on towards Einkrad, the involvement of Yuma yet again. There's not much mana here for Minecraft. He does manage to get some mana, but it doesn't connect to a tree. He misses the spell. And as a result, he goes down. Kill credit going over towards Yuma of all people as well. And they're going to try and bring down this tier 1 tower. Meta half its duration left and the catapult right now. And there is no glyph either from Namiga to try and defend this one. So if they want, they're going to have to start bringing some heroes to the party. Otherwise, they're going to have to just give this one up. And it looks like that is going to be the call. As they've also lost their top tier 1 as well.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
What's the space being made? Although Einkrad's turning up on his own. And that is actually going to be enough to force Dudley boys to disengage. Good damage done to the tower though, but it will be denied. At the same time, Violent actually gets picked off there at the top there. MC as well as 9 class getting the kill into the Weaver. Super good, trying to TP out. Not going to work. Way too low HP for that one. And Einkrad, he's really feeling full of himself here in this game. Just constantly running from lane to lane, causing problems. Obviously with a Vanguard completed, feels super tanky. And Nakoda got the standard Tusk Blink Dagger queued. Obviously, he is a poor old pos 5 though, so it's going to be a bit of time before he gets it. But eventually he will. Still, 9 for 8 on the scoreline. 1k gold lead as well. Just ever so slight advantage here for the Dudley boys. Nice Earth Spike connects onto 2. And that should actually be enough for So Bad to get himself out of there. Yumas is finding free farm. Oh, meanwhile, Zantek actually has been caught here right now. Gets chucked inside the call-in, so the silence just does not stop. He can't get away. And that is a huge kill there to find for the side of Dudley boys. Taking down that big mid laner. For sure it's going to be the highest net worth hero on the side of Amiga. If we pass on over to the net worth chart, we can have a look. Because I'm sure he would be up there for sure. We're actually, they're going to dive underneath the tier 2. They are. Go to start things off. Coolin is going to be in. The silence also actually getting the connection on towards Force Major. The 2 supports just dead behind their tier 2. Not quite as safe as it feels. MC's Bear very, very low, but will be able to stay alive. Or maybe not for long, though, as the actual hero himself is way too squishy. And they do find him and bring him down. There's a big chunk of gold going towards the Amiga. Does force the rest of Dudley boys away. Trying to secure some sort of room for Violent to find farm. Meanwhile, Yuma do whatever the hell he wants in this bot lane. Tier 1 getting low. There's a TP from Force Major here. Just chucking out a casual Sprout, as you do. Not too much, just saying hello. That's a Midas online for Violent. And an Echo Saber there for B-Bex as well. So the Slardar definitely in a position where, you know, getting on top of people and finding those kills is going to be that much easier. I'm sure it's not too far going to be going for the Blink Dagger. Well, it's still actually 2,000 gold away. He's not going to have any time soon. We've got the TB Illusion. Was attempting to come over for that 14-minute Wisdom Rune deny. Not going to get it, though.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And the Diffusal Blade for Azantic has finally been completed as well. So there is double Diffusal here on the side of Dudley boys. Which can be a big problem for the Timbersaw if he gets gone on. His mana would just vanish so damn quickly. Even though he does have Arcane Boots as well as the Soul Ring, it can still be very, very impactful in these teamfight situations. You can see, like, Azantic, he's not like falling back to farm. He is always roaming around the map looking for kills. Pretty much the exact same way that he played Ricky in game number 1. Like, they're not heroes that like to AFK farm. Always will look for action, look for kills, and progress their game that way. Unfortunately for themselves, is nobody's actually showing themselves in that top lane. Violent is just way too careful. Always staying on those side camps. With a tier 1 drop in bot, B-Pex teaming up towards this top right now. There is going to be the cool lane, gets a silence on towards the 2 of them. Lion can't get any spells off. B-Pex to get control. He's trying to turn around with the damage, gets a good crush off of it. It's not going to do anything really at the end of the day. Zantic might drop here, even with the DD rune, just can't survive long enough to make much value happen. And everyone's going to try and back on out. No root this time. And actually, Ironcrag coming in from the back. Chuckham's not going to hit onto any heroes, but the bear getting very low, will die. Does MC resummon it though? That is the question. Or does he think he's going to die? And actually Yuma's here, going to turn around with the bear. Good silence once more. Can they kill him before he gets the chain? They will. Ironcrad going down. So it ends up being a 3-for-1 exchange favouring Dudley boys. And now we're starting to see this net worth lead build up here. 3,000 gold in the advantage of the Radiant squad. I believe that was also a Blink Dagger completed for the Tusk. So they got an extra form of initiation and save. So it makes it that much more difficult here for an Amiga to get much work done. So bad on the Lion, I feel like it's going to be very important that he needs to blink. I was sort of speculating in the draft whether they could just try and rely more on the Slardar Blink Dagger, but even when B-Bex gets this, I don't know if it's really going to be enough to make him feel comfortable. MC's just going to keep pressuring this tier 2. I mean, Violent is always up here, but to be honest, this is your carry who is having to like passively defend the tower as well as trying to find farm at the same time. It's not as easy. Although, I'm crowded so bad, just fighting a free kill on the Zantic there is definitely going to help out. Does make a bit more space. And they're even going to try and retake their own jungle right now, pushing on in. It looks like Dudley boys. Maybe they're kind of ready for this. They will take the fight. Actually, they're going to get the immediate jump on towards the Weaver. He's silenced, but he does still able to survive. Gets the time lapse off as well. Violet is A-OK. Even the Starlight now turning up. It looks like 9 class will be the sacrifice. And he goes down. Can they get anybody else, though? Hex lands onto Coda with the Earth Spike. Maybe that is going to be that extra cast range coming on into play there to find that kill. Excellent one to get. Also found the grapple to MC's bear. Look how quickly it dies. All this mine armor. He is gone. Einkrad trying to make some sort of action happen, but instead he just ends up throwing away another kill right now. And then he's going to keep pursuing for more right now for the Amiga. Yuma is actually here. He's going to be careful he doesn't also end up just feeding away another death. That is the big question. And it ends up being 4-0 there. Nemiga just popping off. Balance out this game once again. 15 for 15. Less than 1k gold advantage. Maybe though. They're going to try a counterplay. They have found the scrabble towards Ironcrad. And you can see their single target damage, even against the tanky boy like the Timber. They can 100% bring people down. It all just comes down to how they can actually chain these, chain down all these lockdown spells together. And once again, they found another grapple on towards Sobad. Another free kill handed over towards Yuma. This TB, the one guy who is just consistently finding all this space and getting all the kills. That's the first tier 2 going down. Yuma getting that one. And a bit of extra space here for Dudley boys to play around with. But they do have to be careful. We've seen many times before Namiki 100% bounce back and find kills. So this isn't like game number 1 at all. 100%. There is always going to be those turnaround possibilities. Still yet to see either team try for a roast just yet. I'm sure it's probably not going to be too far away. Looking for the next engagement. Speaking of, they found Yuma right now. This is a huge target to find. The TB is pretty damn tanky. Can he survive through all this? He manages to get the Manta off with the turnaround of the Sunder. BMX actually gets all of his HP drained. Finger comes on through, and Yuma will still die. It's a big target to get. BMX though will get traded. Zantic finding that kill. But it doesn't even matter. Nemiga with the +1 there of the Tusk. It is a huge win for them. That TB was worth a whole lot of gold. Exactly what I was saying. They've got to be careful how they position themselves. There wasn't really much vision for Yuma in this area. They got the one ward, like sort of near the mid tier 2, but that is it. You said a complete dark area, no information to play with. It's just an absolute massive punish. Octarine also is now up there for Einkrad. Just helps increase the sustain. Mineclass though has actually found the Timbersaw. It just goes to a straight TP out. He's like, right, okay, there's nothing else I can really do here. Ironcrad also TPing just in case that there were some other people from Dudley Boys nearby. Not going to be called out this time though. He is fine. Mjolnir though, now aligned for Violent. It's a nice increase to his farming speed, as well as obviously having that extra bit of lightning damage coming through to deal with the illusions of the Terrorblade is always super impactful. I mean, it's not exactly a recent change, but as you guys will remember a few patches ago, the chain lightning does bonus damage now to illusions. It's always worth keeping that in mind. Although, 9 class has been found there from Force Major. TP response is coming in. So there should be a turnaround kill. Force Major just trying to waste as much time as they possibly can. Actually, we're quite tanky versus this barrel, honestly. Not quite as squishy as you would expect. Eventually does still die, but space created. And as a result, Nemiga can use this to their advantage, going straight into this Roche pit. Got all the minus armor from the Slardar as well as the old bug from the Weaver. This is going to be a free Aegis, which I'm assuming they're going to give over towards Violent. Now the question is, how are they going to use this first Aegis? Pretty sure it's just going to be to buy time and resume the farm here on the Weaver. Try and get another item or so on the line before trying to force any plays. Because at the moment, the TB is on 14,500 net worth, with the Weaver is only on basically 12. So 3.5k gold behind. 2.5k gold behind, sorry. Maths is hard. It's quite a sizable chunk of money. Definitely just needs that bit of extra time to get one extra little bonus if he can. He's going for the Manta next, which will be a good way of purging off the silence that comes out from the cooling, which should be able to keep him alive, in honesty. B-Rex as well going for the Aghanim Scepter next as well. Will be a big, big help. We do have a pause. FPS problems, apparently. Yeah, Timbersaw is definitely the one doing a vast majority of the damage at this stage of the game. Also, it's going to be a little bit more time before the Weaver can actually sort of outpace him and start doing a lot of work themselves. They see it as well with the BKB on Atlantic. Can be able to do a lot of the damage, but again, there is some decent amount of physical armor reduction coming out from the Slara and the Weaver as well, so they themselves have to be a little bit careful about just how far they want to commit into it. There's only so much you can rely on, like the safety net of your Tusk being able to jump on in at a moment's notice and try and help out. So maybe just a lot of pressure on the old Tusk shoulders. But definitely excited that this game isn't just an easy, 2-0 stomp on the series. I know I did predict it, guys. I did say that I was probably going to expect Dudley Boys to take the 2-0, but they are making it as close as they possibly can, which is absolutely fantastic. Always leads to exciting engagements. And we do actually see now a 5-man smoke here from Dudley Boys. They're going to journey into the dire jungle area where they might end up bumping into Minecraft, but the Timbersaw is making sure he's always the perfect distance away. Good scan. Actually manages to just get the connection onto the entire Dudley Boys inside their jungle. Violent does manage to TP out as well. So no one's going to fall prey to the gank this time. Buys a bit of extra time for themselves to keep getting those items going. And as a result, they do actually have a net worth advantage right now. Despite the fact that the first position is held from the TV, it is quickly followed by multiple calls on the side of Amiga.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
MC as well. Not seeing like a massive impact from him in this game, in all honesty. But again, we're sort of saying earlier on that this isn't exactly one of the standout signature heroes from Mind Control.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
We'll see what else he's going to have in store for us going forwards. Interesting to see what he's going to queue up for his team. Whether he's just going to go pure utility, get things like the Assault Cuirass and whatnot. Just get those AoEs to make sure the TB's nice and buffed up. You know what? DD Rune bottled there for Violent. And maybe they might try and push this tier 1. They still have the Aegis for 2.5 minutes. So plenty of time right now to try and get some action across the map. Although it looks like Dudley Boys, they're ready for this. Trying to get the jump. They still don't take too long. Everyone runs away from Amiga. Tier 1 goes down for free. Bit by bit, man. Amiga chipping away here. Do whatever they can to just hold onto their lead in this game. And immediately, Dudley Boys go for a smoke, and they want to try and get some sort of counterplay going. And they're going to journey into the triangle, where Namiga were just a few seconds ago, but they've left the area going for a smoke maneuver of their own. So both teams are literally just going in a big circle, just dodging each other entirely. Although we might see Dudley Boys start putting some vision inside that triangle, maybe set up for a future gank or not. Actually going to get some deep vision inside the base, but they spun up Bebex. There's going to be Atos to start things up. Immediate jump as well from the Tusk. It's a deep old dive, but they managed to get the kill successfully before any response can come up for the rest of the Amiga. And they're just going to go high grounds. They've got a creep wave here. There's no glyph as well either. The Amiga, this could be a tier 3 going down. Mass TP's coming all back in, but this building is dropping so damn quickly that it's already gone. They're the team that has the Aegis as well, but they are that much on the defensive. Trying to do some chip damage onto the MC's bear right now. Pushing forwards Violet with this DD rune. It's doing some good work. It's Antic jumping on in. They've got the control towards Ironcrad. They actually get the push away onto the Timber, but the finger there kills Hakoda. But they get the trade on towards Ironcrad at the end of the day. There is a buyback available for the Timbersaw, but everyone's just making sure they back on out. Building super damn low, but the bear from MC, I believe this is the second one, and it might just be going down. There's going to be the dead shot. And that might just be enough. No, the Sprout just in range does get the grab, and that is the bear gone for 2 minutes now, which will obviously hinder the farming speed there of MC. But to be honest, I don't think Dudley Boys really care. They take down the tier 3 tower. They also get the ranged barracks on top of that. They're pretty damn happy. And they are the team playing against the Aegis, and they were still able to find this. So damn good. And class as well. In danger. Gets jumped on. Fortunately, Deadshot not going to connect onto anything. He shoots the hero rather than trying to get the bounce with the fear. And they will get them killed. Free kill going over towards the Slardar. And as a result, you know, they're back to having that slight network advantage. Just slightly. But, that was not the biggest kill they would ever like. BKB now online for the Timber as well. Definitely going to be able to keep him alive for longer. But Yuma, he's ran into 2. He actually manages to dodge the crush right now. Plus gets the pushback with the Hurricane proc. He's trying to already. He needs some help with the rest of his team. He's pretty damn tanky, but is he tanking up Hakoda? He's trying to get in range with the snowball, but it's not close enough. He still goes down. And now Hakoda going to be following his carry to the grave as he does drop. His Blink Dagger must have been like on Blink just by a few seconds, which ends up costing the life of Yuma. I mean, even if they got that save, I don't really know if it would have made much difference considering just how much AoE control Nemiga has. Probably would be able to get the immediate second kill, or second control, I should say. But that alone just shifted this net worth advantage by like 3,000 gold. They're super happy about that one. And Crad as well. Just zipping in and out, doing the same thing. In terms of kills, though, it's still very even. 21 to 22. Very rarely does that ever make much of a difference. Orchid Malevolence picked up for the Nature's Prophet. I believe there was also a Blink Dagger picked up for a Xantic as well, so an extra form of initiation there. And a Vladimir's Offering. Grabbed from Mind Control. So we'll see what he's going to turn that into. Is he going to go for a classic Wraith Pact? Is that even an item? I actually don't even know if it's even still in the game. Like, it's been that long since I've seen anyone build it. That I actually don't even know if it's in the game anymore. I think it is. It's just really not worth it at all. So many people just... This item fell off. It had its like moment in the sun for a couple of months, and then it got nerfed to oblivion, and just no one wants to build it anymore. So, yeah, not gonna matter. Although, made the jump here. Dudley Boys have managed to find a couple. Good control. Violet is just dead. That's the carry down in seconds. They try to get the grab as well to Bebeck. Slardar attempting to retreat there with the puddle with the damage reduction, but it's not going to be enough. 2 big kills there for Dudley Boys. No buybacks either. But the creep waves all push quite heavily onto their own side of the base. So it's not like they can just run down the lane and really get anything out of this. Or will they? MC does actually TP mid. So you might try and charge down there, take down that melee barracks. Xantic just going to keep on shoving this bot lane as well. Maybe after that melee barracks they could take down the tier 2. And then should be able to go for Roshan afterwards as well. And it will be on the Radiant side, just up in 20 seconds. With this meta, Yuma just could bully this down with the help of the bear, and it is gone. Absolutely nothing Ironcrad could do to stop that. The question is, do they go for tier 2 and Roche, or do they just go straight Roche right now? They might be trying to weigh that up in their minds. Eintracht jumping forwards though. And he's actually able to kill the creeps before backdoor protection come up at least. So I feel like that's 100% just going to be them attempting that Roshan. Obviously they don't know it's up yet. Someone will be scouting out soon. Although, so bad. Has found the grab here on towards the Muerta. They are just gone. Absolutely nothing you can do. Now just back down to, once again, a bang on even game. 23 to 23, less than 1k gold between either sides. Just so damn close the entire way. I feel like a lot of this game is going to be very reliant on this Roshan number 2, but I say that even with the first Rosh, Amiga had the Aegis, they still managed to lose majority of their high ground as a result. And yeah, they're going to go on into the pit right now. Eintracht starting this off on his own. Dudley boys, they don't know this is going on. They don't even have a scan available to chuck this on into the pit. And this just goes way too quickly. Even if they start running here right now, they would not make it in time. So this is going to be Aegis and Cheese. Violent taking on the Aegis, and then the Cheese actually does get put into the hands of Eintracht as well. But actually, Dudley boys are still coming over. And they are going to find the Eintracht right now, force the BKB out on towards the Timbersaw. He's trying to retrieve, but actually the re-engagement comes in from B-Backs. They blow up the Tusk. And now Xantic, this right clicks hurt a lot. Long range finger, not really going to get the kill through the BKB. So bad, will end up dropping down. MC with the base, trying to get a route onto anybody if he can. And there it is, it lands on towards B-Backs. And surely the Slaughter will eventually go down. But here we damage from Eintracht. He blows up 2, trying to run away. MC's will get controls. Force Major, getting some backstabs coming through. Will try and retreat through the gate, but it's just too long of a cast time. Will go down, though. MC chased after here. Good fear. Actually managed to push by Eintracht, and Yuma, he actually does a friendly sunder onto his teammate. He's going to be careful he doesn't get punched for this one, though. As Violence on his case, these right clicks from the Weaver just hurt so damn much. He's doing a lot of damage with the lifesteal, but it does not keep him alive. He will still fall down. MC does go for the TP away, and he will be successful. And those are those rare times where sunders onto your teammates can be clutch, but they could also be so detrimental, cost him his own life. I feel like you can make that play when you have a Satanic and it's off cooldown. Those are really the only times you can risk doing a sunder onto the teammate, but you know, it's a fair enough attempt. Ends up being a huge win there for Namiga. They keep their Aegis intact, and now with a 4k gold advantage, should be in the driver's seat here of this game number 2. Well, they just can't really push this TB off top farm position, man. He is just so damn fat. 5,000 gold ahead of the Weaver. It's a full item. Very scary to deal with. So the fact they're able to bring him down that last fight just feels so good. Coda as well. Trying to go in for an axe, but he's still yet to get a single component.
Radiant's middle tower
When he gets here, it will be quite handy, but it's a long way off. Violent just going to slowly push this tier 2. Literally no response from Dudley boys. They're just going to let this one fall.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Well, there is the glyph. Obviously, there is a free one. Yuma just sending in the illusions. Okay, looks like Namiga are just going to try and bully down that tier 2. They will just leave it alone for now. It's basically dead anyway, so it doesn't really matter. It's got a decent amount. So you can see, with this Aegis advantage, Namiga are just full aggressed on the Radiant side of the map right now, trying to squeeze out any sort of space they can. Where it looks like actually Violent, he's managed to find a free kill on towards the Coda. Yuma as well with the help of a Xantic, but he just also falls down. The damage from this bug is just way too strong. So scary. Yuma without his meta available just can't really stand up against him. They have to run away. And this Marcy definitely feels like she's just dropped off the face of the earth right now. Net worth in the dirt. Not looking easy. Not easy at all. 9 class attempting a TP away. We'll be able to make it. No stuns from the 2 ganks that came towards them. Very fortunate there at the very least. And they're just going to keep on throwing the lead. 7,000 gold. Make that 8. Still a couple of tier 2s left though, which I'm sure is going to be their priority. Aincrad pushing the creeps on in at the very least, and then they'll go for this one. Question will be whether if the Dudley boys want to defend it. They will have all of their ultimates. They'll have everything to go, BKBs, all that jazz. But they're going to be playing up against that Aegis. It's not an easy choice. And they just found a freest kill. Everyone's at 9 class. That Muerta just disappears. They're trying to get some sort of counterplay on towards B-Bex. Both BKBs get forced out, but the Martial has also been used, as well as Meta. And immediately, Dudley boys, they just fall back. So Namiga, all they have to do is just wait now. As soon as that Meta is out, they could just go for what the hell they want. I mean, Violent's still very low, but the Aegis is going to tick out in 30 seconds. And then he'd be back up to full HP. And then, yeah, they could just go again. There really is nothing for them to wait for. Also, with a Satanic now into the hands of Violence. He's feeling ready. He's feeling so damn ready. Let's keep control of the Dire Triangle. Meanwhile, the rest of Dudley boys trying to find what farm they can on the sort of south side of the map, where there is nobody nearby. So feel free to get it. Actually, maybe slowly trying to push into tier 2. 9 class lurking on this high ground so that there's no one actually around him. So he has to be very careful. Maybe just trying to get some ambitious vision. I'm not entirely sure. He's just casually running around on the Dire side of the map. Amigo actually did go for a smoke play to try and move down to this area where if they made that move about 30 seconds, 40 seconds sooner, they would 100% have found a few members of Dudley boys lurking around and they could have got a kill. We're not going to find it this time. Instead, they will settle for the tier 2. I imagine the meta is off cooldown in like 40 seconds, a minute, off the top of my head. Something like that. Also a BKB there for Yuma, so he's definitely able to stand his ground a bit better now, but even still, we've seen so many times the burst damage that comes up from Amigo is really, really scary. So if he gets caught out of position and Dakota is not there to save them, the fight just could be over before it even starts, but this guy's ready. 6 slide right now, absolutely maxed to the heavens, and they're just going to start taking the fight into the hands of Namiga. Trying to use the vision of this high grab. They actually found 9-Crab right now. The BKB forced out for the Timber Saw. And actually, 9-Crab's going to turn around. Actually takes the chain down to the low grab. B-Bex trying to do what he can, but now the physical damage just comes funneling. He has to retreat, but they've still got the kill on towards Atlantic. B-Bex will drop down. The final right clicks 9-Crab as well. They're just trying to avoid Yuma as much as possible. Hex delaying the damage from this TB. And Violent has to be careful. There are a few silences with the Manta. He's got to make sure he doesn't get caught out with that. And it looks like everyone from Amiga will just back on out, because again, Metamorphosis has been used. They just have to wait for that to run on out, and then they can start moving themselves out across the map again. Yeah, because of that buyback, was just a slight net worth advantage going into their favor yet again. So we'll hold on to the 14k gold leads. You can see they're still moving out aggressive right now. If it's here onto Yuma, maybe they can get a backstab on towards Aincrad right now, whose BKB is about to come off of cooldown. So I don't know if they've really got the capabilities to get this kill. It depends if Aincrad's going to show himself. Oh, they actually swap places with the blinks. Tossing him back, but Force Mage also turning up right now with the immediate jump from Hakoda. They're going to try and lock down the Nature's Prophet, and they will get that kill. But it was just some nice bait. It allows Aincrad to get away there on the Timber. Life for supports, sacrificing yourself for your cause to get away. Has to be done. Roshan number 3 though, 20 seconds and it will be spawning. And it's going to be on the Radiant side just about. You can already see on the map there, Namiga are starting to head down to that area. And probably going to fortify it with a few wards and take control of it. Also an MKB just complete up there for Violent. Oh, Twin Gate. Use it for you, but he's going to be walking straight into the waiting arms of multiple heroes. Immediately stunned and controlled. He's going to try and survive, though. He actually is going to stand his ground. Still going, but the control in from the line as well. There's nothing Yuma can do. And he ends up dropping. BKB was there for Yuma, but he actually chose not to use it. Maybe just expecting he was dead no matter what, because it didn't look like the rest of the team wanted to use that twin gate. Yeah, just like, yeah, he's gone. Just let him go, guys. Just let him go. As a result, though, this is Roche number 3 once again going to be going into the hands of Nemiga. I'm assuming the distribution is going to be pretty much the same. Aegis for Violent, Cheese for Ironcrad. Actually, I think the Cheese is in the hands of Bebex. And then the free Axe is actually into the hands of Ironcrad as well.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
This is looking very dicey now for Dudley Boys. Really, really dicey. And my control, he's got to be careful. He's underneath for wards. The actual hero won't get caught, but the bear is. A lot of damage coming through, but with the fear, going to try and run away. Violent, though, they're just going to try and commit to kill this bear. Oh, Lord, they were looking very scary right there, but with a full creep wave, double catapult as well. Going to try and do as much damage as possible. But with the glyph, we'll get rid of those for now. But it's not going to be enough to completely force Nemiga back. Obviously, still 10 seconds without the TB. Tier 3 is gone. MC just running on in with the bear. Trying to waste as much time as possible, but all it's done, maybe it's just wasted the bear's life. Good force stuff there from Makoda. Will save it at the very least. The backdoor protection coming online. Xantic actually jumping in aggressive right now. Focusing on towards the Timbersaw. Not really the best target to go on. Nemiga will back off. TB alive. They got the tier 3. Barracks still alive though. And it is the melee one, so it will regen slowly. It looks like Dudley Boys actually sort of thinking about trying to make a play themselves to push out the base. It's a high risk, high reward play. Let's see if it comes off though. Violent is there. I don't know if they get the vision onto him just yet. Gonna run into the creep wave. Actually, the Starlers one against the jump instead. 9 class is just gone immediately right now, but the Tusk up to the north side has managed to find the line. Can they burst him though with the Ghost Scepter? They can't. He manages to get the stun off now, the potential turnaround. They're just losing people left, right, and center of Dudley Boys. Yuma on his own manages to get the Sunder on towards Ironcrab, and it means very little. His right clicks just tickling the Starlar. They just disengage. And now it's just a matter of time before the TB eventually goes down, doing what he can, but he is just gone. 5 people in the grave. Only 1 with a buyback, and that is MC. And we could just be looking at the end of the game here, ladies and gentlemen. Nemiga Gaming just bouncing back so damn hard in this game number 2. And then it's going straight for the ends. They're like, guys, they're not buying back. This is it. We've done it. MC, yeah, not even bothering to buy back. They just know. There's absolutely no point. Maybe just sort of discussing amongst themselves where this game really went wrong. And I feel like, to be honest, a lot of that was from the Master against Timbersaw in the mid. Didn't work out at all for them, but even still, huge well played there to Nemiga. The first team here in the Pinnacle 25th year anniversary show that is able to take a single map off of this team in the group stage. It's an absolute massive accomplishment, all things considered. And yeah, hats off to them, making that game look so damn good. Really am expecting a very tense game number 3 now, guys. Obviously, for Dudley Boys, this third game means absolutely nothing to them points-wise. They are going into the upper brackets no matter what. But this is all to play for now for Nemiga. As I've mentioned before, if they can get this third map win, it will give them just about enough points to put themselves into the upper bracket position. So they really have got to make sure that they play their hearts out and just do what they did then. It really was fantastic. Their bottom lane went a bit iffy. Yuma was able to get like 2 or 3 kills in the laning phase. He was top of CS for so damn long. Violent wasn't really having the best time either. Like, he was getting pressured quite a lot from MC on the lone druid, but they just stayed cool, calm, and collected. They took a good couple of good, solid fights. They got the Aegis every single time. Just took that out of the hands of Dudley Boys, left, right, and center. And yeah, just fantastic game of Dota 2 for them. Really, really good stuff. And we will be seeing that third game, guys, which will be coming up in about 6 or so minutes' time. So do not go anywhere. We will see the conclusion of this third series of the day very, very soon.
Oh, esport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Welcome back on in, ladies and gentlemen. The third and final game between the Dudley boys and the Amiga game will be coming up for you very, very soon. And let's hope that game number 3 is going to be just as close. Obviously, game number 1 was very one-sided towards Dudley boys. Second game was very, very even for a large portion of it, until it was just like 1 or 2 really good fights that went in Amiga's gamer's way, and they just really started spiraling out of control, as well as obviously having that bonus fact of having every single Roshan go into their favor. That's always going to help. So I'm really expecting this third game to be a very close and exciting one indeed. It'd be interesting to see what the Dudley boys are going to draft, because their drafts are a bit crazy at the moment, in all honesty. It was a bit interesting. You know, they started off with the first pick Moretta, which they did push into the POS 4 in the end, but as I was saying, POS 4 Moretta doesn't look too strong. They also went for the mid Marcy, which got counted out by a mid-Terrorblade, and she just had an absolutely horrible time. Like, there was a couple of kills that Azantic was able to get on that Marcy roll, but really, it was Einkrad on the Timbersaw who was actually able to be more effective for their team at the end of the day. And yeah, a lot of the times in the end of the game, it felt like Yuma against the world. He'd trying to do the damage, but honestly, the rest of his team was just dying way too quickly around him. He couldn't really survive long enough to get the job done, and it was just easy, smooth sailing there for Namiga Gaming. So hats off to them, because as I was saying earlier, they are the team that actually need this win. The Dudley boys couldn't really care. They're already into the upper brackets. They don't mind whatsoever. But Namiga Gaming, they are the ones. If they could get this third map, they will get 1 extra point for this group stage, which will put them second place, get themselves into the upper bracket, and then Alliance will be going down into the lower bracket for themselves. So it is definitely all to play for here. Definitely going to be exciting to see them play with their backs up against the wall, because that is when you get the really, really entertaining Dota. And people in chat, you have very kindly notified me that Wraith Pact is indeed out of the game. I wasn't too sure in it. Obviously, I've always been, or I haven't always been, but I'm a sport. I never ever buy Wraith Pact. I always saw people buying it, and then I just couldn't remember the fact that it was ever actually removed. I thought it was just nerfed to oblivion. No one really cared about the item anymore. But it is actually gone. So the choice to go for the Wraith Pact as well then for MC, I guess it was just casual, not Wraith Pact, sorry, it was just casual Vladimir's offering, you know, just a bit of extra life steal to try and help Yuma out, I guess, was the plan there. Obviously it didn't really pan out in the end. They did get taken down, which maybe is another thing to consider, because when you think mind control, Lone Druid isn't really the hero that immediately comes to mind with him. So obviously he is still going to know how to play the hero. He is a pro, he's been around for absolute years, but it's definitely not one of his specialties. You know, it's not something he plays day in, day out, and he just can play this hero with his eyes closed. So, you know, we'll see what he does get in this third game. I'm sure he got his Tide Hunter game number 1. That is his bread and butter. He's played that hero so many damn times. That is definitely more his liking. So we'll see how the draft does end up adjusting maybe in this third game coming up. Whether if Namiga feel like they have to adjust their bans at all, I don't really know. I feel like the bans they were doing in that last game was actually pretty on point, removing some of those key heroes. And yeah, the carry TB just didn't really pan out. I'm kind of wondering whether if putting the Muetta as the carry would have actually made that game any better for them. I mean, she definitely has the capabilities to be burst down, but if she was able to get the ultimate off, it feels like there wasn't really much then that Namiga would be able to do. Obviously, there's the Lion Finger and the damage from the Timbersaw, but they did have other means of trying to make us survive through that, and maybe they could have done damage, because obviously all then the minus armor from the Slardar and Weaver would have been absolutely pointless as well in that regard. So I don't know, it's a real game of like ifs and buts, you know, the power of hindsight. You can always look back and say, maybe if we did this one thing different, maybe if we did it then. But, you know, when the draft is happening, you've got a clear idea of how it's all going to pan out in their minds, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. You know, that's just the nature of the game. I mean, we nearly saw it work. Xantic was attempting to make some plays on the Marcy as well from the mid lane and trying to make some ganks, but unfortunately just didn't really work out too nicely. As soon as Ironcrad's Timbersaw started getting involved, wasn't really much they could do. In honesty, that guy was just way too big and beefy. Unless every single hero jumped on top of him, that was how they were able to kill them in a lot of those fights. So, you know, it wasn't easy. It wasn't easy at all. But draft number 3 is now underway, guys. Let's jump on him and see if anything is going to be at all different, or whether if the bans and whatnot are going to be roughly the same. Obviously, once again, there is going to be the Meepo ban from Namiga. They've taken that away every single game so far. They just do not want to see that. And then followed up by the Spirit Breakup. Very standard, very safe. There goes the Grim, there goes the Treant again. Probably see Dudley boys ban out the Pugner. That's what they prioritized in the second game over the Nature's Prophet. So we'll see actually maybe if they want to leave the Nature's Prophet in and ban out... Oh, no, sorry. Leave the Pugner in and then ban out Nature's Prophet. There is that potential. Once again, Namiga banning out this Kunkka, though. And 4th ban. Are they going to drop it towards the TA or anything like that? Or the Centaur? They did ban the Centaur in game number 2. And they are thinking about it. Which hero do they want to get rid of? Because obviously the TA was first picked in that game number 1 for the Dudley boys. So maybe they might just feel comfortable to go back into that one, put it in the hands of Yuma, because he was able to have a really good game. But the hero of choice to ban is going to be that Centaur. And then Pugner, once again for Dudley boys. So leaving the Nature's Prophet in, and they're actually going to grab it themselves this time round, rather than letting it slip through their fingers. So we'll see who actually ends up getting it in this game. Whether it's going to be from Hakoda as the position 4 or 9. No, Hakoda is the 5 or 9 is the 4. We'll have to wait and see. And Amiga, though, what are they going to pick up instead? The Muerta is still in the pool. Do they want to first pick it, though? I don't know. Like I've said before, guys, I just don't like Muerta as a 4 anymore. It doesn't feel as impactful as it once was because of the nerfs. Carry, I think, is still okay. But that's about it. That's as far as I go with the hero. So it's kind of hard to first pick a carry Muerta. They're already into their reserve time, so they themselves aren't too sure. They're actually going for the Lion first pick. Okay. I mean, it was pretty damn handy in that last game. Able to provide so much control, really enabled them to like kill the TP before he was able to get the Sunder off in many different situations. Control up the bear and everything. So I do like to see them go for it. Whether or not this time round it is going to be as the 5 again, or if they're going to actually decide to put it into that greedier role, considering how there isn't a Nature's Prophet now. We will just have to wait and see there. I mean, like I was saying in the last game, I always prefer just a little bit more greed on the line. You know, you get that blink online a tiny bit sooner, can make all the difference. Dudley boys this time round, though, banning out the Weaver, paying big respect there to Violence hero in game number 2, because he was able to do a fantastic job pumping out the damage, was able to survive in many situations as well. Maybe, if anything, that's just more of a testament to maybe the lack of lockdown that Dudley boys had in that last game. Because it was kind of like the flip of game number 1. They had tons, and then they went into having none. And it was actually Nemigo who had so much control, which was definitely put to their advantage to find several kills. And they also ban out the Slarda. Okay, they're like, alright, you guys had a really good game in that second one. We're going to make sure you're playing something new this time round. Not just going to let you rinse repeat the whole entire same draft. So we'll see what Nemigo are actually going to pick up instead. Are they going to ban any previously seen heroes? Who knows? Because I do believe Dudley boys last time, they banned Brewmaster and... oh, I can't remember who the other one was off the top of my head. One of them was definitely the Brewmaster, though. But Amiga didn't even immediately grab that one. They actually decided to go for the Tusk instead. So again, to be honest, either one of these guys could be 4 or 5 on the side of Amiga. I feel like it's really going to come down to lane pairing. Like, who can actually benefit from like the tag team more, or who can just benefit from having the extra bit of control from the Lion. We'll have to wait and see. But Dudley boys, they're actually going to go back on in for the Lone Druid. Okay. I mean, it had a fine lane. MC was still able to get the farm. He got the tier 1 down at a decent time. So we'll see how it does end up working out into his hands this time round. Let's see what they're going to pick up as their third hero, though. Whether this is going to be their follow-up support. I mean, the Muerta is still in the pool if they really wanted to grab that 4-9 to play as the position 4, in which case Hakoda will roll with the Nature's Prophet as the 5. I really don't want to see it, though. I really don't. Hey, what other position 4s they've been playing a lot with? They played some Phoenix. Maybe we could be seeing that. Gyrocopter. Alright, okay. Gyro being grabbed right now, which is most likely going to be the hero for Yuma as the carry, unless this is some old support Gyro sort of play going on right now. Very interesting to see that. We'll just have to play the waiting game to see where it actually ends up going, or whether if Dudley are Gonna try and leave it as a little bit of flex, perhaps, either to be carry or a support. Only time will tell. And still, what an Amiga gonna pick up in response to this? Trying to think of whether if like a gyro in Nature's Prophet lane is actually scary or not. I don't think it doesn't really have like a super amount of synergy in my mind. Sprout locks people in, gets a good duration of the barrage off, I guess. But obviously everyone's packing Quentin Blades nowadays when up against Nature's Prophets, even if you're a support. So it's not like it's like guaranteed lockdown. Very interesting. Maybe in that case, they're going to try and put this Nature's Prophet as their position 4 into the off lane. And then just continuously look for ganks into the safe lane with whatever position 5 they're going to end up picking up here. Obviously, the big ones are gone. Grim taken out. No Treant. There's no Pugner either. Maybe Venge? Vengeful Spirit? They've played it before. They could be thinking about it. There is also the Clockwork still in the pool as well, which Koda was able to play in Game 1. But hero choice for Namiga was actually the Razor. So most likely looking at Violence Hero right now to be the carry matchup against the Gyro. Unless, of course, some insanely good matchup in the mid ends up panning out and they might decide to put it into the hands of Einkrad. All depends on what the Dudley boys are going to pick up for themselves. And they actually go for the Luna. Okay. So, obviously, Luna just going to be the carry for Violent, in which case Razor looking like it's going to be B-Bex Hero into the off lane. And good pairing with the Tusk. Really, really good pairing with the Tusk. Benefits from like the extra bit of Shard lockdown. Just make sure that the static link goes on for an extra second or two. Drains away a lot more damage. Guarantees so much more with the tag team as well. I like it. Seems like a pretty scary pairing. In which case now, do Dudley boys still want to try and maybe put the position 4 Nature's Prophet and grab an aggressive 5 and still look for kills into this lane? Which to be fair, they definitely could. Like, Razor and Tusk aren't super tanky at the start of the game, so they might be able to find those kills there. It just feels like if they don't make that move fast enough, maybe could see Namiga just get a kill before that and then start, you know, really building in power before Dudley boys can deal with it or not. Still thinking about this 4th pick. A lot of reserve time left though, 35 seconds to give this some good thought. Trying to think if the Venge is actually still good here. I think it is. Like whoever gets initiated on by the Lion or the Tusk, then the Venge can always be there to swap them out perhaps. And just bring them to safety. And you've also got some potential to go aggressive in the lane as well. All right, no, okay, they go for the Faceless Void. All right, so this is a position 5 Gyro then, right? 4 of the Natures, carry Void, Lone Druid once again for Mind Control in the off lane, in which case just looking for a Xantix final hero. Maybe someone who could actually start chucking some DPS inside the Chronosphere. I mean, at the moment they do have the cooldown from the Gyro, which will help. Maybe they just need an extra source. You know, sometimes when you think of a Faceless Void, you immediately assume like a Snapfire pairing or something like that, but a mid-snap in this game, don't know if it really looks any good. Don't think I'd like to see that at all. Maybe you can go for some sort of like right-click puck build. Maybe that could go quite nicely. Gives them that extra bit of lockdown as well. Because at the moment, they don't have any good, reliable stuns. They have the bash from the Faceless Voids. They've got the missile from the Gyro. Obviously, that can be dealt with. And Lone Druid Bear Root, which again isn't reliable. So really, the only reliable stun they have is a Chronosphere. So definitely feel like they need a little bit extra. Something on top, you know. Every little bit will help. But Amiga do decide to take away both the Lina and the Invoker, two very good heroes to deal damage inside that Chronosphere. So one final ban here from the Dudley boys, and they themselves are actually going to take away that puck pick. So what are they thinking then? It's going to be the Queen of Pain. Okay. That definitely can get the job done. Get a Aghanims online at a relatively decent timing. In which case, the damage will definitely start flying out in these team fights. Now, what the Nemiga want to actually grab to go up against this Queen of Pain in the mid lane? That is the question. I think it may be an... I don't know, an OD might not be terrible. I'm not sure. It's not terrible in the lane against the Queen of Pain. You've got a save mechanic as well for whoever gets caught in the Chronosphere. You could just astral them up. It's not the worst pick in the world. I don't know if it's an Einkrad hero. Okay, they actually decided to go for the Pangolier. So that gives them themselves a bit of team fight control, which, to be fair, they were kind of missing. They got good control just naturally from the Lion and the Tusk, but no like big, decent chain lockdown from an ultimate. So the Roll on the Thunder will help there. The only thing they have to be careful about, and what we've seen a lot of teams do in the past, is like a Shards come out from the Tusk, and then you just end up really screwing over your Pangolier. So they're going to have to be really on point in how they synergize with those two. Definitely have to be careful. But everyone pretty much on the rolls you would expect there. Who am I actually favouring here? There's only so far that my being biased towards a fellow British player can go. So I feel like I'm actually going to be leaning towards Nemiga here in this game. It feels like they've got really solid forms of initiation, which aren't obviously ultimate dependent. With like they can have a good amount of damage to also follow up on it. Where Dudley boys, they're very much reliant on this Chronosphere, because like I was saying, they have no reliable stuns, no reliable lockdown. The only their last pick was a Queen of Pain. She's got damage to help chuck into that Chrono, sure, but there are no further stuns. So I feel like that could be a really big problem for them this game. We'll see if that is actually going to be true or not, or whether if they're just going to power through either way. But I feel like if Nemiga can get a solid lane, maybe even like an early lead, then I could definitely see them just spiraling out of control, in which case Dudley boys are going to be on the back foot, and they're going to be very, very reliant on Yuma landing like a really solid Chronosphere. But only time will tell, as we're now going to be jumping into game number 3, and let's see just how this one is going to go down. As I've mentioned many times before, guys, Nemiga, they've got to get this win to get into the upper brackets. One loss, and they're into the lowers. So all to play for. And they themselves going for a 5-man smoke. Looking like they're going to try and invade the Radiant Triangle, doing the long wraparound, but nobody from the Dudley boys is actually even here. So they shouldn't get found out unless someone just randomly walks over to try and grab a extra bounty and cost them their lives. Very rarely is that mistake making in pro play. Okay, they actually even take away the Watcher, so Dudley boys know not going to be putting themselves into that position anytime soon. I feel like this mid lane, though, is going to be a little bit difficult for Einkrad. You know, just the constant spam coming out from the old daggers is going to slowly chip away at this Pango, make this lane very awkward for him indeed. So it's not going to be easy at all. Could definitely see Adzantic building an early lead and potentially trying to use that to good benefit. You know what it is, just for 2 for 2. Standard on the splits there. The Gyro chilling inside the dire triangle area, maybe seeing if anybody comes walking into him. Is it 9 class? Actually, Force Major, you know. Saw that TP in the fog, he does back on out, runs the opposite direction. Yeah, now finally 9 class gives up a TP to the lane. It would have been nice. It's not like he would have found a kill by any means, but it most likely would have done a lot of chip damage and just made like the start of the lane very, very difficult for the Tusk. So nice that he's able to avoid that one. Actually, they're taking some good damage. Obviously, the downside of having a support gyro is the fact that to do your damage, you have to get close with the rocket barrage, but at the same time, you just get stunned in the face from the Lion and a lucid beam from the Luna as well. It's quite painful to do that. So it's not really going to be the most efficient of trades. And actually, already, 9 class in danger. Good air spike through the fog. One final right click, and there it is. First blood found for Violent. And that is 100% awkward for 9 class. He's got to be so careful about how he tries to actually play this hero in the lane. Good to see him chain feed a heck of a lot. Which is why I kind of feel like it would have been better to have the Nature's Prophet 4 and the Gyro 5. Like, the Gyro could have been just chipping away at the Tusk, and then if they were low enough, the Natures could TP'd in to try and get the extra kill. Especially if you get like a lucky bash from the Gyro as well. But as a result, obviously already losing his life, having to do the walk of shame to lane as well because he used his TP earlier on. So this poor old Gyro man has absolutely nothing this game. Brutal start. We'll see the Faceless Void doing fine. 8-3 on the CS so far against the 5-1 of the Razor. Going A-OK for now. Level 2 is obviously quite a decent power spike there for Nemiga. They might try and get aggressive onto Hakoda or something like that. Killing Yuma is basically impossible for them unless Yuma like really misplays and uses Time Walk in a bad situation. But apart from that, should be fine. Static Link, not really used all for that much. Maybe expecting Force Major to already be on his level too. Who knows? Actually, a very aggressive teleport there from the Nature's Prophet. Spike collections 2 at the top though. Just controlling up the bear from the MC. And yeah, down bot, Hakoda does go down. Looked like he went for a very aggressive teleport into the face of Bebex and Force Major, even though Yuma probably wasn't ready for it because it is level 1 Time Walk. It would have been on cooldown. And he didn't even have Bash leveled yet. Like, what's a Chrono, what's a Faceless Void really going to do? Let's be honest. Rocket will actually land on towards so bad. Let's see if MC can get another route, or if they even need it. It doesn't look like it actually. With the help of the rocket barrage, you do get the kill. 9 class finding the opportunity to go for a counter tip. Trying to balance out the one he got earlier on. So far, pretty even start to the game right now. The only person super falling behind is the Razor, but even still, MC's not a million miles behind him. This mid lane, though, it's just ever so slight advancing as Xantic, which, to be honest, I thought would be a bit worse. Like, I thought this would be quite a lot into the advantage of the Queen of Pain right now. But clearly, doing a good job at keeping himself alive there, Ironcrad. Oh, his Bounty Rune actually does get stolen there from 9 class, so not going to be a bottle refill there. As long as he can also steal the 4-minute Water Rune, which it looks like he will. So maybe that'll be the chance now where Xantic starts trying to bully out a bit more in this mid. MC now got the creeps in front of his tier 1 tower, so he feels very safe. But yeah, 3 points now into the dagger. Ironcrad's definitely feeling that one. Very difficult for him to actually stand close and secure the CS now. Just with this constant damage coming on through. Another dagger, or maybe even the kill. Xantic a couple of right clicks, not going to fully commit for it. Will just decide to fall back. Meanwhile, at the top lane, Violent actually going down there. MC getting the kill, also getting so bad underneath the tier 1. First life of the bear looks like it was used, but it doesn't even matter. Bringing them 2 down is absolutely massive. Going to help bump up their net worth a little bit more in this lane. I'm happy about that one. Even still though, Violent is doing okay in CS, 18-4. Only 5 behind that at the Faceless Void at this stage. Which isn't terrible. 9 class. Bit of Rocket Barrage harassment coming in from Hakoda as well. Nice sprouts. Pushing them off to the side. Force Major TPing in. They're actually going to focus immediately on towards the bear, but immediately Tusk is like, Jesus, what am I doing here? Has to turn around and run away. He was not expecting that. Rocket Barrage is no joke. Fortunately enough, Violent wasn't actually taking any of that damage, so he's going to be fine. keep trading these tips, man. So bad at 9 class. They are on each other right now. This is the war of tilting. Whoever kills whoever else more is just going to keep on spamming out those tips as much as they can. Love to see it. Oh, Einkrad maybe in danger of the mids. Jumps on in. There is the Sonic Wave available here for Adzantic. Meanwhile, Einkrad still not his level. Actually does now get it because the gyro dies underneath the tower. The immediate tip as well from Sobab. Einkrad, will he be able to survive with this one? One right click is enough for Adzantic. Actually, he's going to carry on going aggressively. Rolls on in. Doesn't get caught out though. He will not. He actually gets the kill to Adzantic instead. So Coda can't really do anything but sit and watch. And now, maybe the turnaround yet again. Incoming Force Major. One more right click is all Hakoda needs, but he can't even get so bad. It ends up being 3 for nothing exchange, favouring Amiga into this mid. Looks like Dudley boys are going to attempt some revenge at this bot lane and bring down B-Bex. But it doesn't really matter all too much. The damage is done. Einkrad super happy with how that went. Like, against the Queen of Pain, he should have been having a really rough time, but he's been equal in CS pretty much the entire way through. And he gets double kills while being dived under his own tier 1 tower. He feels super happy about that one. You know, Wisdom Rune spawn will be 1 for 1 apiece.
Top tower is under attack.
One class attempting a steal, not going to be so lucky though.
Precious bounty.
My control now has free lane. Violent just not interested in sticking around right now. Knows there's nothing he can really do to contest the lone druid. And as a result, tier 1 tower going down 7.5 minutes in.
Dire's top tower is falling.
Let's see if he can keep pushing that for more or not. In the first game, he already had he was on his tight hunt and he went for a very early meteor hammer and was able to keep on pushing all the way up to the tier 2. Did a lot of damage up to even like by the 15-minute mark. Obviously, I feel like it's very memey to go for a lone druid hammer build. Could be cool though. I'd be happy to see it. I don't know if it actually pan out or not, but who knows. Meanwhile, dive underneath the bottom tier 1. There is going to be the Chrono on towards the Tusk right now. Even Hakoda getting involved. Force Major very low. With the Snowball, they're going to try and turn this one around. Chasing after Yuma. Maybe get trapped up top as they actually get the kill on towards 9 class. Yuma with the bash. Has to turn around for a second hit. Going for the TP. And there's no cancel to stop it. Oh, there is! Stunned just in time was so bad. Fantastic position, but even still, Yuma just time walks away. To be honest, he's actually maybe doesn't mind. Just going to get back to farming super quick. So that isn't actually that bad for him. It looked so dicey then. There was actually a Rolling Thunder off of cooldown for Einkrad, but I think he just wasn't expecting the line stun. Didn't think he was going to get any value out of him. He was in the mid. Mind Control's bear going down. That's an easy big chunk of gold. Has to resummon it. I think that's the 3rd bear kill already in this game. It's a lot of gold that all does add up over time. Them two have to be very, very careful about that. You can see the thought, the thought progress was trying to shove into this tier 1 in the mid, but just a really nice turnaround play from Namiga. And as you see, there's hunt for more. Maybe we're going to find the gyro. Shards, nicely placed, 9 class. Maybe you could go down right now. MC actually going to use the bed form. Can he actually do anything with this though? Force Major getting low, but the Hex on towards MC's bear is just going to hold him back. It's not really any threat, and they will just walk it all away. Meanwhile, at the same time, B-Bex going down at the bot lane is definitely a trade favouring Dudley boys there, taking down that offlaner. And as a result, we can see the Razor is now bottom farmed of all the cores. That's been punished quite a few times in a row.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And Yuma finding good space as well. 600 gold ahead of that of Violent. A sub 10 minutes into the game. We'll see if he's going to go for a Hand of Midas route. To be honest, could see either carry go for it. Both of them do benefit quite nicely from attack speed. So it wouldn't be the worst pickup in the world. Einkrad now with a Arcane Rune. Probably going to see him make a move of that in about 30 seconds time once his ultimate is back off cooldown. Just continuously look for another kill. Counterpart wave is here, but it doesn't look like either squad want to push the mid with it. Just going to keep chilling and resuming their farm. As Adzantic, I'm not entirely sure how he's fallen behind this much. He's 1,000 gold behind Einkrad already, when he, in theory, should have had the favourable matchup.
Dire's middle tower is is under attack.
It comes down to a bit about playing, I guess. That's what we love about Dota 2. Just because you have the advantage doesn't mean you're guaranteed to win by any means. And it looks like this tier 1 tower will just actually be going down. No one from Amiga comes on in to de-push this wave, and they're just completely giving this one up for free.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Even with Rolling Thunder available,
Dire's
all
middle
that good
tower
stuff,
has fallen.
they were just quite grouped up towards the top lane there, maybe expecting Mind Control to step forward a little bit too much. They could have got a free kill onto the lone druid, but doesn't end up panning out that way. So maybe a little bit of luck there for the Dudley boys. But just like game number 2, such an even game. 7 for 7 on the scoreline. Only a less than 1k gold lead.
Radiant's
And Amiga
bottom
making this
tower
move
is
down
under
bot, but
attack.
good scan placement. Spots this one out. So Yuma will be A-OK. Does actually have Chrono available. He's going to jump straight on in there. Going to try and look for this kill. TP's coming in for the rest of the squad, but nice stun there from the line to try and delay this damage. Now to Yuma, he just gets fingered down. He is gone. Was not expecting that huge amount of damage output to come flooding on through. Atlantic as well, getting control from Force Major, and one good swashbuckler from Minecraft gets the kill. This is a real disaster fight from Dudley boys, as now 9 class trying to run inside the Roche pit. Who gets the last hit? He's going to try and get himself denied here, but it's not enough. Ironclad still getting the credit. Force Major, bash, bash, one more, he's gone. Oh, okay. Well, Roshan wasn't having any of that. He wanted at least 1 kill after all those people diving on in. Just didn't really matter. But even still, absolutely huge win there for Namiga Gaming. Sure, they lost both their supports, but killing Yuma and Atlantic, colossal change of power in the game. Absolutely huge. And you've got to note, that was Dudley boys' attempt to get aggressive. That was them saying, we could definitely take a fight here, but I just don't think they saw the Lion, because that really was the big changer there. So bad with the fantastic stun into the finger. Just really did ruin Yuma's day. And that feels like it's in full farm mode right now for Dudley boys. Or at least, is what Xantic wanted to do, but with this smoke, they're going to head up towards the top side of the map. And So Bad as well as Ironclad have now TP'd down to the bottom where Yuma is, so maybe they can find Violent. Literally every single member of Dudley Boys is up there. Nature's Prophet, looks like they'll find him. Is there going to be any response to the rest of the Amiga to try and help out the Luna? Violent. There's going to be the home missile, does land, and Yuma, oh not Yuma, sorry, Violent does end up going down. So nice kill there from Dudley Boys to at least take down the enemy carry. Does help slow down the game a little bit as they were the top farm core. Maybe still at the same time, they will lose their tier 1 tower as a result. MC doing some decent pressure to the tier 2. Even forcing out the glyph. Once again, Amiga just constantly using these twin gates, man. Jumping all over the place. It's really great to see people use the gate as much as they can to their effect to get some good map advantage. Meanwhile, Hakoda did actually steal the Wisdom Rune there. Really nice play to make sure they got that one picked up. Now MC in danger. Is able to get the true form off, but unfortunately he's going to get chain stunned in a really awkward spot right now. And eventually he will just go down. Finger from So Bad does help out, gets him that extra charge. There's nothing there Xantic could do but watch. And that is Mind Control gone again. 2k gold advantage now for Namiga, and they are really doing a solid game now in this series. Had a pretty rough game number 1, looked so one-sided. But they are just on it right now. Also, this is still early days, only 15 minutes in, but with the 2k gold lead, and just how they've been able to play around with each other, it's beautiful stuff. Although B-Bex, poor old Razor once again being aggressed underneath his own tower. TP's coming in for the rest of the squad, but it's not going to be soon enough to save his life. Let's see if they can get some sort of counter kill. Chrono used just to get the lockdown on towards So Bad. Not exactly the high priority kill you want for this big ultimate, but you know, a kill is a kill at the end of the day. Especially if it is able to secure them this tier 1. The Swashbuckler does a hell of a lot of damage over towards Xantic. Actually forces them to TP back to base, but doesn't really keep the tower alive by any means. Still will go down. There is the Maelstrom now online for Yuma, so a bit of extra damage output in the Chrono, as well as farming speed, obviously. I think that was Hakoda as well, who just picked up an Atos. So a bit more control. More violent. Lance, Mask of Madness with a Yasha. And I'm assuming it's going to be the Manta style coming out soon as well for himself. Although they found Force Major. Actually trapped a little bit on this high ground. Pushed himself up onto the high ground actually area. Going to try and kill the Nature's Prophet. Who dies first? Dakota does drop. But the vision lingers just slightly long enough for them to get the kill. Just ends up being a trade of supports where both mid laners get that one. Can't really say who came out on top there. Although Einkrad, he's out of mana, just able to get enough. No, the fear cancels the cast time, and now he will get ran down. One more right click follows him through. The dot damage, no deny. And that's actually a really nice pickup there for Dudley boys. Oh, Einkas has actually managed to find Violet underneath this tier 2. Look at the damage just come flooding on through right now. Even without the Chrono, Violet still survived. They're going to turn around. Yuma actually ends up dying first. BBX going to make sure they secure 9 class as well. So it's a 2-for-1 exchange. They cancelled the TP as well there from Makoda, so make it 3-for-1. That's a huge turnaround for themselves and a triple for the Razor. He's going to love that, considering how he was having a really, really rough game. Oh, the action doesn't stop MC. Trying to go Force Major, can't get it. But the fact that the Yuma died just slightly before Violent is actually huge, because Yuma gets absolutely nothing from that whole engagement, where at least Violent does get the experience. Helps just bump up his game. And as a result, he is still holding on to that 1,000 gold lead ahead of the the enemy carry. Even still, though, score-wise, this game is extremely even. Only 2 separating it. Less than 1,000 gold as well. And MC still trying to build into that Harpoon. Not a million miles away from it, mind you. And will definitely help trying to secure these kills, especially getting the grab onto the Pango before he can use the Rolling Thunder. Meanwhile, down in the bot lane, there's going to be the Chrono, but instead it just locks down Hakoda for an easy finger there. Unfortunately, achieves absolutely nothing. That's on cooldown now for 2.5 minutes. This is a big opportunity now for Nemiga to try and make an aggressive play and feel pretty comfortable about it. And Yuma's still just trying to find whatever farm he can. Sat down at the bot underneath his tier 2 right now. He definitely has to be careful. Azantic is just... No, Azantic, sorry. Einkai is just lurking behind him the entire time. Waiting for him to slip up and maybe jump in and get a kill. Manta, though, very close as well for B-Bex. We'll definitely allow him to just keep chasing after people. No longer a route is going to be a problem for anything like that. Can even dodge out the homing missiles. As he's trying to run down the bear. They are able to keep with the missile before it actually connects onto B-Bex, so the Razor can keep going as 9 classes ends up dropping down. They're actually going to try and turn on towards this Razor, but the bear is still dead. And off to the side, Rolling Thunder. They've got Hakoda as well. Dudley boys, they've just been losing here. It's left, right, center. Einkrad has even found MC just casually farming up onto this high ground area, trying to lock him down. Needs help from the rest of his team to fully lock him into place. Azantic, though, turning up. Has the Sonic Wave available. We'll chuck it out. Connected to 4 heroes. It's perfectly placed. Maybe this is going to be enough to get a couple of kills. 1 is gone. Maybe that 2 is Force Major is eventually going to fall down. The second bear from MC. Can it survive? B-Bex will make sure it does not. So they're losing a bit of power there. The Razor's getting very low, but mind control without his buddy is absolutely useless. And he has to just run away. Although they're going to keep chasing for more. Yuma would absolutely love to have his armor right now, but it's not going to be the case. Even if it does, it doesn't matter, as they're still going to be able to find all the kills. 4 people dropping down. It was a very awkward, prolonged fight, but somehow the Dudley boys actually do come out on top. And to be honest, it's all coming out from that Sonic Wave there from Azantic. It was perfectly placed to hit all 4 heroes, and that extra damage did make all the difference there. And just bought that extra bit of time as well for the rest of the team to come in and actually start pumping out some damage. And that's exactly what they needed. If that fight went sour, we could be looking at another game where Nemiga starts spiraling out of control and just get an unavoidable advantage. But they do make sure that doesn't happen. And then probably the biggest part of that fight is the fact that MC now it just still doesn't have his bear for another 40 seconds. Takes so long to farm anything with this guy without your bear. Oh, that feels rough. That feels really rough. I think he does have Harpoon complete at least, so once his bear is alive, he will have that upgrade. Still yet to see a team go for the first Roche as well. Obviously still on the Radiant side for another 4 minutes. And there's actually some decent wards from Nemiga in that area. So maybe they might be considering trying to go for that play. As they are all gathered up around it. Octarine also now just completed for Aincrad. I mean, they do see Mind Control farming the wave. And it looks like that's going to be a juicy enough target. They're heading on him. He's trying to stay safe inside the trees, but unfortunately it's just not going to be safe enough. It's actually Force Major jumps in, kills his courier. And now the rest of Control comes on through. They're not going to be able to fully lock him down. And now it looks like it's actually Nemiga has to be the ones to disengage. Poor old Force Major, though, completely abandoned from his squad and will get brought down. Aincrad, though, looks like his TP was cancelled from the Chronosphere that did get committed for it. Definitely worthwhile. Now it's going to be a takedown onto the Pangolier. Now we're looking at the opportunity for the Dudley boys to be able to take down this Roshan instead. 9 class. He knows there's no getting that kill. He's just trying to force him back. Buy time for Yuma and MC to take down this Roche. They should be able to get it. Gonna bump up their lead even more. Probably close to about 4,000 golds. Also bad. He's in danger. Stun. Unfortunately, not gonna be able to hold back a quota for long enough. And they will still bring it down. Godlike as well for Azantic, man. This Queen of Pain had kind of a rough start to the game, but has bounced back fantastically and is really doing the work for the team. Obviously, once they got that power out spike of the Ags, it really does change this hero a lot. But now, Aegis into the hands of Yuma. Feels a lot safer now to make a little bit more aggressive plays across the map. To just jump in wherever he can. Because really, he is the main form of initiation for his team. The second best you've got really is like the harpoon from the bear. And then after that, I guess, Azantic jumping in. But you don't really want your Queen of Pain to be starting off the fight. It's definitely susceptible to just getting controlled up if there's like a Tusk ready to punch him and then follows up control from the line or something like that. So a lot of times it will be up to him. MC with a couple of extra Wraith Bands just sat in his stash, chilling. You know? I think I'd much rather have two Iron Branches than 2 Wraith Bands. Oh, actually, his courier's dead. Never mind, guys. I didn't see that. I really was wondering why he was just not bringing those items in, but all right. Too much to look at, guys. This is way too much to look at. 9 class, though, going in for the Lotus Orb next. Really fantastic tool versus Lion. Meanwhile, looks like Akoda has found So Bad, but Aincrad in position maybe to try and turn this around. They do actually drop the finger on towards the Nature's Prophet with the Swashbuckler to get the kill. So Bad will still die. I don't know if that finger duration was long enough for him to still get a charge off of that. I'm not sure. Aincrad going for the TP. Is there a cancel? Fear just in range there from MC. With the immediate route, Aincrad is just gone. Nice attempt there with the TP, but easily countered out. They might even try and start shoving down tier 2, actually. They don't have a creep anywhere nearby. Force Major, any bashes? 2 hits, no success. Nice bit of luck there for the old Tusky boy. And even though it is a 4k gold advantage, 5k now actually. Ooh, I'm saying now, Azantic has found Beatbex. Gonna try and do an account. A little bit of a whiff there on the Sonic Wave. Even get stunned from the Centaur, just to add a bit of insult to injury right there. But actually, looks like Dudley boys, they're going to carry on charging on in right now. They got the lockdown onto Akoda, so the Nature's Prophet look like he might be sacrificed. Actually, Force Major having to try and disengage. Just gets a punch up right now. And actually, nobody else from Nemiga wants to try and bully down the Nature's Prophet. Actually, they don't need to, as Violet just cuts him off. Finds a free kill. And there's MC with all of his Wraith Bands now. Curry respawn. Big upgrade from those 5 Iron Branches. And free shard as well for Force Major. Which again, I actually don't know if they really want, to be honest with you, in this game. Because like I mentioned, sometimes the Ice Shards can make it pretty awkward for the Pangolier to do what he wants to do. So now that there's an even longer Ice Shard, it's potentially just another like speed bump for Aincrad to deal with. And that may actually come to bite him in the ass, but you know, if the Tormentor gives you a shard, there's nothing you can do about it. It's not like you can sell it. But tier 2 goes down to the top lane. MC takes that one down for free. Yuma has the chrono available. If Einkrad shows himself, they might jump. Actually, a little bit too close to the tier 3. They're not going to go for it. Instead, they might actually set up for a kill onto B-Bex. Shows himself in the mid. People on top of the Razor. Has to pop the BKB. Retreating away. Going for the TP out. No cancel through that. So B-Bex will successfully be able to disengage, but it costs them the BKB charge, of course. Those small things can add up. Oh, Yuma, though, TPing up top with this smoke. Einkrad's going to show himself with the wave. Immediate drop of the chrono. Rest of the team coming on through as well. Should be enough to bring him down. Snowball just in time there for Force Major. Does actually to avoid some of that damage, but unfortunately it means jack all in the grand scheme of things. If anything, just another body on the pile there. So 2 kills, no buybacks as well. And Mind Control trying to slow down B-Bex if he can get a root. Even just the slows actually from the diffusal blade is being annoying. Good man to dodge, trying to dodge out the dagger right now, but another one just comes on through. It's such low cooldown because there's an arcane rune there for a Xantic, and as a result, it's another person gone. 50 seconds as well in the dirt. Going to be a high ground push coming in right now. There is a glyph, but Dudley boys are going to use one aggressively to keep this push going. There's nothing Namiga can do to stop this one. TP coming back here from Violent. Still 8 seconds though, without Einkrad. It's a hard hold. And it actually looks like Dudley Boys just going to pay respects to that easy finger to get the kill onto the old bet. Plus 300 gold feels so damn good. But even still, they get a free tier 3 out of that one. And they force a couple of rotations back towards the base, which is going to slow down Violent's farm a little bit. And as a result, 9,000 gold lead here for the Dudley boys. Game started off a little bit bumpy for them. They are recovering very nicely here. But with the first Roshan Aegis timer now expired, probably just going to see him wait for the second Rosh, potentially up in 2 minutes 15. The smoke play from Namiga. Who are they going to find? It looks like it will be 9 class. Absolutely nothing the Joro can do here, but actually takes a little bit of time to go down. Does decent damage to Force Major as well. Not exactly the primary target Namiga would have liked to have found, but a kill is a kill at the end of the day. They'll take it. They'll take it gladly. And here's still Violent holding that top farm core position, doing everything he can to make sure his whole team does not fall behind all too much. So everyone on the side of Dudley Boys, they're progressing so quickly. And Xantic as well, going for a Shiva soon. In the mid, Einkrad actually having to use Rolling Thunder to escape the bear.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Not ideal, but sometimes you got to do what you got to do. Better to use your ulti than give away a free kill every time. I say that. Depends on the ulti. It depends if you're a pos 5. Sometimes it's better than just to die rather than use it. Pos 5 life.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And it looks like Dudley Boys going to take down this final tier 2. There is a glyph here from Namiga, but I highly doubt they're going to decide to expend it for this objective. Meanwhile, pretty much the entirety of Namiga just chilling down to this bottom Roshan area, seeing if maybe they can get a free kill. But Roshan's still a minute, at least 45 seconds away. It will definitely be on Radiant side at the very least. We're not going to be able to get a free kill here. Watching themselves kind of ends up wasting some time. And they will just go through the gate and start farming up this top wave. Violent's definitely getting some good items on the go. Can definitely pump out the damage. Meanwhile, Force Major pumping out the deaths. Ends up going down. Yubi gets another free kill. And Silver Edge is now there for Violent. Good sort of extra source of damage. Also been able to break away the bash from Yuma. Can actually make all the difference in some situations. Scythe also complete from Akoda, man. This is the power of a support Nature's Prophet, for crying out loud. He is absolutely fat. Got so many items to his name.
Radiant's top tower
This is a pos 5 as well, guys. Like, this is why I would have loved to have seen it in the other game when there was a Nature's to have it as the 5 instead of the 4. They still won, don't get me wrong, but I don't know. It just feels like it's a little bit more impactful in that role. Second Roshan as well was like 2 minutes away. Long old time to wait. It looks like Dudley boys, even though they know it could be up, doesn't look like they're interested. As they're just constantly huddling up together, maybe aware that a fight could be coming their way at any moment. Obviously, they have all their ultimates available. They're ready to take a fight if one comes towards them. Let's wait, it's Antic. Still smoked up right now, the bear. Scouring out as much as it can. Chucking out the missiles. Okay, I was thinking about the role in Thunder, but again, not enough information to play off of. We just have to wait. And Dudley boys deciding to fall back right now. And they know. Roshan is 100% the next big priority. As Yuma's is going to chill down here, obviously with the help of Azantic as well, who I believe has a gem. Someone on Dudley boys has a gem. Because there is actually awards by that Roche pit. Which does actually see both Yuma as well as Azantic. So that's good information there for Namiga to play with. Must be like Hakoda or someone that has the gem now. But Force Major, little does he know, he is in such a dangerous spot right now. Two big beefy cores and a beefy support so close by, he will be fine. Actually, it is a gem there for in the hands of Azantic, and I'm pretty sure he ran right over the top of that ward. Even still, MC's bear has been found, will be killed. That's going to be an extra 300 gold there going over towards Einkrab. Yeah, finally they get that ward now, so a bit of key information taken away from Namiga. Maybe they have to be careful, because Roshan could be spawning any second right now, and Violent is still farming in the mid, so it looks like Namiga are kind of just not going to be going for this Roshan fight no matter what. Illusion will just barely scout now, I think. He got there in time to see the Rosh is up. But again, Namiga just not really in a spot to try and farm this one. Or contest it, I should say. As this will be Aegis and Cheese. Aegis for Yuma. Cheese, I guess they'll give that over towards Azantic as well. Just make sure that this Queen of Pain can keep doing whatever the hell she wants to do. They are really the key source of damage output for the entire Radiant squad right now. Also now has Shiva's Guard completed, I believe. Extra big power spike for themselves. And a Skadi as well for Yuma. Alright, they're hitting some big power spikes right now. Lots of items coming on through. With the Aegis and Cheese, this is 100% the time to potentially just run down the lane. Try and force some action. As Namiga looks like attempting to invade the Radiant jungle. Just to try and get a bit of extra map presence, but in comes Dudley boys with the smoke. Who are they going to find? Vivex is there. Does actually have a shield rune though, so he's a tanky target. Not easy to bring down at all right now. With the Ogre Seal, just constantly charging forward. He's got good damage straight on towards the Gyrocopter. Pretty much a maximum duration. Finally, a bash comes out of Yuma to slow him down. Gonna keep chasing after him. It was Azantic dropping his ult. Wants to try and get this kill on towards so bad. Violent getting the kill onto one. Finally, there is the trade of these supports. But they got the lockdown to BX. Actually, the Razor on his own is able to take down the Aegis. That's actually pretty impactful in all honesty. Although he does come back on up, and there is still no Razor now for 70 seconds. No buyback. Uncrowd using the Rolling Thunder. Going to try and go for this kill onto Hakoda, but he is such a tanky Nature's Prophet. Unfortunately, he's lingered way too long. Controlled from Yuma. And there is nothing the Tusk can do but sit on in horror and watch his cause die. And now, here comes the high ground play. No buybacks whatsoever. There is going to be a glyph to slow this down, but slow it down is all it's going to do. There was actually a Scythe complete up there from Violent. So, the carry Luna going for a little bit more of a utility build to help just get some lockdown on the go, because I guess that is the reason they feel that they're losing these fights. These build-ins, man, just look how quickly they drop. It's disgustingly fast. 2 full sets gone already. Still 35 seconds without the Pango. This is 100% looking at Megas unless Namiga could pull off an absolutely insane 3 versus 5 hole, but the immediate jump forward so bad has been found. Line is gone. No buyback there. Yuma positioned himself quite threatening, but without that Chronosphere, maybe Violet isn't too afraid. Chucks out a Scythe, gets counter-Scythe though from the enemy position 5. Not really achieving all too much. The buildings are still just gone. Bebex finally gets in deep, but the Megas have now been secured. Violet taking a lot of damage to the backwards, but the Sonic Wave coming on through. They kill the bear just in time to make sure the Luna survives. Bebex chasing after him. It feels like they need some kill at the very least to make this whole situation worthwhile. But the Do-Si-Do Night Class trying to waste as much time as possible. Eventually, though, he does still get caught, but the damage is done. Mega secured, 36 minutes into this game. And now, Dudley boys, they can just chill. They can actually just wait for Roshan number 3, get the Aegis, get the cheese, Axe Refresher, wherever the hell it is. And then they could potentially just go and end. It's not an easy position now for Nemiga to be in. Satanic there from the Razor. Will help keep them alive for a little bit, but I feel like if anyone needs it, it's probably Violent a bit more. Speaking of, has found a Coda with the Scythe, trying to lock it down for as long as possible. And the Manta making sure he does not get the right target. That's a free kill. Trying to go as well on towards Yuma. It's a good lockdown right now. But he just pops the BKB. And now, though, he has to try and run away. Finger comes on out, but it does all the damage. It just stuns onto everybody. Every single person on Nemiga is trapped by this one. They do get the kill onto Luna, but it is a trade onto Yuma at the same time. And Tantic comes on through. The real source of damage for this squad, just annihilating everybody. Force Major eventually going to get ran down as well as So Bad. And that, ladies and gentlemen, could very well be the game over. Only 2 buybacks left. And 3 heroes alive here for the Dudley boys. Just going to run down mid with the help of the Megas. There's 1 buyback. Going to be forced to use the second for sure. But it does not look like Dudley boys give 2 craps. There's going to charge on him. MC alone doing a hell of a damage to these buildings. They got the control as well towards Violet. Finally the Tusk respawns. Gets the snowball on towards his carry right now to try and track him away, but unfortunately without any sort of Satanic, just dies way too quickly. They are gone, and there it is. GG is called, and the Dudley boys end up taking the series 2-1, making sure as well that Nemiga do not get that much needed point to push themselves into the upper brackets. They themselves will be going to the lowers, but at the end of the day, they are at least progressing forwards in this tournament because there were other teams that weren't so lucky. But even so, yeah, fantastic series there from Dudley boys. Game number 1 was pretty damn one-sided. Game number 2 was close until it wasn't. And then game number 3 definitely felt like Nemiga had a solid start. Eincrowd on the Pangolier was making a lot of space. They were always looking for kills, but unfortunately, they just kind of ran out of steam. And this Queen of Pain, man, really was just starting to turn into that demon hero, which is why so many people fear it when it gets those late-game situations. Yeah, fantastic stuff there from the Dudley boys. Just showcasing why, as well, they are the team that has just been smashing everybody in this group stage. That is their first win that wasn't a 2-0. Like all their other ones, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, and now 2-1. And yeah, we can see on the groups just how this game has made an effect. 7 points there for Dudley boys. Very solidly in first place. Alliance as well going through the upper brackets as a result. And Nemiga, with -1 points now, will be going to the lower bracket. So it's a dangerous position to be. Very, very dangerous, but it does mean that the journey is not over. There is going to be that redemption arc. See if they can get that big lower bracket run through the tournament. I mean, as I said before, it's very hard. Statistically, you're just so unlikely to actually end up getting to the grand finals and winning coming from the lower bracket. It's just a much more devastating area to play around. But we'll see if Nemiga can do that one, guys. We'll see if they can do it. But that is just the end of the 3rd series of the day. We have one final series coming up for you guys, and it is obviously the final series of the group stage as well, as we are moving on to playoffs tomorrow. So very, very exciting still. And it is going to be Level Up versus KZ team. That series probably be like a 10 or 15 minute break or so. Yeah, about a 15-minute break, obviously, just between series. Obviously, it was meant to start half hour ago, but, you know, got to give a little break between the actual games themselves. So, we shall be returning in about 15 or so minutes, guys. So, do not go anywhere. We have more Dota 2 action coming your way. We'll see you soon.
Oh, esport. You and I have come a long way. with such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. And some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
sport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Welcome back on into the stream, ladies and gentlemen, for the final game of the group stage. Final aim for the day as well here for the Pinnacle 25th year anniversary show. I'm Blue Scale, and I'm going to bring you all the action here for this last one of the day, which is going to be a Level Up versus KZ team. Now, sometimes when you get to the final game of group stages, it doesn't really matter in points. Things are already set in stone, but not in this tournament, ladies and gentlemen. This one game will determine quite a lot here for the group stages between these guys. Like, there is a whole lot that can happen. Several different scenarios on points tying up, which could potentially mean the difference on which team gets to go through to the upper bracket and lower bracket, all depending on total of maps won, or if that fails, then it also has to go down to who beat who earlier on in the group stage. So it's going to be very, very exciting to see. Obviously, KZ team at the moment are in the danger zone there with -2 points, but if they win this series 2-0, they'll be on 0 with bait, in which case then it'll go forward through maps 1. If they win one game, then they'll be tied with Level... Actually, no, push them up forward. So if they win a match, it doesn't matter. But if Level Up only win by 1 point, then they again will also be tied for bait. And there's another situation who gets to go through upper brackets, lower brackets. So there is still quite a lot that can be determined in this final series, guys. So it's going to be an exciting one for sure. Both of these two teams have a lot to win, and they also have a lot to lose as well. Because if KZ team just win in general, then Level Up will be getting bumped down. So it's very, very scary for them, and they've got to make sure they do get the W in the end here. There is a whole lot to play up for. One thing I will mention as well, there are a couple of stand-ins today, guys, as well, for both teams, as a matter of fact. Level Up, obviously, you've got the main boys, Focus, Stoikov, Davalama, Desire, but Lupcio is going to be the stand-in instead of Kidaro for today. So do keep that in mind on which team you guys think is actually going to come out on top here. I feel like there's not too much difference between the two of them. Still not sure how much impact it's actually going to make at the end of the day. Obviously, you know, if you're just a bit more comfortable playing with one rather than the other, then that can make all the difference. But you know, we'll see what these guys are going to be able to do. Meanwhile, on the side of KZ team, their stand-in is actually going to be low skill instead of 7 Jesu. So that is the one swap out for them today. But they still got the standard. They've got Wish coming on in, Skylark, Astral, as well as Spartan, 4 very solid members of this squad. But, you know, both of these two teams, they've not really been having the great game already. Or great tournament, I should say, so far, being sort of equally awkward at the moment in the group stage. Only 1 win and 2 losses, so both of them haven't been performing as great. So it'd be nice to see which one's going to be able to come on top here. But I believe we are already into the draft, so we will jump on in and let's see which team comes up with any sort of craziness in the kitchen and can get an early lead here. Obviously, you're going to see the usual suspects like Spirit Breaker, I'm sure, get removed. Already, actually, the Lycan getting taken out. So definitely a bit more of a catered ban towards KZ team there. Just making sure that hero does not rear his ugly head. Still a Spirit Breaker. Could we be seeing one? It's always fun seeing this guy. I mean, we did actually see a Spirit Breaker in the previous series, actually, in the hands of the Dudley Boys and Amiga team. But it didn't really pan out too well. It did flop. It did get the loss in the end. But I don't think that's a real showing of how powerful this hero actually is. So we'll see if it actually slips through. Only one final ban here from KZ team. Do they decide to remove it or not? That is the big question. And they actually decide to remove the TA instead. And they go for the Pugler. So they don't even bother first picking the Spirit Breaker. Do level up? Or do they even care? That's the big question here. You know, actually scanning through level up's past games, they've not played Spirit Breaker at all. Like, in the last month, they've had 0 Spirit Breaker games. Whether or not it's just always been banned and never had a chance to play it, or if they just don't like this hero at all. You know, it could really be either one. There are some teams as well that don't want to pick Spirit Breaker considering how he was actually nerfed in the last patch, but to be honest, his nerf was so insignificant. The hero is really, really powerful, just like before. So it is still definitely a high contended pick. But, you know, they do also go for another stellar hero in this current meta, which is the Spirit Breaker. Not Spirit Breaker, sorry, the Centaur War Runner. This guy has just been smashing every single game I've seen of him. We even saw him as a position 4 earlier today, and he still won. If that doesn't tell you how damn good this hero is, then I really don't know what will. Like, come on. He is just so damn solid. So, in all honesty, no matter how the rest of this draft progresses, unless it's absolutely awful, I might say, but I'm already favouring level up in this one. Unless, of course, this Bugner ends up coming out big, because that too has been banned quite a lot in all the other series. So it'd be interesting to see how this does end up panning out, of course. KZ team have played this Pugner 5 times in recent history, and they've won 3 of those games. So it's not like it's a, you know, pick instant win hero by any means, but it can definitely perform solidly if it's, you know, in the correct place at the correct time. We'll see what these follow-up bans are going to be. Obviously, KZ team taking away Lone Druid as well as the Lena. We'll level up, really thinking about what they want to take away right now. Maybe they're considering the Spirit Breaker? Maybe. But like I said, Level Up hadn't played it at all this month. How many times has KZ team played Spirit Breaker? And, okay, they've actually played it twice in the last month, and they've won 1 of those games. So even that isn't super solid, but at least they have played it, which is more than I can say for Level Up. Who do actually decide to go for the Dark Willow. It is a very, very solid support pairing with the Centaur. You know, he lands the Stomp, perfectly enables an opportunity for the Dark Willow to set up for those Bramble Maids in a really scary spot, and can make it just extremely awkward to play around. Guarantees a lot of damage coming on through as well. And to be honest, a fair amount of that is magic damage, so even if this is like a POS 5 Pugner and you go for an early point into Decrep, still not really going to save you too much of the time. Will help out a bit, but there's still some sources of damage coming through there. See what KZ team they're going to pick second. There's going to be the Tiny. Alright. I thought I would not be seeing this hero for a long time until he actually got touched in another patch or something like that. But KZ team, they are dusting this hero off. They're going to roll him on out. I mean, I say dusting it off. They themselves have actually been playing it. In recent history, 6 games with 4 wins. So clearly it's a hero they are more than willing to pick up. Not exactly super successful, but a positive win rate is a positive win rate. So, you know, you can't really say too much there. But it is cool. It is very, very cool. Still thinking about their third pick, though. Which I'm going to assume is going to be their follow-up support on the 4 role. Saw a fair bit of Lion today coming out. Even saw some Lion over the previous days throughout this tournament. So maybe they could be considering that as well. Or maybe considering how you've got the Tiny, which is going to be doing a lot of your initiations. Maybe they want that to be the 4 rather than be the mid. We'll just have to wait and see. But they are going to decide to pick up the Weaver. So whether or not this is carry Weaver or position 4 still remains to be seen. We'll just have to keep our eyes out on that one. As KZ team definitely have the opportunities to just move this one around. Fits many different roles. We'll see what level up they're going to pick in response to that. And generally when you're up against the Weaver, you want as much burst damage as possible. Like, just kill this guy before he can actually get his time lapse off. And then you just got easy, smooth sailing from the fights. But if you fail, and the Weaver gets time lapse, then the fight just feels rough. It feels so damn rough after that, because it gives more time for the rest of the enemy squad to come in and perform some sort of counterplay. But the hero of choice is actually going to be the Luna. Obviously, not a huge amount of burst damage, like in the space of just a second or two. But if you can get quite a few connections from the Eclipse, like if there's enough of a stun lockdown, then 100% they can still kill this Weaver super quick. But it's very rare you're really going to see the Luna go for those kind of ganks. Just really going to try and play around her in those team fight situations. I mean, they've already got the Stampede for her to try and get her out of any sort of awkward situation she may get dragged into. And they're also going to pair up with the Treant Protector. So another way of chucking in that living armor, bit of extra protection if the Luna does get separated from like a toss. And it also does counter out the minus armor that comes in from the Weaver. So I definitely like it. A lot of teams as well have been phase 1 banning Treant Protectors. So it's kind of interesting to see the fact that it has survived through 2 banning phases and a pick phase. Very, very interesting. Well, we'll see how this does perform. Obviously, level up. Okay, now getting like a bit of a Scouse accent going on. Level up, looking for their mid laner still. KZ team though, probably gonna have to decide now whether this is going to be a pos 4 Weaver or a carry. Unless they could pick something else and still leave that as a flex. Okay, they actually decided to go for the Darkseer. So this is a pos 4 Tiny or Weaver. Or still mid-Tiny carry Weaver, and they're actually leaving their pos 4 as the final pick. That could very well be an option as well. But to be honest, Darkseer Weaver lane isn't too bad at all. You chuck Iron Shell on the bulk, he runs on in with the Sakuchi. It's an extra huge source of damage. Does make it quite difficult. You're pretty good at scouting out the Treant Protector in the trees as well. So I'd like it as a pos 4. Wouldn't mind seeing them go for a different carry. Maybe a Faceless Void might not be too bad for the side of KZ team. Like if this is going to be a mid-Tiny, then potentially you could go for like an Axe play or something like that as an extra source of damage to chuck into the Chronos. Plus you could benefit a bit from the minus armor from the Weaver as well. Not saying it's super likely, but it's a potential pickup. And KZ team removed the Dazzle. Obviously, is a mid laner for level up. And level up themselves actually take away the Kotl. So they are thinking that this is carry Weaver, offlane Darkseer, and position 4 Tiny. In which case, also that KZ team are looking for their mid. Whether that is correct or not remains to be seen. Whoa. Sorry for the silence there. I thought I was a fish for a second, and I breathed in my drink. And I can confirm to you guys, I am not a fish. Good lord, it's still in my throat. I nearly drowned, but it's alright. I'm still alive. We are pushing forwards. Thank you, production. But yeah, I'm alive, and we shall continue the draft right now. So, what is going to be the final pick here for KZ team? Level Up are pretty damn sure it is going to be the mid laner, considering how they also removed the Invoker. I think it does work as well. Carry Weaver in this situation is still fine. It doesn't need to be a pos 4, but I can definitely see merit for it being that pos 4. And they actually go for the Lifestealer. Alright, so it is position 4 Weaver, tiny mid, Dark Seer in the off, Pugna 5 obviously, with that Lifestealer carry. So they do decide to, you know, throw the old switcheroo there, definitely catching Level Up off guard perhaps. And now we'll see what they're going to pick up in response. Maybe that you could go for quite a greedy hero to actually battle against this tiny mid. I could actually see merit for a Monkey King perhaps. You're laying quite nicely. You could generally stand your ground against the Lifestealer as well when you get your Jingu stacks going. Yeah, I think it could be alright. Definitely not the worst pick in the world. So we'll see. Only 15 seconds of reserve time here for Level Up. Wherever they maybe have the same sort of idea. And it does also sort of take a little bit of the pressure off the Luna, because the Monkey King mid can also sort of transition to be a pseudo carry as well. And their actual hero choice is going to be the Puck. So going for more of like an evasion style more than anything else. Does still have a pretty good time up against the Tiny in the mid. So I like it. Should still work out quite nicely. They got really, really fantastic circles. Like, Level Up are loving their circles right now. You've got the Overgrowth. You've got Dream Coil. You've got the Eclipse coming out as well. You've got Terrorize from the Dark Willow on top of that. And just for a bit of extra maneuverability in those teamfight situations, you do also have Stampede to just be chucked out at a moment's notice as well. So definitely a lot of teamfight synergy here coming out from Level Up, which kind of makes me feel like KZ team are going to try their absolute best to avoid teamfight situations. Like, they're just going to try and make sure they are only going for pickoffs wherever they can. Obviously, they've got multiple good carries, or taxis, I should say, for the Lifestealer. He can either go into the Tiny once they get their Blink Dagger, get pickoffs that way. You can go into a pos 4 Weaver if you want. He can always Sakuchi in, set up a few kills that way. There's also the Dark Seer, if he can ever initiate with like a good vacuum into the Wall of Illusory as well. That could work. So that feels like the tactic here from KZ team. They're going to be looking for pickoffs. Just try and find anyone from Level Up on their own as much as possible and just build an advantage that way. Meanwhile, Level Up themselves are 100% eager for those 5v5 situations. As long as if they're not a million miles behind, that is. You know, that is always a point that needs to be added. If they are just quite a few thousand gold behind and they've had an awful start, then in which case they're just going to be in full runaway, only really using their ultimates to survive as much as possible. But we'll just have to remain and see. Yeah, I feel like I'm very unsure. I'm very, very unsure. It all comes down to the laning phase, I feel. If KZ team, or if the game's neutral, I feel like it's just going to come down to outplays at the end of the day, whether if KZ team can actually do this strategy or not, or whether if Level Up can just hold off until they're nice and big. That we'll just have to wait and see, guys. But we're going to be jumping on into the game. Let's see how this first game of the final series here, the group stage with the Pinnacle 25th anniversary show goes down. It looks like we could be getting an early fight as both teams are on a head course collision. Or are they? As the smokes from Level Up does a break. Actually, no, they go for a wrap into the back lines. They see Wish, they see Skylark, but they're all too close to the tower. They can't do anything. And now they just have to disengage. Meanwhile, the Weaver actually was in deep. Manages to get down a really good ward. Skylark, though, he just steps forwards casually. Gets caught from everybody. What? Okay, that was a big, big mistake.
30 seconds to
like, Skylark knew that they were still there because they had this high ground ward. They could see the fact that Level Up hadn't gone back yet, but he just walks into him anyway. That was, I don't know, that was a little bit awkward. Not gonna lie. Easy level 2 Pogner. Gotta love it. Blame the supports, you know, just like your pubs, guys. Blame your supports every single time, without a doubt. So, hey, Level Up are very, very happy about how this game has started so far. Going to be able to grab at least 2 of these bounties. Trying to get the third one at the bottom. The Weaver's not going to be able to win the little clicky wall there. So it's actually a 3-for-1 advantage favoring level up. With the first blood bonus, they are sitting very pretty now at the start of this game. Super happy about that one. Wish as well in this mid. Should still be able to find plenty of last hits and stuff. Obviously the tree helps massively getting the last hit on the range creep as well as deny onto your own. Meanwhile, Stoikov should just be able to slowly poke and prod away with like the orb spam and everything else. So I feel like this is just going to be like a trade lane. Unless, of course, some really big outplay happens. Not too much is going to go down here, I feel. Should just be an even cut lane. Meanwhile, could definitely see a lot of action happening at the top lane. Obviously, you got the Centaur Warner as well as the Dark Willow. Definitely capabilities for some action there. And actually, there was action going down. Both supports so close to dying there, but neither one actually does. Obviously, once there's a few levels as well into low skill, this Lifesteal is going to be quite happy just to 1v1 up against the Centaur. Not going to be too hindered at all. Meanwhile, trying to go for a kill to Skylark at the bot lane, all slowed down from these blood grenades being tossed about. Just both teams endlessly trading. Just so damn low. But still no one going down just yet. In terms of actual CS, it's actually the Dark Series suffering the most, as well as Stoikov actually. Only 2-0 on the puck. Meanwhile, it's 9-6 on the Tiny. Absolutely colossal. Meanwhile, Lupiso tried to go aggressive onto Skylark yet again, and there's just nothing the Darkseer could do. Obviously, until he actually has the Surge online and available, he's just going to get ran down in so many situations. Meanwhile, once again, the endless trades up top, although Neto will he get ran down? Zaya just barely able to survive there. And Spartan can't get close enough for another right kick. Though he keeps juking left and right. Fantastic footwork from the Bone Boy. And he does manage to get himself out of that one. Could have been awkward. Very nicely done. But still, yeah, this mid. 12-9 to Wishman. Annihilating Stoikov on both last hits and denies. That's going to make a huge difference. We'll obviously allow the Tide to hit that like level 5, level 4, whatever mark slightly sooner. But the one thing about the Tiny is that he doesn't have a big power spike on his ultimate. Meanwhile, Desire not going to go down. Spartan, though, will, as another double edge takes him out. Also going to get the extra gold of the old Nether Ward. Iced on the cake. And as a result, it's actually now a solid 1k gold lead for level up here. 3-0 on the scoreline. Doing fine on CS, but to be honest, actually, Focus isn't having as much of a free time CSing as I would expect, in honesty. But the constant harassment from this Weaver is definitely annoying, especially when he has an Iron Shell on him. Always running him, causing problems. Once again, the trades continue up top. Low skill, though, is now level 3. So he should have 2 points into Feast. In which case, yeah, he should be able to sustain quite easily versus the Centaur. Not too much they could do against him. Meanwhile, Astral, though, will actually get caught out. Bringing down the Weaver whilst the Sakuchi's still on cooldown. Well, the Lupusone trying to run away. The beam not going to slow down Skylark enough. And he does at least get the trade there. So support for support. The Skylark obviously getting solo experience for that. Just bumping forwards a little bit more. Ooh. Stomp, not landing onto Spartan. That probably be the death of the Pugner if it did land.
How much is the purse you got for
Everyone's so damn low up here. Imagine Dalai Lama probably has his Ring of Health online by now, so he's going to be able to sustain quite easily. Just depends how much of the harassment value keeps coming on out. Stoikov. Oh, he didn't actually jump to his orb soon enough to get the double bottle fill. Was very close though. But obviously allow Wish to get his own bolt. So 21-4 here for low skill, 23-1 for Dalai Lama, doing very, very similarly between those two. It is still Focus who is trailing behind all the other cores, 16 right now. Not a million miles, but bit by bit, if this pace continues, it will all add up. The Astral just really wants his level 3 right now. 2 points into Sakuchi is hugely beneficial. See if you can actually get it online at a decent time, though. That is the question. And still we see in the mid, it is favouring the Tiny there. Wish doing a good job, but 100% Stoikov is recovering. 20 and 2 now. Only 6 CS behind rather than the 12 or 13, whatever it was, just a few minutes ago.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Lol. The Centaur got stomped before he could stomp himself. Easy peasy.
Dire's courier has been killed.
And it's the casual courier. Just dying. Trading couriers, actually. We got Spartan, though, has been found in the trees. Good stun lockdown to bring down the Pugner. And low skill. He does some decent damage to Dawai Lama, trying to push him back. But again, you can see there's nothing he can really do. If the Pugner gets caught, he is most likely dead. Not really a whole lot of turnaround potential that Lifestealers could bring these early levels. And it is just very, very close between top CS and bottom CS. Meanwhile, actually down bot lane, Astral gets caught out. It's a second death on the board there for this Weaver. It looked like they attempted to dive the tower. Very ambitious. Big, big punish there, though. Meanwhile, Zaya was coming over to try and secure the room, and unfortunately he's just going to get ran down. Attempts to go for a deny. Not going to be in time, though. At the very least, he does force Spartan to get the kill rather than handing it over towards Wish. But even still, definitely a good punish there from KZ team to make sure that they get something after losing the room. It's still so even in terms of CS. Like, the only thing separating these two teams right now are literally just the kills. 6 and 2 here, favoring level up, and as a result, still holding on to that 1k gold lead for the last, like, 3 minutes, it feels. Meanwhile, rotation of Stoikov down bot lane. This is going to help further the rift. The Skylark does go down. They actually also lost Spartan, but he did deny himself the neutrals by the look, so not the biggest loss. Meanwhile, Wish even coming in to make sure that their Wisdom Rune does not get stolen away, which will be 1 apiece. Yeah, low skill is so happy to be on his own right now. There is nothing Dawai Lama can really do about it. Just going to keep on whacking into him. Every single time he steps up to the wave, just whack, whack, trading blows. Both of these guys are just going to stay pretty much as healthy as each other, I feel. And the network advantage, though, is continuing to grow here for level up. But KZ team are going to try and put a dent into that with this smoke move. Wish get involved, they surge, expecting the Luna to be following these camps, but little do they know, Focus made the correct move to avoid that one and just walked straight into the Tiny there. The percent unfortunately just goes down. Was not quite expecting them all to be in that position. So at least KZ team do get a kill for this rotation, but 100% not the high priority one they would have liked, considering how the Tiny did focus a lot of his time for this. Desire is just trying to actually delay the Weaver, and Astral will go down, or will he? The Crown, stun in time, and they will manage to bring down the Weaver. Although Wish is going to chuck a bit of harassment back on Stoikov. Obviously the Tiny do what he can. Dreamcaller's there, does snap. I think the Blood Grenade actually missed. With the Overgrowth coming through though, did they still have the damage regardless? The Lifestealer's trying to TP in, will actually manage to get the Orb off in time, which is going to save Wish's life, and now the potential of the turnaround. Good avalanche onto 2, but low skill, deciding he can't follow suit. Will pull back, Sparrow with the casual blast, try to find Desire. Very greedy, very deep, maybe going to cost him his life, and he will actually die for that one. Fair attempt, but big, big punish. And I think that Blood Grenade actually missing on the Tiny just barely cost him, costs level up that kill. And that is such a huge clutch rotation as well from low skill. Very rarely do a lot of carries actually TP to the mid to help defend, but 100% worthwhile there. Keeps Wish going, keeps him in a strong spot. Meanwhile though, Focus taking a lot of damage trying to fight with this camp. They actually force out the Stampede and they will be able to run away. Lipperson takes lots of damage as well for that one, but does manage to keep his carry alive, which is a big fact. Once again, we see another move from Wish coming on into the Radiant jungle. And if they find Focus, he might have spin. Actually, no, Wish turned around, and Astral's actually the one to die. But Spartans, though, is just going to keep charging forwards. Has found the Luna, but doesn't really have the damage output to get that kill. Can't even go for the Treant. And they have to just fall back. So as a result, it's just really the Weaver that dies. Free kill for the Luna.
Tower is under attack.
Meanwhile, top. Can sort of see Davai Lama now. Not really too eager at just staying in the lane against the Lifestealer. Like, just does a bit too much damage, a bit too much sustain against him. So trying to be as efficient as possible. Dragging creeps inside the jungle area to farm it up. Does help accelerate his farm, and as a result, we can see all 3 cores on level up side, top of net worth for now. Doing a fantastic job in this game. Davai Lama as well, on top of having face boots and Vanguard, now has a blink dagger coming out on top of that. So good amount of tank, good amount of initiation as well. The Persone actually scouting out Astral there with that ward, and he will back out without giving away the information, although looks like Davai Lama's in danger, going for the TP. No cancel whatsoever, which is quite a big problem here with this draft of KZ team. The only people who have any sort of disables are the Tiny and the Darkseer, like a vacuum. That is it. They have no other stuns, which could be super impactful. Meanwhile, on the side of level up, Beam has like a little mini stun. They got the Brambles as well. They got Dreamcore. They got Stomp. They got Overgrowth. Every single hero is at least bringing some sort of control to the table. Speaking of control, they managed to find the Tiny. Going to dive into the tower for this one. Good stuff from Davai Lama, trying to cut off the retreat. But the heals coming in from Spartan, trying to keep their core alive, and it's working fantastically because once again, Low Skill turns up with the big insurge of HP and saves Wish's life 2 times in a row. There's a huge play there from KZ team. They have to bring the entire party into the mid to make sure they don't lose their actual mid laner. But it's worthwhile at the end of the day. The only downside to that, though, is it was just meaning more free time for Focus to keep hitting the buildings, keep doing Luna things and farming up. And the net worth is just so much into the favor of level up right now. 4,000 gold at 12 minutes in. It doesn't feel like it should be that high, in all honesty, but apparently it is. Everything they're doing is just working out nice. There was a Pipe of Insight now completed there for the Darkseer at the very least. They got a bit of extra protection versus all of this very much overwhelming magic damage at the early parts of the game. It's a long old time before the physical starts to show itself. Obviously from the Luna, as well as if the puck potentially goes for a physical damage build as well. There's a lot of variance there, so we won't really know until we see a couple of items come on out. Well, Davai Lama charges in for a stun, but instead there's going to be the re-engage from which just goes with the TP out! He knows! He just knows! It's like, unless there is a Darkseer, I am fine. And really, he's just A-okay. Such a heads-up play there from Davai Lama. So good. Look at that. Low Skill has to just run away from Focus. Well, has to abandon his farm just from a Luna running at him. Not really an ideal situation, but in honesty, it makes sense because you just don't know who's sat behind this Luna right now. A surprise gank could just really slow down KZ team's game even more than it already has. Both teams actually attempting some sort of smoke play right now. 3 people from level up, heading up towards the top lane. But the Lifestealer is miles away by now. Meanwhile, it was actually Wish as well as Spartan trying to make a move down to the south side. But again, there is nobody here. Just on a little sightseeing tour. Don't achieve all too much. Top tier 1 does also go down. So exactly the same map presence from both of these 2 teams right now. And it just continues to grow this league now up to 5,000 gold. You can see obviously because Wish has this blink dagger, he wants to be looking for kills. You know, as a mid-tiny, once you have this item completed, you don't want to just go back and start hitting creeps. It feels very detrimental. But a lot of the time they're playing very defensively. Maybe they can get a free kill now on towards Lupus Zone. They will find him, although he's pretty tanky. He's actually going to turn around with the Overgrowth, and now Focus is here. They're going to actually take this fight, and Wish is actually the one to go down. Low Skill, he wants to infest inside Astral, will be able to get it, and runs away safely inside the Weaver. Actually, maybe thinking about going for a turnaround play right now. There's going to be a Dream Call, connects onto 2. It snaps, 2-man stun as well for Davai Lama. They're going to focus immediately on towards Skylark, because they didn't actually realize they caught the Weaver, and Low Skill has to go for the TP out. With the rage, he will be able to make it. There's no cancels. Skylark actually still dies to the illusions, but it doesn't matter. It's a 4-for-1 exchange favoring level up.
Dire's top
And now,
tower is under
growing
attack.
to a 7k gold lead. Just feels like it's all them here in this game number 1. It's so difficult here for KZ team to try and make any plays happen. As I mentioned, they're very reliant on Wish making these jumps. Speaking of Wish, getting jumped himself, he's just dead.
Dire's middle
He just
tower
can't
is under
achieve
attack.
anything this game. His net worth is slowing down so much. It really feels like just an extra support at this stage.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
And every Blink Dagger play he's made, I think I've only seen 2 Blink Dagger plays. One was on the Centaur, where he just TPs out. And the second one was just then on the Treant, where he just overgrowths, and it turns into a disastrous team fight. Apart from that, he can't seem to find any of these squishy heroes. Like the Puck would be huge, the Dark Willow as well. Even Focus, I believe, they should be able to burst him down. Just appears to be there in the wrong place at the wrong time every single time. Meanwhile, Manta Style completed now for Focus, as well as a Blink Dagger has just been picked up as well for Stoikov. Speaking of, he gets a kill into low skill of all people. The Lifestealer going down. That is 100% the person that KZ team wants to die the least on their squad. That's 10,000 gold lead, man. It just keeps growing minute by minute. This is absolutely insane. KZ team need a dream gank, or a dream 5 ganks it feels, to try and balance this game out. And unfortunately, a double damage Pugner is going to make much difference here. Little TP bot to help defend the tower here with the help of Skylark. Gotta be careful though. Level Up might try and take this fight. Obviously, this is a catapult wave as well, so they could be able to bring down this tier 1 tower. FJ just making sure that the Darkness is as healthy as possible. So now Level Up will give up though. As you can see on the minimap, KZ team are very willing to take this fight. They've got multiple heroes in the area. It all comes down to who gets the jump first. David Llama charged them forward. Astral not getting caught there from the start. Will successfully retreat. Can't say the same though for Spartan.
Dire's
Boy is
bottom
dead.
tower is under attack.
Zone as well going in. They've actually found the grab onto Dux here between the 2 towers. Call it Lord of the Rings if you want. They've got the root as well. Locking him in place. Good dream call onto the 2 of them with the Eclipse also coming through. One is gone. The Weaver are desperately trying to survive. We'll get the time lapse off at the very least. Low skill though, trying to retreat, but with the Stampede, they run him down, they get the kill. Astro as well on Death's Door, and he walks on through as he will fall as well. Wish, wondering why the hell he is here, and he is just gone. 4 heroes dead yet again here for KZ team, not finding a single kill. They lose their tower to boot, and now 15,000 gold behind. This is brutal, absolutely brutal. Wouldn't be too surprised if Level Up just decide to run on into a Roche. Get an Aegis on top of everything else. Why the hell not? Make it not impossible for KZ team to make this game into a win. Super hard.
Blessings upon a loyal warrior.
Same. Constantly doing Treant things, just scouting out. Making sure they can locate as many members of KZ team as possible. All the information in the world to play with. He has actually a Sentry Ward right now. But like ships in ideal pass each other though. Desire will now get the spawn to couple of them. Immediately goes into the old Dark Realm. Trying to run away, vacuum back for now. But even still, it's only Astral keep in place. And now actually the jump in from Davai Lama, they got the control with the Bedlam, barely able to get the time lapse off in time. Although the jump in from Wish, still trying to kill the Dark Willow. Eventually she will go down. Look like a pretty decent fight for them. Although in comes Stoikov with the 3-man Dream Coil. Gonna start locking them in. Focus is also here to start piling in the damage. Does the trader support again? A 2-man stomp for Davai Lama, been so on point, but a fantastic avalanche for Wish, buying some time for his team to get out. Astral though will still die. And it looks like they got the grab as well on towards Skylark. It's another 3 kills there for Level Up, but at the very least, KZ team this time got the 2 supports for their efforts. So it's not a complete loss. It is a loss at the end of the day. Like the scary thing is that Focus on this Luna has the net worth of the Lifestealer and the Tiny combined. Like that is terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. You really do need a miracle to try and turn this one around. Also now, a Heart of Tarask in the hands of the Centaur. So even a beefier boy. Wish he still just has a blink dagger. That is literally all he has. Just can't find the space to get anything else going. Meanwhile, Spartan will survive with the decrep. Stoikov though, he just knows all he has to do is wait. Meanwhile, down at the bot lane, they've also got a kill on towards Skylark. They found low skill as well. Trying to get the kill on towards this Lifestealer. Wish is here. Going to get the toss back. They will actually have to infest into the Tiny. It's going to be enough to allow him to disengage, but they're just spending all their time running away. Meanwhile, though, Astral trying to kill Desire. Glimmered up. Does manage to get the dust off. He's just going to keep chasing after more with the time lapse, but unfortunately, Stoikov in the perfect spot there with the silence. He is dead as well. Dead as a dodo. Even just stealing away the casual tormentor. Free shard is always nice. 21k gold lead at 21 minutes in. First tier 2 most likely going to be going down. And then surely that'll be the time when level up goes for Roche. As they are able to snatch away the Wisdom Rune as well.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
So I always love when you know, like the team that's ahead is able to steal the Wisdom Rune. Because when Wisdom Runes were induced, the paragraph read, there is now, you know, there is always that tool for a team that is behind to be able to recover in a game and balance it out. Or if the team that's ahead just takes it, then they're just even further behind. So it doesn't always work out that way. It's a cool premise, mind you. I do definitely like the introduction of the Wisdom Runes. They are nice. I say introduction of them like they're brand new. They've been out for quite a while now, but in the grand scheme of Dota history, they're relatively new. But there is going to be level up going into the Roshan pit right now. Going to be able to get the Aegis into the hands of the Lina, who also did just complete a Silver Edge. You got that one for free. I think I just saw someone had a Dagon queued. Was that the puck? I think that was Stoikov had a Dagon queued up. Although there is finally going to be a Radiance completed here for the Lifestealer. It'll help. It'll definitely help. Sort of increases their farmer speed at the same time. Sort of helps with the evasion, like dodging out a few of the attacks coming out from focus, which can make all the impact in the world. We'll see how successful it's going to be, though, as a gank attempt is coming here from KZT with this 4-man smoke right now. It all comes down to initiation from them. It's extremely hard. They're going to make the move immediately on towards focus. Tossing it back its weight arms to so many enemies right now, but the Stampede is in. He's able to disengage. Actually, Focus pops the Eclipse. He's still alive for now, popping out a hell of a lot of damage. Finally, his first life is gone, with the Lifestealer having to hide inside of the Dark Sieve for now. Focus comes on now. KZ team, they're going to try their best to try and recover this situation. Wiz does actually get a kill on towards Limpusone in the back line, so it's not terrible right now. Low Skill has to go for the TP out. With the rage with the BKB, will be fine. Although Divine Llama trying to chase for more. Wish attempted the TP. No cancel again. In the grand scheme of things, that's actually a pretty good fight there for KZ team. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Sure, core for support, but they do also get rid of the age, which is the really big factor there. If they can make that same move happen twice, then that whole fight would be completely different without the second life of focus. So Glimmer of Hope. A shining light at the end of the tunnel.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
See if they can do it. Because it's still hard, man. They are still 1,000 gold behind per minute of the game. Which is brutal. The question is, do level up just apply a bit of pressure on the brakes? It looks like they're going to go and try and take down this final tier 2 at the top. And then I'm sure the probably game plan is just going to be wait for the next Roche and then make a move then. But KZ team, they are not waiting at all. Once again, going for a 4-man smoke. They've got all of their elements available, minus the Wall of Illusory. Can they get the job puts at the moment? Just baiting out the Weaver. Oh, Divine Llama sounded like he went for a stomp on towards Spartan, but did miss it. And now, KZ team, they're still going to try and follow through with this backstab. Who do they get a dump onto? Smokes a breaker. Stoikov actually jumps in first with the silence and the most awkwardly timed pause you have ever seen in your life, ladies and gentlemen. Good lord. Yep, okay, so they see the Terrorizers being armed up. Will they cancel that? Who knows? Yeah, this is awkward. Imagine someone just having maybe some technical issues, which should hopefully be resolved momentarily. But yeah, it's always hard to tell who these pauses favour. Like, maybe it's actually going to favour KZ team ever so slightly because they're actually the ones getting jumped on first. So maybe they can have the opportunity now to talk about how they're going to make this counter play happen, what they want to do. Sounds like they're on pause. How does it go down? Immediate follow through right now. They actually did chuck out the terrorize. Low skill able to avoid it, but unfortunately Skylar not going to be so fortunate. Low skill! He just gets right clicked down. Magic immunity or not. The physical damage is just overwhelming right now. They're going to find a grab onto Wish. The tiny, slow as a bag of rocks. There's another free kill. At the very least, Astral gets a D-ward. Woohoo! That's some value. But even still, man, they are now past 1,000 gold a minute behind. And Focus is just going to start hitting tier 3s. Why the hell not? There's all three cores dead. There is a glyph at the very least. Do they glyph aggressively? It looks like they will.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Creep survived just barely right now. Feels like Davai Lama should be tanking this. You know, with the retaliate damage, just help bring it down a small bit faster. But Focus has got it.
Dire's middle tower has
Tier 3 gone. Cores are now respawning though. They're going to probably attempt some sort of counterplay. But Respect being played there from level up. They will back on out. Not choosing to throw all their eggs into one basket. And still, another 4 minutes at least for the second Aegis in this game, which KZ team have to contest. If they let that go, it's going to be nigh on impossible for them to try and take a W after that. Like, they have to somehow get the Aegis into the hands of the Life Stealer, or at the very least just snatch it in the hands of the Weaver or anything like that. And still, despite the fact of just how far behind KZ team are, they are very willing and to moving outside of their base as a squad and seeing if they can find a kill. At the moment, they're underneath the observer wards. Are able to run away. Davai Lama though gets the stun just onto the Weaver for now. Low skill was actually still magic immuned up. They're actually going to try to turn around, whacking into the Centaur. Gotta be careful they don't linger all too long though, because 100% level up will be willing to take this fight right now. They've got the jump onto the backside, trying to focus down on towards Focus. The good control right now. There's no BKB available. It's finally come off cooldown. There it is. And now the big turnaround. Wishes is gone. Low skill pops on out of the Tiny, only to die shortly after as Pugner also drops. Can the other two escape? Whip slows down Stoikov. Thinking about diving in. Able to avoid the one punch. They just call it! KZ team are done! In all honesty, I can't even really argue with him there. Like, this game just feels so unwinnable at this stage. 27-minute GG, 32,000 gold advantage there for level up to end the game. Felt very, very one-sided. It was all just sort of sparring off of the laning phase as well. Like, all three cores were at the top of the net graph for such a long time. Obviously, they got that first blood as well, which helped. They got 3 bounties, which helped. And with that early bit of momentum, they really did just overpower everybody on the side of KZ team. There's nothing they could do. You could see their sort of game plan of KZ team. Like, they did try the whole infest bomb play, tossing them back, which they were able to kill Focus in that one fight by their tier 2. But unfortunately, because of the Aegis, it didn't really mean all too much. They still just lost that one, and really that kind of felt like their final hurrah in that game. There's no further opportunity to come on back in. I mean, there is also some credence where you can say, because they were always playing so aggressively, even though KZT were behind by 27,000 gold, and they were still just running at level up, maybe they could have put a little bit of pressure on the brakes, you know, and been like, right guys, let's just fall back, let's just farm, get another item online onto low skill, something like that. But they really were just pedal to the metal, drive off a cliff, go down swinging kind of like play style. And to be honest, I don't even care if a team lose that way, because it is damn well entertaining to watch. So hats off to them for that. But that is just game number 1, ladies and gentlemen. The second game will be coming up in about 6 minutes time, so do not go anywhere. We will see the continuation very soon.
sport. You and I have come a long way. It was such humble beginnings. As we gathered in small groups, we were professionals right from the start. Passionate, organized, and ready to rumble. We dreamed big, and surely enough, our parents supported us at every step of the way. Didn't they? Fired up by all this love, it wasn't long until we caught the scent of competition. To be honest with you, it wasn't always that easy. Joe here, he had to take on 2 side jobs to afford playing professionally. It's gonna get better, Joe. Fist bump. Some of you dared to not even call this a sport. And look where we are today. An endless stream of esports events every year. Bet you didn't see that coming, Mom and Dad. And you know what? We have been with you every single step of the way.
Dream of working with people you watch on screen. Exclusive esports opportunities handpicked just for you. Candidate profile to raise above competition. Let 10GG handle routines. Make a step towards your dream today.
Welcome back on in, ladies and gentlemen. We've got another game coming up for you very, very soon. Level up between KZ team as well. So let's see how this second one is going to go down. That first one was a little bit one-sided, not going to lie. It started off just ever so slightly into the favor of Level Up, and bit by bit they just continued to progress their advantage more and more. By the end, I think it was a 27,000 gold lead or 32,000 gold in a 27-minute game, something like that. It was beyond the 1,000 gold a minute. It was just absolutely devastating. There just wasn't really anything KZ team could do to put a dent in what Level Up were able to build up. Obviously, as I mentioned before, they had a clear game plan in mind with like the tiny initiation with the bomb, like the infest bomb and everything like that, but it just never really worked at the end of the day, and it was just Level Up getting kind of a free win in all honesty. So definitely is still quite a lot here that KZ team can do. Obviously, they are not out of it yet. Obviously, now they do have 1 loss. They can't get the easy +2 on the points, but they could still maybe get 1 point, in which case they'll be balanced with Level Up. Although they also actually go over them even if they do get the 2 wins. So as long as if they get the win in this whole series, they can still go through to the upper brackets, or even just get through to the lower brackets regardless. So there is a lot like actually behind this series right now. This isn't just over. You know, sometimes when you get the final day of group stages, the last game means absolutely nothing, but this still has strong implications of how the rest of the tournament is going to go. Who goes to upper brackets, who goes to lower brackets, or who even gets to go through to the next stage of the tournament at all. You know, it's really is cutthroat right now, and I'm sure KZ team probably just gone to the drawing board a little bit, had a bit of a mental reset, because I don't know, they had an idea, it just didn't work out. So let's hope that doesn't, you know, cause them any issues, as we're going to be jumping into the draft here of game number 2 and see how they're going to adjust their sort of playstyle. This time around, they're actually banning out the Phoenix there from Level Up, which is quite interesting. Pugner also gone first phase. So they are definitely mixing things up themselves. Meanwhile, KZ team, once again, they take away the Primal, they take away the TA and the Mueta. So pretty much the same kind of bans coming out from themselves. Let's see what else they want to get rid of. Last game we saw Spirit Breaker went completely uncontested. Neither of these two teams seem at all interested at playing that hero, which is wild to me, but you know, we'll just have to keep going forwards, pretending that he doesn't exist. He is not here anymore. Also banning out the Grimstroke, pretty standard stuff. Still things like Nature's Prophet in there, still Treant Protectors in there. There's still Kunkers, even though I myself don't really think Kunker is first phase value anymore, but you know, a lot of teams still have been doing it, putting him into that sort of priority. So we'll see if maybe he's going to get through these bans as well. No, he is not. He is gone. And they're going to first phase a Tusk of all heroes. Very interesting. Still performs absolutely solidly. Got save. He's got catch. Extra source of damage output in the laning phase. A very well-rounded hero, so it's still strong to start off with this guy. We'll see what they want to pair with him. Tons of heroes just excel fantastically at benefiting from the tag team and looking for those early aggressions and early kills, so we'll see what eventually they do find. I mean, what do KZ team want to grab up in response, though? Again, there is still the Nature's Prophet. There is still the Treant Protector. And there is still the Centaur Warrunner. How the hell could I forget about the Horse Boy? Still, this guy has a ridiculously high win rate in this tournament. Like, ridiculously high. He is so damn strong. It is insane. I don't think he's, like, the most contested, but he's been... I feel like he has nearly a 100% success rate on this hero. I don't even know. I could be wrong. There's probably some team that has definitely lost with this guy. I can't think of one in mind. At least in all the games that I have cast, I have not seen this hero flop whatsoever. Actually, I'll try and find the stats. Actually, the stats aren't that great in all honesty. For the Pinnacle 25th show, he's been picked 32 times, and he has a 53% win rate. So, what's that? Like, 17 wins out of 32? It's actually, honestly, not that great. Maybe I just have, like, some weird Centaur Warrunner luck curse thing where whoever picks it just wins the game. So, we'll see. If KZ team just handedly win this game, then we know. We know how strong Centaur Warrunner is, guys. If I'm casting, that is. Yeah, that makes all the difference. But the second round of bans from Level Up, they go the Natures as well as the Dark Willow. KZ team taking away the Timbersaw, and then they go for the Treant Protector themselves. So, kind of at the moment, stealing the lineup of Level Up from game number 1. Which I ain't going to argue about. It worked out fantastically well. Super, super solid. We'll see if Level Up also want to continue that trend and maybe start picking up KZ team's heroes from game number 1 or not. If that is going to be the case, then this should be a tiny, because that was what their second pick was. I'm not saying that's going to happen, guys. It really, really shouldn't. That's not how Dota 2 works. Not at all. But there is actually still a Spectre in the pool that wasn't actually banned, as it was in the second phase last game. But there's going to rinse, repeat, put focus back into the hands of the Luna. Or other way around. And yeah, I mean, he had an absolute solid showing. The start of his laning phase wasn't super great. Like, he was actually trailing behind in terms of CS. But he was able to actually dodge a couple of ganks that came his way in the safe lane. And as a result, he just really was able to, like, start excelling super quick. And yeah, just became an absolute demon. There was nothing really KZ team could do against him. So they're going to try to rinse, repeat, and do exactly the same thing here. Also going for a Shadow Shaman. Damn, that's some old-ass, stale meta right there. That is fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Can't actually remember the last time that I cast a game with a Shadow Shaman in it. But, you know, according to stats, this is going to be the 6th time it's been picked. It currently has a 40% win rate, so not too great. But, you know, we'll see how it pans out. I love to see it regardless, you know. This used to be one of my favorite heroes back in the day. Spam it out all the time. Always fun. KZ team, though, do respond with the Shadow Demon. So they do have some good save mechanics right now. Either from, like, a Blink initiation from a Tusk, like Snowball, Punch, or a Kick, something like that. As well as Shadow Shaman also initiating things off with, like, a Shackle of his own. So, yeah, it is really great just to have that disruption to try and keep your teammates alive. As well as, obviously, if you use an aggressive one against the Luna, you've also got all the glaives bouncing around and causing shenanigans for yourself and your own team. So, it feels like a really solid Shadow Demon pick. I'm liking this one. I really am. Question is, who are Level Up actually going to pair with this Luna in the lane? I could kind of see it working either way. Like, with the Tusk, you could definitely get aggressive that way. Luna has a pretty decent attack speed earlier on to really benefit from the tag team. At the same time, the Shadow Shaman lockdown just gets free right clicks as well for the Luna. We'll just have to wait and see which one Level Up really want to prioritize in terms of farm. Just going off the top of my head, I'd feel you'd probably have the Shadow Shaman as the 4, and then the Tusk as the 5. Just naturally might benefit from having that slightly greedier role. Of course, it does depend what they're going to grab off lane at the end of the day. But KZ team actually decided to go for the Terrorblade as their 4th pick. I mean, it's working pretty nicely in this lineup so far. He's already got decent front line of the Centaur as well as the Treant to make a bit of space for him. Obviously, illusion-based carry is great with a Shadow Demon. You get some extra illusions to play with. You got super high armor to just negate a lot of the damage from the Luna, unless of course it's like a high magic damage based Luna, but very rare to see that come out from a POS 1. Unless there might be some argument for like from Focus going for like a, I don't know, Yasha Kaya or something absolutely crazy like that. DPS in both styles just to help deal with the TB. That's probably not going to happen, but it's a possibility. It's a possibility. But what a level up now want to grab as their own 4th hero. I would assume it's going to be their offlaner right now to pair up with either the Shadow Diamond or the Tusk. Or they could actually go for their mid, considering how it is actually KZ team who have the final pick overall in this draft. So either way, your mid's not going to get a super solid matchup, so maybe they just want to grab it now before any more bans come their way. They're going to leave their mid last, and they decide to go for the Brewmaster there. Which is pretty solid. You know, if you can find the real TB, just toss him up into the air, make him spin around in circles, waste all of his time, sort of try and deal with the rest of the team. Obviously, the support. Centaur Warrunner as well could just be, you know, an argument for the Tornado target. Just throw him up as well, because he too can be a bit of a pest. You don't really want to focus down the Centaur at the start of most fights. Just end up wasting a lot of time. A whole lot of time. But it's looking like both teams are after their mid laners right now. I wonder if they need some extra AoE control. Probably see a puck ban come out, I would assume. And we level up got good to like base control from like the Tusk, from the Shaman, even the Brew split, but they don't really have any like solid AoE control, which is you know, sometimes quite key to getting successful fights. As a result, though, KZ team will decide to take away the puck, so that is no longer an option. Not really many other heroes that tick that box that you can play into the mid. Maybe if you have last pick, you can try and pick some really cheesy ass mid hero, but much harder when you don't have that final pick of the game. Meanwhile, KZ team, they're not quite so limited by having to bring some sort of AoE control. You know, they've got the stop from the Centaur, they've got overgrowth as well from the Treant. So already a decent amount of AoE control there. As a result, they will ban out the Invoker, and a Keeper of the Light is the hero of choice. Obviously, huge amount of magic damage, just deals with the TB pretty damn easily. Just go for pure burst, which is great. Also, when you get the old Ignis Fatus, or the Disco Ball, as I like to call it, because that's a lot easier. And then, you know, you've got that as an extra tool to control up the TB and the illusions, just sort of saves a lot of time, allows your Luna to keep hitting away freely. So yeah, I like it. It's a really solid Cottle pick. What do KZ team want to pick up in response to this, though? That is the question. Because the Invoker is already gone. Maybe Queen of Pain might not be too bad. Obviously, you'd have to get a Lincoln's, I feel. Actually, you probably need a Lincoln's and a BKB, because there's still quite a lot of targetable abilities that can pop the Lincolns, and then a lot of other control that can still come through. So that requires a lot of itemization. Maybe just the BK. Maybe you won't need a Lincoln's as well. Depends how like early the Shadow Shaman gets a Blink Dagger of their own, I feel. Still, 26 seconds of reserve time. Maybe Zeus might not be terrible here for KZ. Like, you can generally keep your distance to avoid the constant blast in the mid lane from the Cottle. Oh, there it is, guys. See, sometimes I know what I'm talking about. I could have been just completely lucky because, you know, I can say any hero and there's like a 1 in 100 chance I'm going to get it right. But hey, I got this one right. I'll take that one. Because yeah, like, you can avoid the blast in the mid lane. You've got some decent long range as well to like cancel any shackles coming out from Lupusone as well. Obviously, ridiculous amount of magic damage just burst down these pretty squishy heroes, to be honest, on the side of level up. So it does make a lot of sense. Could maybe see some early rotations going on into this mid lane, like from level up, to try and kill this Zeus as much as possible in the early game. Obviously, Desire is playing the Tusk Pos 4, so this is a 5 Shadow Shaman instead this game. And, you know, you've got a Brewmaster as well in your lane, so it's not essential that you have to sit there and hold his hand. You know, that you can potentially just leave him to it and go for those mid lane ganks to try and make space for your Kotl. Obviously, though, he will be up against a Treant and a TB, though. Which, that is no joke. That is a lot of damage and a lot of slow. So maybe it would be a bit too risky to leave him on his own. It's a hard choice to make. Maybe it just depends which hero you want to have a slightly better game. You know, if you want your Brewmaster to just be popping off really early on and making the space, then try and linger around there. Or if you want your Kotl to guarantee have a solid start and find farm, maybe it might be worth going for some early rotations. It's hard to tell. It's hard to tell. But I mean, despite the fact that, you know, the Kotl is up against the Zeus, the Kotl should still find farm. You know, all you have to do is chuck out the blast onto the creeps. You don't really give a crap about the hero. Let them do their own thing. You're not going to stop the farm at all from the Zeus, but it's very hard to do that anyway. So I imagine it will just be an even trade between those two actually in the mids, and they'll both just be making some not super early rotations, maybe like level 7 I would assume, and then we might see them move into the side lanes and set up for some kills that way. We'll just have to wait and see. Not too sure whose lineup I'm actually favouring though, mind you. I'm actually tempted just to say KZ team because they have the Centaur Warrunner, and for some reason whenever I watch a Centaur Warrunner they just win, so that seems like an easy way of deciding. Not as professional, I might add, though, but who cares about professional when things are easy? It's hard. It's really, really hard. I feel like the Shadow Shaman pick is actually... Shadow Demon pick, sorry, is actually pretty damn solid, all things considered. As I was mentioning, plots like a good save mechanic against the initiation from level up. Also, you can get Lunar Illusions, you can get extra TB Illusions. Like, it's a double whammy effect there. So, it can kind of work. But if we also just factor in how well Level Up was actually able to play that game number 1, maybe not so much. You know, I'm not really too sure how successful TBs have been recently, but we'll have a quick check. But even still, we're going to be jumping on into this second game, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see whether if this will be the final one or not, or whether if KZ team can actually bounce back, push this to a third game, and try and get themselves through to the next stage of the tournament. Because it is, there is a lot to play for, of course, a whole lot to play for. Check it. Yeah, Terrorblade in this tournament does actually have a negative win rate. 12 games played, only a 41% win rate, so not super great. And Low Skill already saying that he's muted Tippers. That ain't a good sign, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe he's succumbed to a little bit of tilt there, I'm not sure. I feel like you wouldn't say that. Even if you had muted him, I feel like you wouldn't actually all chat that you had muted him. I feel like, you know, you're just letting them know they're in your head a bit.
30 seconds.
So hopefully not. Hopefully Low Skill was going to be able to stay cool, calm, and collected, and just play his game as normal.
Lost in the woods. Lost in the woods.
We'll have to wait and see. There was Level Up actually trying to make some sort of play there with the smoke, but unable to actually run into anybody. Maybe they might try and do like a multi-hero contest one of these runes. It looks like 3 of them heading down to this bottom one, but they're actually going to run into Low Skill. Imagine if they kill him and they all tip him. Oh no, they're actually going to change their mind, head over towards Zeus and Wish. Unfortunately, just going to get completely backstabbed right now. Oh, he actually gets to jump up to the high ground. He's still going to die. But at least he sort of makes sure that the Stoikov doesn't get the kill credit there, or any experience for that one. Well, actually, no, he's still got a little bit of experience. Even still, first blood there for Level Up. Pretty nice way to start the game. I think that was 3 bounties going over towards KZ team at the same time. So they got something out of that at the very least. We'll see how this mid lane goes. I'm pretty damn sure that it's just going to be a trading farm fest. Like both of these guys just throwing out spells, killing creeps. We'll probably see a whole lot of last hits, not many denies in this lane. Be very, very unlikely. And then it feels whoever makes the first solid rotation is going to be the one pulling ahead in the lead. This top lane though, you got Astral and Skylark, Shadow Demon and Centaur. Not like a super strong combo, but it can definitely be impactful. Like Disruption to set up for an easy stomp, then you get like illusion blocks and everything else in to really help rack up the damage. So it can work out quite nicely. But at the same time, I feel like the aggressive power of a Luna and a Tusk is just going to be that much more impactful. Meanwhile, down at the bot, so the old Trent taking a bit of a whack. Has to fall back, of course. What do we find in CS? The only one who's really trailing behind so far is just the Brute at the bot. Just struggling a small amount. They're definitely winning in terms of general harassment, which, you know, does help us build up that earlier lead. Maybe get those 3 last hits going. It's fun. Gonna try and make a move here onto Lip Zone, going for the TP back to the tier 1 tower. We'll be able to make it. Heads up play to make sure he does not fall down there. And as a result, all they have to do now, just wait for this first meta to be over. And they're going to be okay, just go back to standard business here in this lane. Try and allow Dalai Lama to get the space to find farm. He's definitely struggling for now, but should be able to recover once he gets a few more levels put on top of him. Zaya, he's attempting to deny the pull there. Unfortunately, Creeps had a different idea. Focus actually trying to pull into Skylark, and now with the tag team coming out and the sharp block and trying to run away, Disruption's going to be there to make the space. Focus though, he's got to be so careful. He's running in very aggressively, and now with the shadow poison, he's just dead. That is some hardcore tunnel vision, just completely forgetting about the support right next to him. Ends up giving away a free kill, bit of a whoops. These things happen. Desire, unfortunately, can't really do all too much on his own. And try and find some CS. Everyone just trading farm. Oh, trying to make another play up top. A good stomp there from Skylark. Makes the space. Shadow Demon will be able to walk it off. Meanwhile, look at that CS going on in the mid lane. 20-3 right now to the Zeus, to the 18-1 there of the Kotl. So pretty much as predicted, just trading a whole lot of CS between the two of them. Not many denies at all here. I say that, I think Wish actually got that one onto the flag bearer. I don't know how the hell he got that. Giga long arms on this Zeus. Still, the TP is feeling fine. No skill, getting all the CS he wants right now. 20-6, not really feeling all too contested at all at this stage. Obviously, level 3 onto Davai Lama. Maybe once they have 3 on towards the Shadow Demon, they might try and make another play. Meanwhile, up top, talking about making plays once again. Trying to poke on towards Skylark, but again, Focus has to be careful. Astral with these shadow poisons. Definitely a bit of a problem for him. Even losing their courier on top of that. It just shows, man. Centaur's not the easiest target to find. With this Ring of Health, it's pretty much negating all of this sort of harassment damage coming through. Really slowing down their progress. I'm actually seeing the Zeus now pulling ahead in that mid in terms of CS. Ever so slightly. Oh, actually down bot. They're trying to make a move here on towards the TB. Just poking and prodding, making sure they get that Cinder Brew going. Lots of right clicks coming on through. The Nature's Grasp does slow him down, which is able to keep the TB alive, but a lot of damage still at the same time. We have to have the old support salve passed on over. And that's going to try and make their own move right now with the Metamorphosis back online. Going to get this kill onto Lupus Zone. Will Spartan die? He's going to try and deny himself to the neutrals, but the one more right click from Davai Lama will make sure that does not happen. So it's a trade of supports. I feel like if the TB got the kill, that would have been beneficial for KZ team, but unfortunately he didn't. And if anything, that just allowed the Brewmaster to get solo XP there. So there's an argument you could say that it's just ever so slightly favouring Davai Lama. Meanwhile, TP up top, Lupus Zone trying to go for a kill on towards Astral with the snowball forwards. No escape. This will be a kill. They want to try and give the credit to Focus, and they will successfully do so. Free kill there for the Luna. Going to bump up the farm just a little bit. Meanwhile, there is Vanguard completed now for the Centaurs, so all the sort of aggressive plays they were trying to make against him is now completely pointless. Nothing they could do. And you can kind of see that now on how they're all moving across the map. Obviously, coming over to secure the 6-minute runes. Stoikov will get that one. Actually, rather than lingering around, Tusk will just head back up towards the top. Savilama still is last in terms of CS though, only 22-1 on himself. Not looking also great, to be honest with you. Very much struggling to get the kills up against this TB and Treant combination. Especially when it looks like Lupusone isn't even hit. The Shaman is continuously making moves up towards the top. Savilama should be able to survive as long as if they can get kills at the same time. Skylark controlled with the help of Stoikov. Enough damage has come on through. Wish they're actually also getting involved, but the blast though comes on through. So you have the finishing touch. Focus trying to retreat. The Shadow Poison, that is enough. They will find the kill. Desire also going to go down. So Wish will bring him low. So it ends up being a 2-for-1 favouring KZ team there. At the same time though, down bot lane, Spartan actually drops. He was attempting to steal the Wisdom Room. So it's a 2-for-2 split across the map, but it is obviously the carry for level up that falls down. So definitely the slight advantage there for KZ. I would say as well, low skill on his camera. It looks like he needs an eye mask or something. Either that or he should like start starring in Tim Burton films. His eyes are not good. He needs some sleep. Hopefully that's not playing effect, or you know, some people do just have naturally darker eyes, so let's hope that is it. So at the moment he looks absolutely exhausted. So they're a pretty even game here, 4-for-5 on the scoreline, less than 1k gold lead for KZ team. Definitely feels like the TB's having a fine time with the bot. At the same time though, in the mid, Wish may be in danger, but does manage to get the jump up towards the high ground. Stoikov's going to keep on chasing forwards. The blast will connect, and that will be a dead Zeus. Maybe trying to go for an extra +1 onto Spartan right now, as the old tree running as fast as he can, but another Shackles will guarantee this kill as the blast lands. And the final chop of the blade there from Desire takes him down, so 2-for-0. Nice little pick off there for level up. And you can see in terms of CS and actual net worth, the Kotl now actually pulling ahead. Just flash farming that tiny bit sooner. Although even though it is the Kotl at the top of the net worth chart, it is immediately followed by the 3 cores on the side of KZ team. Well, Davai Lama and Focus there on the Luna. Not quite having as easy of a situation. Maybe it's even going to get worse, as there is a gank coming their way right now underneath the tier 1 tower. Whether they can survive or not, there's another whole question, as they've got the Thunder God's Wrath to secure the kill. Focus is dead. Spartan even going to be able to survive there with the Stampede. And the TPs and the rest of the level up just come a little bit too late to make any difference. They just have to run off. Might even have to even abandon this tower. Obviously still the meta going here for low skill, and actually he's going to just TP back to tier 1, start farming up. His level up and coming in for some sort of counterplay to at least get this kill on towards Astral. Long range shards, not going to get the block on towards the old Zeus, but actually Skylark steps forwards to hit some neutral creeps. Going for the TP! It's not enough. Double kill gets found there for Dalai Lama. They do respond in kind, they lose their carry, but at least able to find 2 kills in response.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Still though, the TB have a complete free farm. 1,000 gold ahead of that Focus. Obviously trailing behind both Wish as well as the Kotl, but it's kind of hard to keep pace with those two. They are just natural flash farming heroes. Kill creeps so damn quickly. Eventually he'll be able to get to this point where he can just outpace them, but still a long ways away to get there. Now Lupusone on this Shadow Shaman does have a level 6 now. So maybe he could be thinking about going for a kill on towards the tower and actually just going to casually walk into the face of Spartan right now. And that's a dead tree. Chopped down to the ground. And now, with the tree gone, They might attempt to go for this tower kill. Might be worth bringing in some more heroes though, because 100% it can be defended here from level up, from KZ team. Sorry. Actually, they're going to carry on resuming the farm. Kyra and Yasha queued up with the old shards. There's going to be the snakes dropped. Spartan is here, just trying to drag the creeps away. Nothing else though. Davalama coming in for the backstab. They got the Hex. Did they have any high ground vision though to actually fully lock him down? As Low Skill also coming in from behind right now. They're sort of grouped up in an awkward spot, but Spartan doesn't have his ultimate. Maybe they can still take this fight. There is going to be the Bruise split. Chasing after the tree, and Lupusone just drops as the involvement of Wish. Overwhelming amount of damage brings him down. And these Brewlings, eventually he'll kill Spartan. Can he get himself away though? That's the question. Meanwhile up top, Skylark actually getting down there from rotation from Stoikov. So it's not a bad little trade there from Level Up. They lose support, sure, but they kill 2 and take down a tower. Maybe they can find more. Actually going to run straight into the weight arms of Low Skill. Stoikov though, so damn quick. Try to do a drive-by, actually connects him with the blast. There is going to be the slowdown though with the disruption, but the roll forwards there from Desire. Trying to make space for the Cole. And Low Skill, he doesn't even have a chance to use his Sunder. Way too much damage, way too quickly. And he's just gone, and now we could be looking at a similar situation here to game number 1. The start was pretty even, but then all of a sudden, as soon as Level Up gets an advantage, they just snowball out of control. Now sort of jumping between 2 to 3K gold lead in their favor right now. It's looking dicey. And Centaur, Skylark going for the Blade Mail this time round. Wants to just go for pure don't hit me or you're screwed over. But they just wait out. He used that way too soon. They just completely wait it. Ends up being dead net worth in that situation. I mean, even if they went for like an early blink tag, it's kind of hard. Not many people to play around with, although Damalama has been caught out here. Has a Radiance, but unfortunately it's not going to keep him alive as his Bruce Split still on cooldown for another 40 seconds. So at the very least, KZ team are able to take down the enemy offlaner at the same time. Balancing out a small amount. Desire though on this Tusk, only 400 gold away from having a blink, which is going to be super damn useful at both saving and getting some extra pickoffs along the board. Which as well, going for the super strong ability of the old phylactery, or ability item I should say. Always strong. Still just teetering around the same lead. And Focus on the old Luna has successfully been able to avoid any sort of fights or detection for, you know, a few minutes now. And as a result, is actually slowly climbing up that net worth chart. Has outpaced the Centaur. And actually on the hot heels of the TB as well. So once they get their own mantle on the board as well, we'll just help accelerate that farmer speed even more.
Double damage.
Both teams just happy to chill for now. Let's make sure they get in the space with their cores to get the next arms in line. Obviously Skylark really does need his own blink. He's still quite a ways away from it. Feeling like they got the timing. It did actually have the smoke onto Focus, but he's like, I don't actually want to get involved. I just want to keep hitting creeps, which 100% makes sense. He's not really going to bring all too much to this gank. It looks like the direction from Level Up is actually going to head up towards their own tier 1 area, where there is actually a couple of heroes from KZ team, but just in time they're actually taking that twin gate and they will successfully able to retreat. And actually maybe a backstab is coming after Davai Lama there. If they start taking the gate, they'll be able to get down there in time to reinforce him, because every single member from KZ team is hunting down Davai Lama. If he can avoid getting disruptive, he can't. He will still get caught. There is the Tusk coming on in. Can he get there in time to save his offlaner though? Davai Lama, he's able to get the split off even once all the spells are committed, and now immediately the Stampede to try and disengage to actually kill Desire on the backlines there. Skylark now controlled and dead with the blast that comes through. They've thrown the TB up into the air. They want to try and deal with everyone else. Actually, Snake drops immediately down, shackled in place. There's not a large amount of damage. And actually, as a result, the Shaman is just dead. Davai Lama as well. As soon as his split is over, He himself is getting pretty damn aggressive, though, with Focus getting involved. He wants to bring down Wish at the very least. Low skill having to sunder his own teammate. And with the pig pole, is he fast enough to run away? The bonus movement speed is too good. He's able to get himself up to the high ground. Now Spartan getting backstabbed from Stoikov gets taken away. A very clunky fight there. I think it was a 3-for-3 exchange. Yeah, 3-for-3. Basically same net worth. The only difference is 500 more experience for level up. That is about it. Apart from that, a fight may as well not have happened at all. So this coddle is getting nice and big. Nearly at that 10k gold mark. And I wonder what sort of build they're planning on going. Whether it's going to be like a Mimi Dagon build. Or an E-Blade, something like that perhaps. Low skill. Yeah, it just goes for the wires TP up. No cancel just yet. We're still holding on to the net worth lead right now here for level up. 5k gold. Maybe they wait for like Brew Split, Snakes to be back up online, and they'll probably go for another smoke play.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
As a KZ team, they just want to keep trying to make as much space for this TB as possible. Get them nice and fat to the point where you can just easily carry them through this game. But the one core has really fallen behind is the Centaur right now. Only 6.5k gold lead, although Desire, quick jump in, has found Astral right now. Going for the disruption save onto himself. Skylark is nearby. Trying to get the jump force with the Stampede charge on in. The old Shadow Shaman doesn't stand a chance, especially with the help of Wish. They get that kill. Focus now. Going to be the next person of attention. And again, this is more than enough damage to bring him down. Overgrowth from Spartan, locking them two in. And Wish jumps in so aggressively. Desire trying to keep his mid laner alive. With the Thunder God's Wrath, though, it's more enough to bring him down. This is a huge win if KZ team. Finally, Davai Lama turns on up to at least get the counter kill of Wish. But the damage is done. 4 kills for 1 there. Huge win going towards KZ team. Wish, obviously, of course, getting a large amount of that gold right now. Yeah, 2.8k gold swing. 3,000 experience as well. They're very, very happy with that.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I was talking about they need to make space for the TB. That is 100% making space. Definitely helping balance out this game. Maybe not even done. 2%. Got to be careful in the mid. TB is nearby. The focus actually coming on in. They want to try and defend this tier 1 tower. I'm not going to let it go down for free. Or they will, as it is already gone. There's nothing they can really do there. They'll have to watch it full. Still a few more TPing in. There's actually KZ team lingering nearby inside these trees. Maybe seeing if anyone from level up just blindly walks into the high ground area and gives away a free kill. Everyone loves getting free kills. The life of playing a tree protector. Sometimes you literally go AFK and become a tree. You know, you just become a ward. Literal tree. He's still stood there. He's disconnected. He's gone. Hands are off the keyboard. Oh, actually, he's underneath a ward. He was not expecting that. And he's now dead. He's gone. Alright, guys. Sometimes being a tree and actually playing as a tree is not a good idea.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
He still ends up just being a free kill for level up. Small little bit of space to work with. Meanwhile, looks like up top, Wish is in danger. I think he actually got the TP out though, and he is fine. Look a little bit close though.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Wouldn't be too surprised if the Kotl has a Cypher Vice coming out. Not super soon, but 100% going to be on the build list. Just an ever so slight little win probability advantage there. Obviously the dip coming back after that fight by the bottom tier 1. Also now a pipe complete up for Davai Lama. Absolutely huge item to get this game versus this Zeus. Going to be incredibly impactful for the entire team. As long as if he can actually get it off in time. That is obviously the big question, because Wish is definitely getting some items of his own. Not going to be an easy kill to bring down by any means.
Radiant are scanning.
Oh, this Skylark Thinking about going for the 21-minute bounty still. Does he get found? Oh, Desire. Just was not expecting to see a rogue centaur TPing behind that tree. That is definitely a what the hell moment. Maybe still a bit of luck. And it will just be a trade once again of the wisdom runes. Be interesting to see if either squad decides to make a move towards Roshan now. Obviously, past the 20-minute mark where it is on the Radiant side at the bottom. Just going to be ever so slightly favouring KZ team. But at the same time, Level Up still has their tier 1 tower intact. So it's a very strong, obviously, TP location to try and take that fight if it comes their way.
Radiant are scanning.
But look at that. There is hardly any gold separating top farm core and 5th. There is 400 gold separating 5 heroes. That is absolutely insane. The only one who is trailing behind is poor old Skylark on the Centaur, who's over 3k gold behind, second last on the cause. Apart from that, I don't think I've ever seen such a tight disparity amongst so many heroes at this stage in the game. That's pretty damn cool to see. Just shows they could definitely go either way in this situation. And that really is where this 3k gold advantage is coming from. It is literally just from the Centaur War Runner being behind. That is it. But to be honest, as long as if he gets his blink and stun off, it doesn't really matter, to be honest with you. It's really just the old Reaver. That's the difference there. As you can see, Level Up moving down towards this Roche area. They want to try and secure this one if they can. Maybe the KZ team realised this. They had a couple of good high ground wards which spotted these movements. BKB completed. Manta as well for the Wish. And a Blink Dagger for the Shadow Demon. That is a huge power spike here for KZ team. 3 brand new items getting completed. Although if they don't make a move quickly, this Roche is already going down. It's on half HP. Out comes the Thunder God's Wrath. The Tree Protector is nearby. Spartan might just have to YOLO run on in there to try and delay this for this team. He's not getting the opportunity though, as everyone from Level Up just making the space. Roshan will be going down. Aegis into the hands of Focus, and now decision here for KZ team. Do they run or do they attempt to make something happen? It looks like the choice is to run away. I 100% agree with them there. Level Up though, they are on the hunt. Really are trying to find anybody that they can. It looks like they managed to find Skylark. Will this force the rest of KZ team to come on in and try and take the fight though? There is going to be the disruption save, but unfortunately it just puts the Shadow Demon down in awkward spots. Astral's going to get caught. He will die. The Bruise Split ends. Unfortunately for Skylark though, with the sacrifice of his support, he is able to step.
Is under attack.
He is able to die. Oh, that's so unfortunate. Makes it feel like you died for nothing, eh? Oh, brutal. It was still a big win there for Level Up. 3 kills, along with an Aegis into the hands of Focus, bumping their lead up now to 6,000 gold here in this game. Yeah, literally the only reason you'd ever get Manta on Zeus now. This new, well, I say new, but the Axe is pretty damn cool. Really does allow you just to flash farm multiple parts of the map, as long as if your illusions can actually hit things. Although it looks like in comes KZ team. They want to try and make a counterplay. They've got the control here on towards Focus. He's actually going to turn around with the Eclipse. They've got control as well on towards the TB, but there is going to be the disruption save. Astral keeping his core alive. Focus immediately going for the BKB and the TP out there. Tap by Lava. He's turned up maybe a little bit too late, and instead he's going to be the one who gets ran down. He's pretty damn fast, but unfortunately he's just not fast enough. He will still die. There is actually a few more members of Level Up still lingering right now. Lupusum's going to be able to get the kill on towards Spartan. But at the same time, he trades kill and feeds away the wards. Not super worth it. Ends up being a very nice play there from KZ team. They take down 2 and they get rid of the Aegis. Big victory there.
Radiant are scanning.
And they just weren't expecting that at all. Like, they were quite split, trying to get as much value off the map as possible. They just really weren't expecting KZ team to take the fight into them when they had the Aegis as well. And that's really how you can get these big turnaround games. It's all about that sort of surprise factor. Just catching people unawares with their pants down in the dunny. squatting over a hole, and that's the best time to attack somebody. Nothing they can do then at all.
Is under attack.
But still, though, even after that, it is the lead into the favourable level up for now. Still only about a 5k gold lead, though. The net worth between the two carriers is basically identical. It's still pretty much just Skylark who is holding back this net worth differential here. And Wish definitely has to be a high priority target for level up as well, because he is pumping out a serious amount of damage in these fights. Sure, the TB is going to be a primary target as well, but it's like, what do you focus on more? The source of physical damage or the source of magical damage? That seems to be the difference maker. Astra will get called out. Over it onto 2 here from Spartan. They're going to try and come on in. Lucasum getting chased after illusions right now, but with the Stampede, KZT were trying to disengage. Dalai Lama can't get the connection onto anybody. Oh, he does actually spot Skylark. He has Bruce Split available, but he doesn't use it. Shard. Oh, it's a little bit off the mark. And that actually is going to allow Skylark to disengage, or is it? The snowball continues to chase forward as they pick up Dalai Lama. But now they will actually decide to fall back. They've missed their window of opportunity. And Lucasum actually just casually dying there to Wish. But they focus. Going to attempt to steal this ancient stat. They're actually getting quite a lot of this. And they will back on out. Skylark jumps in. The stun doesn't land onto anybody though. Desire in with the immediate stun afterwards. Will just allow his team to back out. No one's going to fall down today. So they lose the Shadow Shaman, but at the same time they do steal an entire triple stack. I feel. I don't think it was a quad. Which all, to be honest, might have just balanced out that gold. Might have been literally an even trade once again.
Are scanning.
Well, the casual scan into the jungle does actually land. So level up. No, there are some KZT members lurking around. Oh, they even chuck out another scan which connects onto the tree, and these guys know. They know this move is coming right now. They are grouping up all together, making sure that they stay as a 3-man unit here. Wait, Skylark is very separated from the rest of his team. Get called out though, level up. Don't find the opportunity to get that kill. They would have a llama turning up as well. They do actually force KZ team to disengage from the enemy jungle. And now they go for a 5-man smoke move, so they want to try and use their little power spike while they can. There was a Skadi freshly completed though for the TB, which could potentially catch level up by surprise here. Yeah, this man is loaded. Manta, BKB, Skadi with a bottled double damage as well. Because why the hell not if he wasn't hitting hard enough with Meta. And they actually go for a smoke move of their own. And they're actually heading directly to where level up are right now. Desire those going to be the spot to break the smoke, and he blink daggers away to avoid the stun. Good shards as well. Denies the escape route here for Skylark. Are they going to try and force this fight though? Low skill though is ready to take it. He's popped the meta. Also has the BKB available. He's getting control up from the punch. Push up into the air right now. Still has the meta available to chuck onto some sort of target. Will get it on towards his own support. And now Focus runs out of steam. Runs out of life. He is dead. Dalai Lama's poor old little pandas aren't really achieving all too much. Eventually will kill low skill. Drags him up to the high ground. They will be able to take him down. So Trader carries with 2 supports as well being lost here from level up. But Stoikov gone on from 2 supports right now. Spartan gets hit from the blast with the disco ball going as well. It will be a kill on towards Astral. Dalai Lama can't get any lockdown onto Wish. So at the end of the day, it's a 3-for-3 exchange. 2 supports and 1 carry. But at the same time, level up did use a buyback for that one. So slight economical advantage there for the side of KZ team. It all depends on maybe what level up can do with this extra hero being on the board, considering how he did buyback. He took down the tier 1, of course. Can't really achieve all too much else with the Luna in the ground. Just shows though, with the old TB, if you can't just fully lock him down, he's able to get that Sunder off. It's very, very difficult for Focus to be able to take those fights, unless of course he's going to be able to build a goddamn items. Satanic, that's the one. There we go. Oh, yeah, I thought of it in the end, guys. That's the one I was going for. So yeah, unless he can get the Satanic, it's going to be very, very difficult for Focus to just stand his ground and take those fights, man. It's just way too much damage from the TB, especially when they have the double damage rune on top of everything else. And there's also actually a Solar Crest there from Spartan, which is helping the TB out quite a lot. Making sure low skill is as strong as he possibly could be. Looks like he's actually going in for the Bloodthorn of his next time as well, which is going to be very nice. And actually a Crimson Guard now completed for Skylark. It's not too bad this game, obviously. Fantastic versus the Luna. Really does negate a lot of the impact from those glaives bouncing around, but at the same time, there is still a lot of magic damage that comes out from the Brew, from the Kotl as well, even the Shadow Shaman. But to be honest, just making sure you're mitigating as much as you can from this Luna is still going to be super impactful.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Now next Roshan, still a minute and 20 away. Wish just scouting out there with the Thunder God's Wrath, sees where pretty much the entirety of Level Up are. But they also scout out the fact that Roshan has not started yet, so they can take their time. They're not immediately rushed into any sort of decision right now. Spartan just casually soft pushing this top tier 2 as well. Trying to get as much value out of this little downtime as possible. Still another 50 seconds before Roche. So if Level Up ends up being a lot of waste of time. Actually, mass TPs to get the grab onto the Tree Protector. And they will be able to find him, but they've kind of abandoned the Roshan area. They have to get over here as fast as possible before KZ team can fortify the area and snatch this one away. They're immediately diving for the Twin Gate. As you can see, Skylark is there to make sure that doesn't happen. Spartan also buying back to make sure he could just walk here in time. Oh, Twin Gate? Are they actually coming through? They're actually coming through the gate. TB completes right now. There is going to be the stun immediately, so Dalai Lama, can he survive? There's going to be the snowball. Allows this eyes to actually blink dagger away. He's going to be A-OK. The Dalai Lama might be forced to use a split soon as his right clicks are just raining on him. Skylark has to use Runaway himself with his own blink. Lots of long-range poking, but the Metamorphosis has already been committed here. If Level Up could just disengage and wait for this fight just to naturally fizzle out, they'll have a huge advantage going forwards. But Roshan has now respawned, so they might not actually have that much time, but the jump force from Skylark. He gets the stun on towards Focus, forces the BKB, and actually do a force up away from the area as well. So the Magic Community time has been kind of wasted. Low skill trapped inside the shards as well as the wards. With an Oak-Seal Tome, he does manage to disengage. Darren Long with the split here is just trying to hold back the TV as much as possible. Probably not much duration left here on the actual Metamorphosis. The Lupin Stone doesn't have much resources. BKB is now on cooldown for Focus. And it looks like the call from Level Up is actually just to fully disengage right now. But they're actually just going to slowly trickle their way back on him. I'll scout the fact that no Roche is happening just yet. So both teams are going to be at a slight disadvantage going into this fight. Lacking quite a lot of different spells and abilities. Probably the biggest thing is the fact that the Eclipse for the Luna is still up. And KZ team, they go for the Twin Gate up towards the high ground, to the Dire side, because obviously it will be moving up there in about 35 seconds. And that's probably not going to be enough time for Level Up to actually kill it. Actually, no skill didn't go through, decided to change his mind. Now they will actually start heading on through there. But the jump up for the high ground for the Shadow Shaman does manage to get the cancel right now. Control to Wish, but even so he's able to jump away. This good ball go in. He's getting control on towards the Terrorbear right now with the shackles as well. He's locked in place. The damage that with the illusions coming on out is enough to kill the Shadow Shaman before he can help out all too much. Low skill attempted to run away. He's able to get the Sun off. Now turns over the Thunder God's Wrath. Desire is dead. And immediately Focus is trying to run away, but BKB from low skill was being a real damn problem. Roshan's coming through! He gets the one bash on towards Focus, but again, another disc ball's coming out. Low skill, he's trying to run away, left, right, any direction possible, but he still will die. Wish trying to go for BKB TP out, he will be successful. It does mean that both Astral and Skylark have now been abandoned. Dalai Lama is going to attempt to bring that one down solo, while Focus and Stoikov take out Skylark. Oh. Lucasile once again being super strong, but the blast still finds him. And looks like Astral was able to survive, but at the same time, it's still a win there for Level Up. They take down the TB, huge target, and this is the opportunity now for them to go and take out Roche. I think there was a buyback onto Lupusone. It's not really super impactful at the end of the day. The Terrorblade losing their life is the largest factor there. Wish surviving is pretty key. This isn't really the fastest Roche in the world. Obviously, still, the respawn times are just way too long for them actually to get up here and contest it at times. This will be going down. Now, with this Aegis into hands of focus, Cheese on the deck. Do they also hold on to the Cheese? They're going to pass that off. Feels like Dalai Lama could really benefit from that. And yeah, they will pass it over just as he also completes an AC. There was also that Satanic completed for focus at the very end of that fight. So that will also be coming on through. Level Up. Maybe going to try and push down that top tier 2. Although Bloodthorn now online for the Terrorblade as well as having Meta off cooldown. So they're definitely ready to try and take the fight. And it looks like, yeah, TPing to their tier 3 right now. They might actually try and take the fight outside the base. Contest this tier 2. I mean, it's a good idea. There's no Kotl nearby. Shadow Shaman is coming on him. But still a little ways away. Fortunate enough for Level Up though, they don't just double down and commit for that one. It could have ended very, very badly for him. He's constantly sending out wishes, illusions. Getting some good information. So Level Up can't really find the opportunity to force any sort of play. Just playing super, super careful. Obviously, ideally, they'd like to get a pick off beforehand. It just depends if anyone on the side of KZ team actually steps out of position and offers themselves up like that. Damn man, these Zeus illusions. So good. Just kill entire waves on their own. Which is absolutely mental. Basically, with that shard, it just turns him into like a Luna. It's like having glaives in a way, but magic damage instead of physical. Imagine doing ability draft and you get glaives. And you also get that on the shard, and you just go for like mad right-click speed. It's like so much AoE damage. That'd be great fun. Even though nobody actually cares about ability draft, but that'd be kind of cool. Well, here we go. Level Up trying to make a play right now. They're going to get the jump immediately. They have managed to find Scholar. It's a very hard target to kill though. The tank is swallowing the entirety of KZ. Focus actually jumps in quite aggressively himself, as he does actually have a double damage rune, so it makes quick work with the Centaur. And low skill. Snowball actually comes through right now. They're going to try and focus him down. Silenced in place, takes a lot of right clicks, goes for the TP out, but the kick was still available. They punch him up into the air. Now he's scythed in place. This is a real dangerous spot for low skill, and he is just gone before he could do a single thing. That's it, gone for 70 seconds. No buyback. Could just be seeing an entire tier 3 and full set of barracks going down right now. There's Level Up at 100%. Just going to keep on pushing forwards. Absolutely nothing to slow them down. Actually, they're going to dive into the base. They found the grab on towards Level Up, focusing as well on towards Astral at the same time. Good shards gets the block, but doesn't matter. Another Heavenly Leap gets him out of there. But the two supports in KZ team also dead. No buyback from either of them as Astral just used his own. And this game just quickly went from 100 to 0 here for the side of KZ team. Couple of mistakes in a row, and this really has cost them. Fortunately, they do still have their tier 2 standing bottom and top. Unless Level Up decide to go and try and end, but they just jumped and they found the Zeus inside the base. Nice stop there from Skylark, trying to keep him alive. Does actually force the Snowball, is going to drag the Zeus further away from his fountain. And as a result, he is dead. Does have buyback, and we use it straight away. Skylark now getting controlled underneath these tier 4 towers. So much damage just coming out from Focus, he can't survive through it. Maybe he could try and take the Sire out with it if possible, and he will. The Double Edge gets the kill onto the tusk, but he still loses his life. TB is now up though. Does low skill have it in him to try and force out this fight? The Bruise Split. They're all just dying actually. They take him out. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. And finally Level Up. We're going to pay respect to the fact that low skill is here and run away. Even still though, they've done really, really good damage here to KZ team's base. Full set of barracks gone. and 1.5 tier 4 towers as well. Feels like if KZ team just lose another bad fight, very well could be the end of the game. Especially if they are caught without buybacks. Now we're also starting to see the Dagons getting built up here from our Stoikov. Always love to see it. Hate to see it, but I love to see it at the same time. Aegis though timing out in about 20 seconds. Not going to get a huge amount of value out of that anymore. Question is whether if Level Up decide to wait for Roshan number 3 and then make that play there. But at the same time, that could give a win of opportunity for KZ team to make a counter play and get it themselves. In which case, it would again flip this game on its head and then put KZ team back into the driver's seat. It's hard though.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Still they're holding on to the 20k gold advantage. Tons of map presence. And with the Luna as well, 32k net worth. Super up there. 4k ahead of that of the Terrorblades. Even the Kotl were second place of their own. Just finding so much farm elsewhere. I think actually Focus is probably 6th line now, right?